Yeah. So we played the University of Washington golf course, the home course.
How was that?
Sweet. Chambers Bay.
University of Washington is cool.
Yeah,
it's a cool vibe.
Chambers Bay was excellent. Yesterday we played Daniel Island, the Beresford course. And then I can't remember the course we played on Wednesday. It's been so damn long, Jay.
How was the weather in Seattle? Looked like you got some Scotland.
We didn't get no Scotland. Every day, they said it was going to rain before 6. And of course, rain in the afternoon.
Before 6 a.m.?
A.m.
Okay.
And then later on. But most days were 64, 65, sunshine.
Kind of like today.
Yeah. Nice.
Maybe you brought it back with you.
Hey, I hope I did.
Well, how'd you play? You win any money?
I played on and off.
What was the birdie count?
I won a little money. Yesterday, we did like a little shamble format yesterday. I made 7 birdie putts, dog.
There you go. Now, those things, somebody should be making birdies because you should have good looks a lot of times, right?
Well,
shamble is best ball off the tee, and then you play your own
ball in.
Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, it's not like the scramble.
Right.
Yeah, but I was on yesterday, Jay.
There you go.
I was so on that the dude was like, "Yo, man, you putt like this all the time." I was like, "Nope." It's just happening for me today.
All right. Well, good. I'm glad you had a great trip. I imagine.
I shattered that over.
Oh, dude. We could have made that 250. You were smoking that thing.
Oh, my Lord. I got to a point one day, I was like, look, I'm just going to drink water.
What about, did you stick with that plan?
No.
I did not. I would have taken the under on the only water days.
I didn't stick with that.
What about, I meant to ask you this specifically, because that region of the world you were in, for a man that likes his Pinot Noir, that's a pretty good Pinot up there, Oregon and Washington.
I was able to get this one wine. I had just found out that Bonanza.
Yo, I told you about Bonanza.
You told me this.
Yeah.
So I found out Bonanza
good,
is
dude.
the Camus, basically Camus.
Yeah, it's leftover Camus.
I walked in and I got a lot of bottles, and they were the cheapest I've ever seen, like $16, $17 a bottle.
Wow, that's good.
You know, Camus is 60, 70, 80.
Right.
And, bruh, that stuff is so I'm telling you, I'm drinking Bonanza from now on.
Yo, Bonanza's good.
Bonanza and what is the other one? Mayomi.
Yeah, that's been your go-to.
Yeah,
you
Belglass and Mayomi are basically the same, and then Camus and Bonanza are the same.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to find out a way to find the good stuff at a cheaper price.
I'm trying to remember where the hell I was. I was somewhere while you were gone. You know what? I was at just a little shopping center, and there was a truck stocking a liquor store, and it was an Uncle Nearest truck. And I was like, oh, somewhere B's enjoying himself. Like, I could just tell in that moment, like, seeing Uncle Nearest. That's great, man. So good time. What was the tourney yesterday? Because I saw D. Hall was there. You posted a picture.
That was
that one of James's?
Yeah. It was.
What's the cause? I know it's a good cause for his son's thing, right?
It's called, it's rare. They have these rare diseases, and it was they do one in South Carolina, one up here.
Okay, that's great.
That was cool. But that course, but that whole place
is it kind of like the marshlands and all that? Yeah, that stuff's
beautiful. That stuff
down
is
there.
Sweet, man.
All right, so what did you miss? Kind of nothing. Yesterday was.
Oh, I saw a DoorPro truck this morning.
There you go. Shout out to DoorPro. DoorPro part of all ears now.
That's my first time seeing them.
Okay, they're out there.
Yeah.
You need a new garage door? Hit them up. There were no sports yesterday, B. There was zero sports. There was no basketball, no pucks. The Nats were off. I watched golf nonstop. There was no golf. Apparently, a lot of people wanted me to watch pro wrestling. Sorry, I did not.
Why didn't you watch it?
Because I was asking people what I should watch, and a lot of people said pro wrestling. A lot of people,
and what pro wrestling?
Last night was WWF, but it's on Netflix now. You aware of that?
They're not watching that one.
I didn't watch, but I hope it went great for those that did. But tonight, we're back, baby. We got hoops tonight. I think we got pucks tonight. We got both tonight. Tonight we get
hoops for sure.
Thunder Timberwolves starts tonight. Yeah. You know that the Pacers get 8 days off before they play tomorrow night?
That's crazy.
Now, the Knicks got plenty of time off too, but not 8 days.
8 days, you might be a little rusty.
Thunder T-Wolves tonight. White Brian, I believe the puck starts tonight. I think it's Canes Panthers tonight.
They start tonight too.
Can we briefly talk about traffic? Just briefly.
Well, briefly, and I can just say this.
You're
here.
a Main Avenue guy. It was closed.
Construction should not happen in the morning during rush hour. If you got something to do it like at night sometime or whatever, but don't do it at the rush hour during the morning or in the evening. It makes no sense. This is crazy.
Dude, I have been, like, over the course of my life, a lot of times I have to work late nights and then I'm driving. Like during the draft, I remember I'd be driving back from Ashburn late at night because Thursday and Friday night of the draft go late.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd get to Tyson's and they're doing the construction. And it sucks, but I'm not mad because that's what we say. We're like, yo, do this at night. Yeah. And they're doing it at night.
Yeah.
I remember driving back from a Philly Monday nighter. So it was late. And I think I was at I want to say in Maryland, maybe at the bottom of Delaware, and it was down to one lane on 95. And I was cursing because it sucked. I'm tired and want to get home.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you're supposed to do it. I'm not mad at you. For them to make what is already just a ridiculous bottleneck right there by the tidal basin where you can go down 395, you can go up to 695, you can cut down to Main Avenue. Mm-hmm. For that to be one lane with the amount of tour buses that cruise around down there because they all go park at Haynes Point. Like, what are we doing, dude? And that starts at 9:30?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a little crazy, bro.
And Tuesday, Wednesdays are now the worst days for traffic. And, dude, I've heard Mayor Bowser talk about, like, we need workers back in the offices for the health of the city. Like, I understand, like, the dry cleaners and the little delis, like, they need people there to buy stuff. Like, I understand how the economy works. But, damn. You realize when people were working from home, wasn't the worst, man. It was a lot easier to drive around.
It was not.
Landfill is so damn good at recognizing when we're trying to get a photo of him. But I caught him right there.
You got him?
Look at him.
Yeah.
Just snoozing.
Got him.
That is, all right, we are, if you want to know if we are officially in summer season, we are. Because yesterday, White Brian was asleep in the first segment. Today, Landini's asleep in the first segment. Who would have had Jeff as the last dude in the aquarium for me to catch sleeping this week? I mean, Jeff was a lock, minus 175, dude. Yesterday I went to a pretty cool event that the Commanders did at the Digital Pioneers Academy. You been over there? Charter school that, I mean, it's right down the street. It's like, if you go M Street East, right where there's like the big overpass, and you can kind of, if you're going down to the casino or something, if you're going down to National Harbor, you get on the bridge right there, and then there's like that. You can also hop on the highway to get to BW Parkway right there. You kind of go back around RFK.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like, there's a lot of action right there. Digital Pioneers Academy is like a block from that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Commanders, I want to say back in 2023, linked up with that school. It's a charter school, and they gave them a pretty significant donation that allowed them to start a football team. And they had some real tragedy at the school. One of the players, I believe I had this right, was unfortunately, I mean, just tragically shot and killed. Commanders have maintained a relationship with them, and they built them a weight room. I was in the weight room. It was a really cool day where they brought the whole rookie class in to hang out with the football team.
Uh-huh.
And I've been at enough of these things where usually, like, the players just kind of stand in the corner, do a photo op, and then get on the bus and leave. And this was not that yesterday.
Yeah.
The players sat at the tables with the kids, and I wish I'm going to try to find her last name.
Lately, there's been a lot of that though, but they don't just walk in and walk out.
Right.
It's like last year when we did that event where we were doing the
flowers and
when
stuff.
I was working my tail off last year.
Yeah. I was filming it.
Yeah. That was a trip, boy. Woo.
So Marjorie Harris was there, Josh Harris's wife.
Mm-hmm.
She's the Commanders Foundation chairperson now. Mark Klaus was there, the team president. All the rookies were there. And it was just like real. I wish I could think of a better word, but I think this is like the most accurate description. Like, the NFL players and the high school players were just hanging out. And I want to say her name specifically. Monica Livingston kind of led this program. Have you met Monica? I feel like you've probably met her. She played for the
She
DC.
played for the DC Divas. Yeah,
She
yeah.
played for the Divas.
I remember Monica.
And
Yeah.
now she's like a motivational speaker, leadership coach. She kind of ran this program, B, that was so damn cool and good. And like, you know, when the players sit down and then the high school guys are there, it's like a little like what are we doing? And she just pushes right through that to everybody's just laughing, joking, talking.
Mm-hmm.
And she's challenging both the rookies and the high school kids to just be the best version of themselves. And then they did this planking contest where all the high school kids, and then maybe not all, but a lot of the high school kids, and then I want to say all of the rookies, maybe not all, but most, get into a plank. And they were going for a while. And towards the end, there was one high school kid left, and Jalen Lane, and shoot, I want to get it right. I want to say Vigors, I believe, is the dude, is the
high school kid?
No, he's an undrafted guy. Okay. I think he's an undrafted free agent. I want to get his first name if I can. But they go down the wire in this contest, and the high school kid wins it. And his name was Zakai, and he was just so confident and fun. And I talked to him afterwards. I was like, man, was it cool to, take down some NFL players? He's like, yeah, I thought I would. And I talked to their strength coach there. Awesome guy. His name's Antonio Brown.
Wow.
And he introduced himself to me. He's like, I'm Antonio Brown. I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, I usually get that reaction. And it was just such a cool, fun vibe. And those kids went 10-0. They won the charter league. I think they lost in the playoffs. So I want to say St. Albans, they told me. But they're really building something. I talked to their running back. Kid's name is King Williams, I believe.
I like that.
Dude, he averaged 10 yards a carry last year.
Damn.
9.9. He told me he went for like almost 1,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. It was fun, man. And
sometimes you just need opportunity and you need some hope. And I think when they get to hang out there with the pro players, it gives them some level of hope.
Yeah, man. And I got to talk to Marjorie for a few minutes, and we're going to play that audio a little later. But it's not lost on me that Digital Pioneers Academy, I want to say, is like 12th and F, maybe. I don't know. Something like that. And I mean, from a physical location, I bet. So 709 12th Street. So I don't know. What's the seventh letter of the alphabet? Somebody can figure that out. I want to say it was like 12th and F, 12th and G. Southeast. They're in Southeast. Marjorie Harris is in Southeast, right? Like, and you're what? A mile, 2 miles to RFK? You know what I mean? Like, you're not. I think the commitment would exist without the momentum towards getting RFK built. But at the same time, there's a real commitment.
Yeah.
And I just think that matters.
But that commitment had started already, though. And yes,
they
won it ultimately, but they already were in this thing. As soon as they stepped in, they started doing stuff.
And their point was, we want our players and we want our rookies to know where they are in the city and to know what this is all about. And not just the city, they're Virginia, Maryland, like the whole DMV. It's a complicated area where we're divided up by jurisdictions, even though geographically it's all pretty close. But it was just a cool, fun event, and that's what this time of year should be. And I don't know. I enjoyed it, man. And it was cool to see these kids smiling and laughing. And Chick-fil-A was served to everybody. That was a big hit. The Pythons, the Digital Pioneer Academy Pythons, they have some dope gear.
The Pythons.
Yo, the logo's cool. I'm officially a DPA fan. And their hashtag is #DPA we coming. So there you go. I believe that's it. I hope I got that right. There's plenty for us to discuss. Frankie Louvu yesterday was on Good Morning Football, B, and the tush push ban is up for discussion today again.
Okay.
And Green Bay has altered their proposal, I think very, very wisely, to make it a lot less specific to what Philly does and just about pushing a ball carrier, which is what I've said, which was the rule.
It used to be a rule before.
Right. So I want to discuss it. I want to hear what Luvu says. Luvu has kind of found himself in the center of the storm in some ways because of the NFC title game, and he was just trying to figure out a way to stop it.
If you keep a line, somebody's going to try to figure it out.
And then the refs
and then the ref
to,
with that asinine statement. Come on, dog.
Right.
Yes, there is a rule, but that rule is not for that play. The rule is like if you're running down the field and somebody went off the sideline and tackle you. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not for that play that was happening with Luvu.
So we do have a packed show today. We're going to talk to our friend Barstool Nate at 11. We haven't talked to Nate since the Caps lost, and I believe he was in the building for that game.
That's probably the reason they lost.
Well, it's also
I'm just messing with it.
Well, Brian, it's also the 1-year anniversary of when he hurt his foot. So pour out a little liquor.
He better not walk today.
Ike Reese is going to join us at noon. I don't know if you saw this. Nick Sirianni just got a contract extension, and between Sirianni's deal and then the tush push conversation, that is, even though they're changing the language to make it less Philly specific, it's Philly driven for sure.
Yeah,
and Philly. I can't imagine the folks in the city of brotherly love are too thrilled about that.
City of brotherly shove.
And then exactly, AJ Perez is going to join us. I guess AJ is a producer on this Brett Favre documentary that's about to drop on Netflix. That I have a hunch is not the most flattering for Brett. So plenty to discuss. The one thing I wanted to point out, though, because I know you were out of town, I don't know if it's the same in your neighborhood, but just driving around, you see a lot more for sale signs up on people's yards. And if you're considering buying or selling a house, there's only one dude we recommend, and it's a friend of ours, and his name is John Leahy.
Yep, reach out to John just like Marilyn did. Marilyn needed to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating for a new job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear, as John Leahy and the Fine Living Group contacted a past client who was looking for an investment property. Even better, the buyer paid cash for $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's be real, sometimes the reason you got to move, even if it's something good, you got a promotion and you got to sell your house. Whatever it is, you want to downsize, you want to be closer to family. Moving is stressful. It's one of the most stressful things you can go through.
Yes, it is.
But working with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, they've got the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly, getting the most cash and the least amount of stress possible. You need professionals that know what they're doing. That's John and the Fine Living Group. Call them today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Baseball, the Nats are back home this week, hoping to keep things rolling. The sweep in Baltimore, they've won 4 of 5 with the Braves coming to town tonight. First pitch against Atlanta, 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. Keep an eye on the NFL meetings this week in Minneapolis today and tomorrow. Here JP and B. Mitch talk about the expected vote on basically banning the tush push, prohibiting players from pushing or pulling ball carriers back to the way the rule used to be before 2005. Change in playoff seeding is going to be discussed as well, and Adam Schefter reporting today. NFL players will likely be allowed to play in flag football during the 28 Summer Olympics in L.A. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Get it right, get it tight. All right, folks. NFL owners meetings. God, it's nice to not have to care about this stuff anymore. Or care about it just from a football perspective and not like chasing people around to try to get a photo like I've had to do for 5 years. Tush push is the biggest piece of legislation. It's obviously pretty divisive. Now, the Packers' original proposal was super specific to what Philly did. They've changed it now. The updated language is offensive players cannot assist the runner except by individually blocking opponents for him. You can't push a dude from behind.
Yeah.
All right.
But they line up like that.
Right. This would dramatically alter the way the Eagles run the play. The way Jalen Hurts is built and his strength and the strength of that offensive line, the Eagles might still be successul, but it's not going to look the same. He's not going to get shoved from behind.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts gets a lot of credit for strength. His legs are not driving him through there. He's getting lifted over and slid across the line. So that's not just about some strength.
Now, the Bills were part of this too. Just briefly, I'm reading now from an ESPN article. The tush push, a play popularized by the Super Bowl winning Eagles in which a team lines up one or more players behind the quarterback to push him forward against the defense, appeared in only 0.28, so about 0.3% of plays last year. But the Eagles and Bills ran the play more often than any other teams. The two teams, the Bills and the Eagles, combined to run 163 tush pushes in the past 3 seasons, more than the rest of the NFL combined. Not only did the Eagles and Bills run the play the most often, they were also the most successful. They scored a touchdown or achieved a first down on 87% of their tush push attempts. The rest of the league was successful on 70%.
But other people weren't even doing a tush push. They were just doing a quarterback sneak.
Sure. Having Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen run that certainly helps. But it's just, to me, it's just not a football play, and you should not have ball carriers be pushed by players from behind them. It's just, it's not,
and in some cases lifted,
right,
and wheelbarrowed across the top of the pile.
Now, Frankie Louvu was on Good Morning Football yesterday. Remember, Frankie Louvu famously in the NFC title game tried to come up with a different way to stop the play by going over the top. I love the idea. The execution was not flawless. Frankie Louvu talking about the tush push.
You are, in a way, linked to this play because of that moment. You also have a powerful voice. This week, in a matter of a couple of days, the league is going to vote on the tush push, whether to keep it or to ban it. As a guy who has been out there in a playoff game trying to defend it, is it unfair, and should the league ban it?
Man, my personal opinion?
Yeah.
I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, well, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I'm with that. I mean, listen, man. If you allow it to be like that, what people are going to do, they will eventually time it up to where there's an initial surge, and you always see Jalen Hurts basically standing still or stop. Then here come the guys behind him, and they kind of lift push. What if the guy decides the initial surge I'm not worried about? Because the offensive linemen, they all dive to the ground. They're not going to be able to hit somebody. And he comes and he hit him right in his chest on that second surge. What you going to say then? The NFL likes to say runner was stopped. Okay, his forward progress was stopped.
Right.
His forward progress is always stopped when it's just him. It doesn't move forward until the guys come and hit him at that point or move him at that point. Well, what if I just wait for you and hit you right in your chest? Then what you going to say? Illegal play? Because it's legal to hit him in his chest. So I just think that
he's clearly a runner.
You cannot overly protect the quarterback, but then in this one situation, you allow that to happen.
Yeah, I think Luvu's. I kind of like calling it a cheapo play. Like the way it's currently run is just. I suppose it's not outside the rules. That's why they need to reinstitute the rule they had for 100 years.
It's the NFL's fault.
Yeah.
It is the NFL's fault that it's happening like this. And since it's your fault, you have to correct it. And they always look for parity. And if you want to do parity, you say that you cannot push. It's been years you cannot push aid a running back, or aid a runner. Why is it okay now?
They allowed it. And it's kind of like in baseball, how they've had to change all the rules to speed the game up, and it's for the betterment of the game. Mm-hmm. And there's some purists or whatever. I don't really know that they're outside of Eagles fans and maybe Bills fans. Like, are there staunch supporters for the tush push? Like,
yes. Is it Eagle fans?
Right, but like outside of those, if you jump on tables or you wear green on Sundays, like outside of those two groups,
I don't think what the Bills do is a tush push.
Not the way Philly.
Josh takes the ball and he dives to one side or the other. That's what the ordinary play is. Josh doesn't have people coming from behind him, pushing and lifting him.
I think you and I are in lockstep on this. The rule used to exist. Just reinstitute the rule. I'll look at the aquarium. You got like this one seems kind of easy. Boys, is anybody in there going to defend the tush push?
Only one guy with a 215 in his area code.
He does have a 215, but he's a Giant fan.
He's weirdo.
He is definitely weirdo. White Brian?
I don't think it should be banned.
Ban it. Why, Brian?
I don't know. It's a play. There's nothing illegal about the play. It's just too good.
Pushing the guy from the back is illegal.
It was for a long time.
And it needs to go back to being illegal.
Yeah, I guess if they make that illegal again, then sure, it should be banned. But I don't know.
If you watch the play, most football plays happen. This play, you make the initial surge, get everybody down and worried about the big pile, and then two guys come from behind. They normally put the running back and the tight end back there. They come from behind him and lift him up. So I don't think you need to be over 600-700 pounds. If you got to be that big to try to get there, that's how it ends up being a 600-700 pound football player pushing over the top.
It's always a false start on that play, and it's never called.
They line up offside.
Yeah, I'm gonna
completely.
say some of them be offside.
The neutral zone doesn't exist on that play.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nah, take it out. I know
it's too
some
many
people be like,
questions.
yeah, I was about to say, I know some that was exactly my point right there, B. I know people say it's competition, but if every time this one play is lined up, it's always, well, were they offsides? Did they do this? Da, da, da. And then the how do you expect they got to do something about the hard count on that play too? Like any team that hard counts 4 or 5 times, nah, bruh. You can't penalize someone for that because the offense automatically has the advantage in that play.
The hard count makes it feel real cheapo. We got people calling. I want to take calls on this. Landy, can you possibly support this thing?
No. I think like what you were saying with regards to baseball, the important thing is that the games are meant to be entertaining, and this play just really isn't entertaining. And the point of the sport is entertaining. If it's not entertaining people, change the rules to make it more entertaining. It's that simple. The last thing in the world that I want is the refs standing around debating whether or not a guy lined up offside or if somebody went early. That sequence of plays that we saw in the championship game was just insanely frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't really blame Frankie for it because, what the hell else are they going to do to try to stop it? Just get rid of the play, man. It's awful.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, man. It is it's just an awful play. And it's just so annoying to watch. But I think it's rooted in, like, when a judge makes a decision, right? They have to, like, root it in law. Regardless of what you see, it has to be a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it has to be a law. And to me, the rule existed, and they just scrapped it for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Just reinstitute the rule, and that'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Speaking of take care of things, if you need maintenance or a new garage door, there's only one place to call, and that's my friends over at Door Pro America. They installed a new LiftMaster garage door with the MyQ app at my house, and it's changed my life. It is seriously so much better. Matter of fact, I need to check and make sure that I closed my garage door this morning. I'm going to do that right now. They came to my house. They gave me like this whole Photoshop sheet full of options. Got rid of my my garage door's open right now. If you're looking at the stream, oops, I'm going to close it. It's that easy. I'm literally closing my garage door as we speak on the MyQ app. And I forgot it this morning because I had to grab a cooler for a bunch of meat I got. You too. Look, if you're looking on the stream, I'm closing my garage door right now. I don't know that there is a better endorsement than that. It's literally working. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options of all the garage door options, and they gave us a great recommendation. Bang, my garage door is closed. It's that simple, folks. Call them, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. Tush Push could get banned today. Seems like, if I had to guess, there's real momentum around the league. I think that Green Bay wouldn't change their proposal unless they thought it would get passed with the new language. Everybody but White Brian wants it gone. White Brian on an island likes it, I guess. Talk about a weirdo. Let's see what the folks on the phone say. Vic is in Bethesda. Vic, what do you think about the Tush Push?
I think it should be abolished. I think there's a rule in the NFL that when a player is not gaining forward progress, the refs blow the whistle. And I think that the same rule should apply to the Tush and Push, that if a guy is needing the aid of his teammates to push him forward, they should blow the whistle in that same sense.
All right. I think you're on it.
Yep.
Thank you, Vic.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I've noticed the whole time, where I see things happening and he stops. And then the other guys come and they hit him from behind and hit him through it. They get him moving again. You know, that's illegal in football. And if the referee is going to keep allowing it, then eventually somebody going to come and hit him and he's going to get hurt. Then the people be complaining about, well, why did they hit him late? His forward progress will stop. Well, don't allow somebody to help him.
Oh, the dude dropped and wanted it to stay. Where'd that guy go? Harold, where'd you go? I was coming to you next. Let's go to Ernie in Fort Washington. Ernie, what do you think about the Tush Push?
I think it should be abolished. I have 3 quick points I want to make, and I'll be right off. Number one, on the defensive side of the ball, if you're trying to kick a field goal or extra point, they don't allow you to use leverage to break through the wall to jump over and block the field goal or to block the kick. So is that not leverage on the offensive side of the ball when you're forcing this guy over? Number two, if you make it a safety issue and you send not only one but 2 Frankie Louvoos over top and you blast that quarterback, eventually they're going to abolish it anyway because they protect.
Yep, you got a point there.
If you watch rugby, have you ever seen the play where they're throwing the ball in bounds and they elevate a guy up in the air or a girl up in the air to catch the ball?
Yeah.
What's to stop that from being next when you go for a Hail Mary? You know, you gotta allow the guy to either move or get stopped on his own power, or otherwise you've opened Pandora's box for that play now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ernie. Well, I mean, there's a rule in place on extra points about not allowing guys to push in front of them.
And
right?
yeah, and it
like
used
the
to be like that.
Isn't allowed to do it.
So this is what I have a problem with. Look, I played offense my whole life, but everything seems to try to give offense an advantage. Defense, they took that rule. You can't push. You used to be able to push, and they took it away. Offense, you used to not be able to help. Then they let them start doing it. What sense that make? If you can't do it on the other side, you can't do it on the offensive side. Point blank.
Andre's in Alexandria has a question. What up, Dre?
Hey, how you doing, guys? B. Mitch and JP.
What's happening, brother?
The question is this. What if everybody in the whole league start doing what Philly is doing? Will they ban it then, or will they let us keep doing it or even making it worse?
But I think a lot of people, just like they try to say about, oh, Jalen Hurts, his legs are so strong. They ain't that damn strong. He getting lift over the line. So they just decide to do something, and they have a reason that they're saying it. Other people don't put their quarterback in that position.
That's true, B. That's true, and you're right. I'm not doubting you. You're right. What if we do the exact same thing? Will it be a problem?
But that's what I'm saying. Other people will not put their guys in that position. So I don't think
why they don't want to do it.
I think the ultimate thing is they always say it. You can't aid a running back. And he's a running back at that moment. He's running. And they're allowed to aid him. And I think that's where the rule is messed up at.
I'm with you, man.
Well, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Trey. Let's get one more in here. Our guy Jonesy on the line. Jonesy, what do you think about the Tush Push, dude?
Hey, I think it should be banned. Welcome back, B. Mitch.
All right, bro.
And what's up, JP?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, man, you see it on the All 22. If you run that thing on different games on the All 22, you see it. It's just like B. Mitch said. that sometimes that tush push is stopped. But when you see that extra lift inside of the slow motion, you'll be like, damn, that's cheating. The play is actually stopped. The whistle sometimes is blown if you really check it out for what it's worth, but still, it's still happening. Dude's being picked up, and boom, he gets that extra inch, that extra yard, with that extra whatever it is he needs. And then it's a first down. That's why it's so hard. Frankie Louvu was on to something. And I saw it say his thing on NFL Network. He was for real.
Thanks, buddy. Good call. Last one. We got an Eagles fan on the line. Dave, you are an Eagles fan. What do you think should happen to the tush push?
Well, first thing, let me say I love you guys. I listen to you every day. I should be listening to the Eagles stations, but I listen to you guys.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it.
And I love you, Brian. You should be in the Hall of Fame. So don't cut me off. What I'm going to say, it's not a bad word or anything. Listen, you guys sit here and fussing about the tush push and fussing about the penalty that we're going to call on Louvu. Let me ask you something. The last year, the Redskins or Commanders, they won a football game because I forgot who they were playing at, jumped over center, and they called a 15-yard penalty. The guy kicked a field goal for Washington. They won the ball game. So why are you fussing about Louvu? I mean, saying Louvu shouldn't be penalized. Oh, they shouldn't penalize him for that. Why? He's jumping over the center. You're not allowed to do that.
Nobody say he couldn't jump over the center.
You're allowed to jump.
You can't say we're going to get a man a touchdown because he jumped over the center. That's all we saying.
You're
allowed to jump. You just have to time it correctly, and he didn't because they were hard counting.
You mean he can line up over center and jump clean over top of him?
Yeah, there's famous plays.
If you don't touch the center and use him to jump off his back or something, you could jump right over him.
I thought that was a penalty. Didn't win in a penalty this year when that team.
It's a penalty if you use another person's body to elevate yourself,
or if you don't time it correct. If you end up jumping offside.
I agree, guys. I agree with you 100%. You shouldn't be pulling them or pushing them. I agree with that part of it. But as far as letting them line up tight, but the defense is offside a lot of times on that play too. But
the neutral zone doesn't exist. It's a complete violation of the rule in all capacities, as far as I'm concerned.
Well. That's just the way I feel. I'm so sorry the way I feel, but
don't be sorry, man.
It's all right. It's cool.
Appreciate the call, Dave. Thanks for listening,
Dave.
man.
Appreciate it, bro.
All right, guys.
All right.
Okay, guys.
See you, man.
Bye.
When we return, our guy Barstool Nate joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. We get back to baseball in D.C. tonight. The Nationals coming home to start a homestand this evening against the Atlanta Braves, who they dropped 3 of 4 to down in Atlanta last week. But things have changed a bit in the past week or so. Nats coming off that sweep in Baltimore. They've won 4 of their last 5 now, as Dylan Cruz thinks the team may be starting to hit its stride.
Yeah, we got a lot of young guys out here that are trying to, make a name for themselves, and we're gonna it starts with a lot of energy and high attitude and high character.
A lot of hoops and hockey tonight as well. NBA playoffs resume. Top seed Oklahoma City hosting Minnesota. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. 8:30 p.m. start for that one. Hockey, Florida, Carolina tonight. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Panthers in the conference final for a 3rd straight season. Guys are talking about all the NFL news at the spring meetings this week, today and tomorrow. We expect to vote on banning the tush push, more specifically to prohibit pushing or pulling of ball carriers back to the way the rule used to be in 2005. And Adam Schefter reporting today, NFL players likely to be allowed to participate in flag football when it joins the Olympics as a sport. 2028 Summer Games in L.A. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
This is wild. We got ESPN on in the studio here, and Gilbert Arenas on ESPN talking hoops. Gil's really good at it. I'm glad he's.
If you got a podcast that's working, they will get you on there.
Good for Gilbert.
I
like
want that
Gilbert.
following.
I'm pro Gilbert. We're a pro Gilbert radio program. We're also a pro Nate Dogg radio program. Joining us now from New York City, our friend Mr. Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan. Little Nate X. What up, dude?
Guys, I'm going to say it. Today stinks. I'm not a fan of May 20th right now.
Why?
There's nothing to talk about. We got Caps done. Nats are just the Nats. We can talk push if you want for another 2 hours. I'm just ready for football season to start. It's going to be a long summer.
I want to let you talk about the Caps for just a moment. I know you were at the game when they called off the goal. Really sucked. And then Carolina gets one late, kind of a weird angle thing. I asked Sverluga this yesterday. The way Washington attacked this offseason, trying to get their offensive line much better, obviously you want to invest in your offensive line kind of regardless of what the situation is. Every team should. You need a good offensive line. But I also think Adam Peters, Dan Quinn recognize that within their own division, the Eagles have a great defensive line. And if the path to Super Bowls will probably involve Philly, and so they wanted to specifically try to address that. The way the NHL playoffs are built, you're going to play a division opponent, and Carolina just seems like a real problem for the Washington Capitals.
They got to figure it out.
Yeah, so the Hurricanes played great, and we don't need to go. It's so frustrating, right? Because all season long, I came on your show and just praised the Caps and how well they were built and how good the team was, and all of that is true. And then we just run into this team, the Carolina Hurricanes, who just played as close to perfectly as I think a hockey team can play against us. It was just, they were always in position. They just smothered you, didn't let you into the zone. They take a lot of shots, not a lot of good shots, but they take advantage of their opportunities. They're very well coached. They can score in the power play. They can kill penalties. They just do everything great. And the Caps, I think suffered a little bit of fatigue from the entire goal chase thing during the regular season, and honestly just didn't have the speed to keep up with the Hurricanes when it was needed. Ovi in Game 5 was non-existent. I don't even think he could skate. It looked bad. And when your best player can't even skate, it's going to be really hard to win a playoff series. So I think two things can be true. I think this was the most fun regular season I've ever had watching the Capitals. Maybe that's a little recency bias because I know like those 2010 team, President's Trophy, etc. But this team with the goal chase and how tight knit they are, and just watching the team all season, most fun I've ever had watching them. And then just it's okay to be disappointed and frustrated with how it ended so abruptly and so quickly by the Hurricanes, and really makes you look up and down the Caps roster. What do we need now to get better to beat the Hurricanes and the Panthers and teams like that next year and moving forward?
Well, and when you say that, so you look at them when they played against a lot of different teams. Those teams were just point blank. You can see it. I don't care if you know hockey or not. They were faster. You know what's going to have to happen for them to be able to equal that speed while maintaining their grit to face these teams that just seem to be better than them.
Yeah, you get younger, get a better center on the third and fourth lines, have the opportunity for all lines to score, not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs when scoring and depth matters more. Because like you can beat up on bad teams in the regular season and make the playoffs, especially in hockey when seemingly every team makes the playoffs. Like if you just put us against bad teams like the Penguins, Flyers, Islanders, whatever, like we're going to make the playoffs every year. It's when you play good, hard-nosed, aggressive teams like the Hurricanes in the postseason when you need that speed and you need that extra depth. And I do think the Caps have the depth. Just a couple guys on the blue line could have stepped up that didn't, and now they're getting in fights outside of Spider Kelly's. And the third and fourth lines kind of disappeared in the playoffs when we needed it the most. So I think this offseason, with some money coming off the books, Caps are looking to make a big splash, especially at the center position, and just really just get younger and faster up front.
I briefly want, since you just brought that up, I did want to ask B something. So our guy Alexiev, who got his teeth knocked out a couple weeks ago, I don't know what happened. Only the people that were there at approximately 3:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't it feel like a bunch of drunk dudes at a bar and like somebody tried to S-talk Alexia? Like,
right.
I'm sure that happened. That's exactly what happened.
I mean, you lived that, right?
Yeah.
It's just
you have to understand.
You're kind of a target.
The other folks have nothing to lose, and they want you to do something to them so they can try to get a quick capitalization off of you. It happens, but still, like I always say, the only people that are left to really, really promote team are the players. You know what I'm saying? Players have to always be on point.
Yeah, I side with Alexiev to that point where who amongst us has not been super drunk at 3 a.m? If you're a 6'4" crazy Russian with all your missing teeth, you're going to get in a fight. I mean, it's just kind of thing that might just happen when you're young, drunk, Russian, etc. I'm not angry at him. I'm more angry about how poorly he played in the playoffs than him getting in fights outside of bars.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm with that.
All right, so we're now closing the door on this version of the Caps. I don't. It's going to be really interesting to see kind of what they do next. And as we look at like the summer, dude, like we're now in it. I wanted to ask you this specifically, Nate, because I feel like you're the perfect person. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Prior to Jaden, probably the biggest stars in Washington, I would say, were like, I mean, Ovi's his own person, right?
Yeah.
But hockey's not the biggest sport. But like Wall, Gill, RG3, and Bryce Harper
in itself, right there.
Bryce Harper for a while, and dude, Bryce I think was with Under Armour. All of Gill, Robert, and Wall were all like Adidas guys. This is perhaps stupid, but it matters to me. Nike, I'm not taking shots at any other apparel manufacturer, right? Like there's a lot of good gear out there. But Nike's always the best. And the best dudes are always with Nike. Like being a Nike guy is a big deal. And people need to understand that there are pretty much all pro athletes have some level of endorsement deal where they get free gear or whatever. But like being one of their guys on billboards and stuff, that is different. And I don't know if you saw it. I shared it on my Instagram story, but Jaden is now a Nike guy, like a Nike football guy. And there's just a part of me that feels like that is another example of the difference with this dude and all of his predecessors.
Well, but I think like when you look at Ovi, that you're not Nike,
hockey's different.
Hockey's not really Nike not there. But the other guys, you got to realize when the other team is offering you, the other group is offering you far more money. That's what you're going with.
Sure, and a buddy of mine that has been in that space that signed players has explained that like Adidas has to pay 40% more than Nike or Under Armour or Reebok or whoever. But something tells me Nike had to pay the going rate for Jaden because he had those options. Nate Dogg, have you seen the videos? Just kind of what do you think?
I think it kind of goes hand in hand with the Commanders being on national television for like 10 out of 17 games. This is our new reality. It's crazy. And I'm not worried about Jaden because we know how mature he is and he can handle the spotlight and all that. But it's a lot really quickly for a second-year quarterback. He took us to the NFC Championship game in year one, and now it's going to be so annoying when, we lose 2 games in a row and we have to listen to ESPN for a week straight talk about, is Jaden a one-year wonder, and all these narratives that they're going to come up with. Oh, he signed a Nike deal, but he threw an interception. I wish we lived in a world where Jaden could just be Jaden and play football, and we didn't have to worry about all these expectations people are going to put on him. But I do think he's special. I do think he's different. I don't think he's going to crack under the pressure. I just hate that it's going to be really hard for him in year 2 to live up to year 1 expectations. And I think this is a guy that will bring us one or multiple Super Bowls in the next 10 years. So I need everybody to remember this conversation right now. If, we start off 5-4 or whatever, it's a long, long road. And this Commanders team overall, still, we don't have a great roster. And we have to remember that. They're still rebuilding. We're still plagued by Ron Rivera not knowing how to draft. It's going to take time, but everything is trending in the right direction.
But you know what, Nate? I think if you're going to get to that level, you got to deal with it. And that's what the great players have always dealt with, that pressure, that expectation, the public scrutiny. And I think Jaden is built like that, and he should be fine. You can't ever run away from, because if you're going to run away from that point, then don't play the game at all.
No, he's going to be fine. We just have to remember as fans, as diehard fans of his, that ESPN and stuff like that are going to be so annoying because they're going to say, oh, he was filming Nike commercials instead of studying the playbook. They're going to make up all this nonsense.
Well, we know that's a bunch of BS.
Yeah, it's going to be so miserable when that happens. And I'm going to remember May 20th as the day I
Can I give you a hint? I'll give you some information, something to help you out. A little
What's
bit
that?
of, don't watch ESPN then.
Yeah, sure.
Watch something else. If you know they're going to say something stupid, don't listen
That's why I listen to 106.7 The Fan from morning to night, and I don't listen or watch anything else.
Well, dude, what's interesting is I had this conversation. It was before Caps game 5, I think. And it was I jumped on with Grant and Danny because they were doing their show live from Cap 1. And they were having this interesting debate about if you're a Commanders fan and you could just lock in a 10-win season now, or you could just wait and see how it plays out because maybe they win 13, whatever it is. And that leads to if you think last year was sustainable or if it's kind of all over the place. And I think offensively, what we saw was largely sustainable. And I think it for a few reasons. I think turnovers are kind of the great unknown in football. And when you have a lot of them, it's really hard to win. But Jaden, historically, going back to LSU, is not a dude that throws a lot of picks, period. And so I don't expect that to significantly change. And I think the fact that they kept their coaching staff intact, it is really hard and rare to keep a staff intact off a team that does well.
And basically every damn body.
It's crazy.
Yes.
And I think they were so good in late half and late game situations, clock management, think about how many drives where they were able to get a field goal or a touchdown late in the second quarter, just before halftime, how good they were at that. And they brought somebody in specific for those situations, Dave Gardy, to help Dan Quinn. Like, I'm not expecting to have to deal with the yelling shows on ESPN talking about Jaden's sophomore slump, because I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't believe in the idea that all quarterbacks must go through a sophomore slump. I do think that variance in sports, especially the NFL, is so high. Like, you see these graphs and charts all the time. If this team, instead of losing by 1 point, won by 1 point, how different their record would be. And I think that's what sets Jaden apart, is he finds ways to win the games, especially, with just how good he is on fourth downs and just how in touch he is with the rest of the offense and the offensive coordinators and everything like that. Everybody on the same page gets it done way better than any other team last year. But, let's say we don't get all those fourth downs. Let's say we get half of those or whatever. There's just so much that can go wrong in the NFL that I'm just preparing myself mentally right now for when people start calling last year a fluke, when we who watch every game and every play know that it wasn't.
Fair. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. A couple things that are expected to happen today in Minnesota at NFL owners meetings. One is the possible banning of the tush push. Where do you land on that?
I go back and forth. I usually fall on being anti-tush push because mostly the Eagles are lined up incorrectly on that play, and I don't think it's really much of a football play. I think it's kind of against what football is about, just having 500-pound men push your quarterback. I don't think is a football play. So if I had a gun to my head, I had to choose, I would choose ban it.
Yeah, I think you just reinstitute the other rule. The other one, and I want to get into this in a minute or two here, is reseeding for the playoffs. And I don't know where I land on this. To me, this isn't simple like the tush push is.
Yeah.
If they reseeded last year, I think the Commanders actually would have moved up a bit. Where are you? Because I know hockey did it for a little while. I don't know. What do you think about seeding changes?
Yeah, I go back and forth on that too. I think I'm with you that I don't know if I have a strong opinion either way, and I could hear arguments for both. I think as it is right now, it works, and I think reseeding also has its merits. I thought I'll say this. I thought you were going to ask me about the players playing flag football at the Olympics, which I think is as unnecessary as it gets. And if Jaden is on the team, I might have to pay someone to kidnap him so he can't go play in the Olympics.
Why?
The last thing I don't want any of my superstar players wasting their time playing flag football at the Olympics. It just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Doug, I just think about the Barcelona Dream Team in '92 and how that changed the world and how basketball is a global sport.
Football's already changed the world. We're all set with changing the world with football. When Jaden's in the prime of his career, I don't need him playing flag football and tearing an ACL or whatever. We know one great player is going to get hurt, and that's going to be the end of flag football in the Olympics. I don't need it.
Okay. I
didn't know that you were such a pessimist.
I don't agree with you. I also just think I think that is gonna get fast tracked and it's just gonna happen. So I'm not gonna waste my time.
Stick with what did they do? Breakdance. Let's bring back breakdancing. No need for flag football.
We don't want to see breakdancing because what that chick did was not breakdancing.
She didn't.
She broke the dance. That's what she did. She didn't break dance. She broke
her name.
The
one of the greatest in the world, B. Mitch. One of the greatest.
No, she was not. Whatever that little inchworm thing she was doing, that was not even a damn dance.
Where are you on the reseeding the playoffs? Because you clearly hate the Olympics.
I don't think I have that strong of an opinion on reseeding because kind of like what you said, the NHL used to do it. Now they don't do it. It's like you play who you play. I don't know. Like if NFL decided to do it, I would say that makes sense. If they choose to keep it as is, I would say fine. It's worked the way it's worked. I don't have that strong of an opinion on it. I wish I really had a better take, but my take is I don't really have.
I don't think it's necessary because it changes every year for the people. If you win your division, you cool. If you have a good record and you don't win your division, you just want to be you want to get a home game over the person that won their division. And then the next year, if you were to win the division and you have a worse record than somebody, you'll be pissed off. Leave it how it is.
Yeah, I just don't need it flip flopping. Pick reseed or don't reseed. I don't need it going back and forth.
Who would have thought Nate hates the Olympics? I wasn't ready for that when I woke up this morning.
I love JP. I love the Olympics. I don't need to see NFL players playing flag football in the Olympics. I think that's so very unnecessary.
My guess is by the time we actually get to the finish line on flag football at the Olympics, you're talking about like 2 NFL players. Have you ever watched real flag football? Like I'm not suggesting that a dude like Steph Diggs couldn't go do it or something, but it's a very different sport when it's played at these high levels.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is mountain out of molehill done to generate interest in flag football at the Olympics. And by the time we actually land at LA in 2028, you're talking 3 dudes in the NFL, and none of them are Pro Bowl level players.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope you're right.
Weird. Nate hates the Olympics. All right, dude. Hey, how 1 year later, how's the foot?
2 years later.
2 years later. Oops.
Still hurts every day,
Yeah.
but
JP in numbers, boy, I tell you.
Congrats to Bill Belichick and Jordan for their engagement.
It's Jordan.
Jordan. My apologies.
Now, like most of this Bill Belichick Jordan debacle, do we know if that's true? Is that a real thing that they're engaged?
It's everywhere right now. The Patriots writer for The Athletic is reporting it. New York Times is reporting it. So I don't know.
You know what I think about it? Who gives a damn?
Why are we?
Everybody get engaged every day. Who cares?
I tend to agree. I'm the only person I want to revisit their commentary regarding Bill Belichick. I remember Cliff Kingsbury was speaking in Ashburn after the news came out that Belichick was taking the Carolina job. And Cliff I don't know if the media were the first people to tell him or if he had heard and then we asked him about it. He just kind of laughed. He's like, I'll believe that when I see it. I need to see Bill on the sideline week 1 for the Tar Heels before I think that's going to happen. And I'm starting to think Cliff's right.
Yeah, but Bill's not going to leave. He's not going to walk away from money.
I don't know, man.
If North Carolina decides to say, you know what, we tired of this dog and pony show, then that'll be a different thing.
I'm with you. I don't think he's coaching at UNC. I think everything is way too weird with him right now. I don't see it happening.
It is bizarre. All right. Thanks, Nate Talk.
I appreciate you guys.
Hi, bro.
That's our friend Barstool Nate. Never arrested outside of Spider Kelly's in Arlington that I know of. Here's what I do know. If you're in Virginia, don't be in Clarendon at 3 a.m. Instead, go to bed, wake up the next morning, and go buy a car from the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years in the DMV. They've got great locations all across Northern Virginia with the best-selling brands you're looking for, like Toyota. They've got locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Brian and I are both repeat Oarsman Automotive of Virginia customers. They've been great to us. They've been great to our family. They've got great deals, great financing, and B, that Oarsman Lifetime Edge makes a big difference.
It makes a big difference because with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, you get up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. You get a loaner car with every major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news there. If you want to sell a car, take it to Oarsman. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. People are trying to lower that below 100%. They give you up to 125%, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They'd like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. So the NFL spring meetings are taking place over the next couple of days in Minneapolis. We expect a vote at some point that could ban the tush push play by the Philadelphia Eagles. They would prohibit the pushing or pulling of ball carriers back to the way the rule used to be until 2005. Reports this week are that owners were split down the middle. The last NFL owners meetings back in the winter, and when they voted on it, were supposed to vote on it 16 apiece. They would need 24 votes to ban the tush push. Also, a change to playoff seeding will be discussed, and Adam Schefter says NFL players are expected to be allowed to participate in flag football at the 28 Summer Olympics. We're back to baseball tonight in D.C. The Nationals are home. They've won 4 of 5, 3 in a row after the sweep in Baltimore, hosting Atlanta. Game 1 tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Let me tell you this, okay? I was looking at some stuff in the break, and it kind of threw me because we hear different things around this station. And I know JP has his computer all the way up, but he's nowhere to be found. We'll discuss this shortly. Draft, just go with the nature, bro. Don't try to do the new stuff.
I think we got to get Drab on the show.
Stick with nature, brother.
Congratulations to Drab on his pending hair transplant. I did want to circle back to...
Don't you have to have it transplanted?
I got a lot of questions. I'm curious.
I'm just saying.
The playoff seeding changes, B.
No.
That's all easy no for you?
Yes.
So, basically, it's kind of confusing to me. The Lions' proposal basically just doesn't guarantee division winners a home game in the first round of the playoffs. So whoever gets in, like last year, the Vikings won 14 regular season games.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they lost to the Lions week 18.
Mm-hmm.
So then they were the wild card, and they went on the road and lost to the Rams.
But didn't the Commanders go and beat the Lions in their building?
Yeah.
So I don't care about a team that goes on the road and just get their ass kicked. My thing is, if you are the better team, then be that better team that day. I want people to understand just being at home don't automatically mean you're going to win.
So if the divisions don't matter, then stop playing 6 division games. Yeah, don't double up the divisional opponent.
Yeah, so they matter.
If they matter, then winning it has to matter.
Win your division. They say if you win your division, you get a home game, right?
But it's saying, like, this rule change, you still have winners getting in with the division. Like, say you go 7-10, but win a bad NFC South. You would still get in, but you would not get a home game anymore. So that team.
But I don't buy that. If you're in your, like you said, well, stop saying divisional games, because if I am 7-10 and the other team is 11-6, no matter if it's in my building or their building, I should be able to beat them. If there's just a legitimate record that's telling you something, you should be able to beat them. But if you go to somebody and play them and they have a worse record and you get all mad just because you weren't at home, that's a letdown by players and coaches.
This also, which I find interesting, would change the divisional round setup, where currently it kind of gets bracketed out, right? But the 1 seed would play the lowest remaining seed. So say the 7 beat the 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the 7 would then play the 1. It just seems I'm very much a if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The NFL playoffs are so far from broken. I don't know why you need to fix it. And the Lions proposal says the language in it specifically gives their reasoning for what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it says to make late season games more exciting. The specific language, the effect, seeds non-division champions teams higher than division champion teams in the playoffs if they have a better regular season record. Reason, competitive equity, provides excitement and competition in late season games, rewards the best performing teams from the regular season. I don't disagree that this would be more of a reward for the best performing teams from the regular season. Does late season NFL games lack excitement and competition?
No, they don't. But none of this stuff, it really is discussing the NFL. Maybe the NBA, but the NFL has great games down the stretch. They just being able to, flex games makes it even better. But you're trying to solve something for a few teams that lost on the road. Why don't they take accountability that they just played bad, got their ass kicked? That's the problem. Like, what if they reseed and that team that got into the playoffs with the record that won the division, they're sitting at 9-8, and they still go to your home and beat you? What you gonna say next time?
Looking at last year's playoffs, the only surprises, the Vikings with the much better record than the Rams lost in LA. But dude, the Vikings had been taking on oil the last month of the season.
The Vikings were not very good throughout the whole year.
The clock struck midnight on Sam Darnold, and all of a sudden he was hesitant to make good throws anymore. Just staying in the pocket, getting beat up. The Commanders upset the Lions, but that was exactly the Lions losing at home last year to Washington. That's who they would have faced based on their updated proposal. Washington was the 6th seed. That was the lowest seed advancing. If you look at the AFC, it was straight chalk.
Yep.
And I would have to look real quick. I don't know. Did the Chargers have a better regular season record than the Texans? I mean, that's the only possible thing I could imagine from last year. I don't think that's the case. I mean, I'll pull it up real quick. Just the regular season standings. The Texans went 10-7, and the Chargers went 11-6.
You know what I do?
So there were 2 of those situations where the Vikings and the Chargers both lost, even though they had the better regular season record.
I just hope to God the NFL gets back to what they used to be. The NFL didn't believe in going around trying to follow other people's ideas. They always led the way. Get back to doing that. Because your product works already. Believe me, if you get too damn greedy, it's going to bite you in the ass.
When we come back, yesterday I got to talk to the chair of the Commanders Charitable Foundation, Marjorie Harris, part of the Harris Ownership Group. You'll hear that conversation next. Why you go? B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan.
I don't wanna.
At the beginning of the program, I talked about a cool event yesterday. The Commanders rookies with the Digital Pioneers Academy Pythons football team, undefeated regular season last year. And the headliner was Marjorie Harris. She's the chair of the Commanders Charitable Foundation. Obviously a part of the ownership group, married to Josh Harris. This family has a lot of different interests, and I'm always impressed by it's one thing to give your time, but to be locked in while you're giving your time.
Yeah.
Not everybody does that. Here's my conversation with Marjorie from yesterday. Marjorie, I really appreciate you making some time for us. There's so much cool things going on at this event between the rookie class and the Digital Pioneers Academy, but I got to ask you kind of a personal question. You guys have a lot of night games coming this year. How does that impact the sleep schedule? How excited are you for all these night games coming your way?
Me personally, I'm a night owl. So for me, I'm thrilled. I love a night game, know.
And what does it say for the team that there's so many national television games?
I think it says that people want to see the Commanders play. Everybody wants to see the Commanders play.
It's going to be fun. And let's talk specifically about this event. Getting the rookie class here into, downtown Washington, Southeast DC. What does that say about kind of the commitment you guys are trying to make to this community?
I think it speaks volumes about what we want to do. It was really important for us to bring the rookies in and to have them experience their city. This is going to be their city, and connecting to kids that may have similar backgrounds, dissimilar backgrounds, different part of the country. But in the end, we're all human beings, and we all need to know that people care about us and that someone's pulling for us. And that's what I told the rookies. I said that when you go to see these kids, it means that we care about them because we're showing up. And if we can make a difference in one person's life, then today was all worth it. And we're going to keep coming out and we're going to keep doing it.
Specifically with this school, there's been tragedy surrounding this football team particularly, and they've been able to overcome. They had an undefeated regular season last year. With Digital Pioneers Academy, why does the Commanders organization and foundation want to be involved with them?
I mean, they're one of so many that need help, and I think it just resonated with us. They had tragedy, and we wanted to be there, and so they needed a football team. And we wanted to help them get a football team. And you see the power of sports. Look at what this football team was able to do for them. And I think humans are very resilient. They just need a reason to get up and go and have a spirit. And when you can do it with a team, and then you can have positive outcomes and you can start to win and you can hold yourself up tall and feel good and give back, that's where it all starts to come together.
It's really neat. And speaking of where it all comes together, I mean, literally and figuratively down the road, RFK Stadium. Will you drive by on your way out of town, or does it connect a little bit more knowing what you guys are trying to get done and knowing where we are and where the school is?
For sure. I mean, we did a study about the landscape of DC from a foundational perspective, and there is such disparity in this city. And to be able to have a stadium in the backyard of Ward 7 and then be able to have real impact. And this will mean billions of dollars will come in to these areas. There are going to be jobs. There's going to be small businesses. There are going to be big businesses. And we're going to be there right with them, making sure that we direct and help make it the best for everyone who lives in the Ward 7, for everyone that comes to visit the Ward 7 and the stadium and everything that will go on around.
Just on a personal level, I mean, your daughter's here with you. How exciting of a time is this for your family? You just won an FA Cup.
Yeah, we're hoping that's the beginning of more. It's incredible. I pinch myself, but I never take it for granted. And you win one place and you got to move forward and look towards other places, and now it's about the Commanders. And it's been an incredible run. I mean, to have the stadium, the NFL draft, the season that we had, this rookie class, from what I can see, if based on just the way they behave, it's going to be a winning team. I mean, they're great. And I so appreciate them coming here and sitting here and being a part of this because, they're working hard all day and they're worried about where they're going to be and what's going on and working hard and they're tired and they're nervous. And so to come here is really admirable. So
Christmas against the Cowboys.
yeah. Say that again. Oh, Christmas against the Cowboys. Yeah. Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Just a fun conversation with Marjorie, who was really just locked in the process, I thought. And I enjoyed that. They've been an impressive group, man.
They have. I mean, listen, that little thing about care, it goes a long way. And if you are a person that truly cares, it's very easy to do it and react with it. If you're not that person, people will see through it. And I believe everybody on that ownership group and everything they've tried to do has been because that's what they are. That's what they feel. I've seen a lot of fakes in my time. They are far from that.
Totally. It's I don't know. I can't pretend to understand, like, I don't want to say like their life because they're just in a different kind of space than I am. But legitimate billionaires, people with access to anything in the world kind of thing. Damn, they are just down to earth. Like when you talk to them, it's just like regular conversation.
You know what it is, Jay? Those who work for their cheddar, they always have that level of decency and humancy. That's a word in them. Those who just handed some stuff or they get it crookedly, they seem to be asses. Point blank.
Well, and dude, I think they've got 5 kids. And the kids are around all the time. Like
all the time.
It's a legitimate family. Like there's obviously great wealth, but like nobody's being raised by a nanny or something. You know what I mean? Like the kids are older now, and I think most are at least in college or out or whatever. But I don't know. It was an impressive afternoon yesterday. I appreciated Marjorie making time for us. And go Pythons. When we come back, we're going to Philadelphia. Talk to the one and only Ike Reese.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We're back to baseball in D.C. The Nats are back in town, coming off the weekend sweep in Baltimore and hoping to keep things rolling now. Nats winning 3 straight, obviously, with the sweep of the Birds, 4 of their last 5. The Braves in town tonight. Dylan Cruz and the Nats maybe starting to figure things out.
Yeah, we got a lot of young guys out here that are trying to, make a name for themselves, and we're gonna have, it starts with a lot of energy and high attitude and high character.
Scored 10 runs in each of those weekend wins at Camden Yards. We'll see if they'll keep it going tonight. Braves in town, 6:45 first pitch for the series opener tonight on the Fan. NFL spring meetings this week in Minneapolis. We've been talking about a possible vote on banning the tush push. Reports are the winter meetings a couple of months ago, there was a split, 16 owners for, 16 against. They would need 24 to pass any rule change. They also will discuss possible changes to playoff seedings as well. B. Mitch and JP discussing that would be based on only records. So wildcard teams could get home field over division champs if they have a better record. Also, Adam Schefter reporting today NFL players will likely be allowed to participate in flag football for the 28 Summer Olympics in L.A. NBA tonight, top seed Oklahoma City hosting Minnesota, game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Hockey, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Florida at Carolina. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fam. It's high noon in the District of Columbia, and right now, caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Lee Bryce. What you know about that tour, 2025. Thursday, October 23rd at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's right. Get your Lee Bryce tickets right now. I am fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Ike Reese. Of course, you can listen to him on WIP in Philadelphia every afternoon from 2 to 6. Ike, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us. Ike, you there, dude?
Yeah. Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear
you,
How
man.
are you? All right. JP, big bro, what's up, man? Hey, listen. I haven't updated my iPhone. I'm just saying it could have been a little bit of a glitch in the matrix.
That iPhone 1 you still have?
Listen. The pay is good, but it's not as great as it is down there for you and JP. I'm just saying.
I doubt that.
I need to update my version.
Nah. I don't know who you think you lying to.
You can listen to Ike every afternoon on WIP in Philadelphia. Of course, a Pro Bowler in his career playing with the Eagles, dealing with B. Mitch. It must have been wild. I asked our producers to see if you were available today because I think there's 2 really specific things I wanted to ask you about. And
okay.
I want to start with, which is a crazy timeline. Nick Sirianni gets a contract extension. The dude has been to 2 Super Bowls and won in the last 3 years. Hell yeah, he gets a contract extension. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But this time last year, people were calling for his head.
Yep.
Yeah, that's life in Philadelphia. Yeah, that's how it rolls, man. It's not easy coaching here. It's not easy being the star player here in this town, especially if expectations aren't met. But I also know how great it is when expectations are met. And that isn't just necessarily in championships, right? We've been fortunate over the last decade to win a couple, but this town isn't littered with championships. So a large part of their sort of undying love and support and respect for the key figures in this town is how you go about your business. Now, for a player, that's how much effort do you put in? How much do you care? Like, these types of things matter to the Philadelphia fan. And for a head coach in this town, winning ultimately matters, but there's also a connection there that has to be made between coach and the city. And usually comes from the coach sort of understanding where the city's passion comes from and where their desire to want to win comes from. And sometimes that is misplaced in criticism, harsh criticism, calling for your job. But the coaches that have been able to navigate that and sort of turn that around, those are the coaches that have been successful here. And I'll tell you, B. Mitch, he played here for a short time. I've been here since 1998. So we're talking 27 years now that I've been here. There hasn't been a coach that's come here that's had any sustainable time here that hasn't gone through that roller coaster with this fan base. And Nick has gone through it. And I think he's come out on the other side for the better. And I think fans are starting to at least be able to appreciate his approach, his method, his ideology. More importantly, how he gets the best out of his players. And that's ultimately what matters to us as fans, is does he get the best out of his players? And he's proven that in his time here as a head coach.
I think it's the small group of fans who act like idiots the most time, they give the rest of the fan base a bad rap. And that's what I picked up because, hell, I was disliked for 10 years. Went there 3 years, and you would think I played there my whole career. Because when you they hold you accountable. And I think Nick, he when he made that mistake and he came back to try to change it up a little bit last week going after the fans, he knew at that point, because if you go after one, the rest of them are going to stick with the fans.
Yep.
And I think by winning on top of that and apologizing, changed the people's mindset for it.
Yeah, I think holding yourself accountable, and he said that at the time, his sort of intentions may have been in the right place. And I think ultimately when that shook out, check this out, ultimately when that shook out, it really was him going back to a fan that he had an earlier conversation with. And really, he went back in validation and saying, I told you we would run the ball and we would get the win. How do you like it now? Like it was really more one of those things versus being combative with the fan. But the optics are really what matters, and we know how that goes. But to your point, he acknowledged that's probably not the best way to go about conducting yourself as a coach, as a head coach in this league. It's not probably smart to be viewed as you're going back and forth with your fans, because that's what gets played Monday on ESPN all day long, and it's just not a good look regardless of what your intentions were. So sometimes, and this is why I love him. He wears his emotions on his sleeves, and sometimes his emotions can get the best of him. But I watched this guy from the time he's gotten here, and he has grown as a coach who had never been a play caller, who had never been a head coach at any other time in his career in this city, under the circumstances in which he took over as a head coach for a Super Bowl winning coach and a franchise quarterback in Carson Wentz, who no longer wanted to be here. And so he didn't know where his organization was headed at that time. He's grown from that year in 2021 to where he's at now. And we've gotten a chance to watch him grow. So I think some of those things he has in his DNA, his dad was a coach. I think his brother's a coach. His brother played ball. So he sort of comes from that family tree of sort of how to understand and knowing how to work his way through it. And the biggest thing that I've come to learn and appreciate with him, I think, B. Mitch, you would too, his players love playing for him. Like his players have always come out in the worst times and defended him. And 2023, when things weren't going well down the stretch, some of the key figures, the Jason Kelce's, the Fletcher Cox, the Brandon Grahams, these guys, the AJ Browns, they stood out there for him and supported him as a head coach. And man, who would have thought that a year later that he would have been hosting a Super Bowl trophy? I certainly did not expect that. And I mean, last year more than any other year, he proved what his value is as a head coach here, because he had to navigate some early stuff in that year. Last year wasn't just a cakewalk to the Super Bowl title.
Yeah,
they had some things they had to get through early in the year. We spoke early in the year about that last year.
We did,
and I didn't know how it was going to turn out. And boy,
You know,
man.
I think what happens with him, he's done some stuff, and I know if I could use myself as an example. If I'm on a team against you, you don't like me. If I'm on a team with you, you love me. And I think
he's
done some stuff. He's done some stuff that makes people not like him, even some people in that city. But what you just said caught my attention. He wears his feelings on his sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Philadelphia does. So I can understand why they get mad at him.
Hey, JP and Brian, listen. It's like you got to look at yourself in the mirror. That's what it is. We see that reflection of ourselves. We're like, hold on. So instead of embracing that, sometimes we don't like the sort of raw emotion that comes back from the players and the coaches. And we got he's not the only one. We got a couple guys on the team the same way, man. Like it's navigating the sort of raw emotion and sort of the unfiltered responses at times with this team. I honestly, as a fan base, I think this has really tested us as a fan base, and we've come to appreciate these guys because, quite frankly, it's one thing to talk. It's another thing to actually back it up, and they backed it up and actually won a Super Bowl here. So when we get the outspoken player or the player that will come back at us as the media or a fan base, we're less critical of those guys because it's like, well, if nothing else, they win. So they've earned the right. They've earned the right to come back at us at times when we're critical of them, even if we don't like it.
Absolutely. We're talking with Ike Reese. You can hear him afternoons on WIP in Philadelphia every afternoon, 2 to 6. Of course, played 7 years for the Eagles, 2 years for the Falcons. Ike, the other thing
was that call intentionally or not?
No, that wasn't intentionally. I don't even know. I talked to D Hall yesterday about you, man.
Placed, I can appreciate that call. It was well placed, so thank you. I appreciate it.
He knows what he's doing, man. If you want to give Ike a follow, you can. It's Ike58 Reese, Reese. Of course, Ike joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. All right, Ike, I think getting Sirianni's deal done was always going to happen and was clearly the correct move. The other big news, I think, that is directly impacted for the Eagles is the tush push. And it sure looks to me, I'm not in Minnesota this week, but I've been to enough of these meetings. The way Green Bay has revised the language in this proposed rule change sure looks like they did what needed to be done to get this thing finished. What do you think of the league trying to come at the tush push?
Oh man, I am. We've had this conversation up here in Philadelphia. Ongoing from the first set of voting, and then when we realized that, hold on, they're going to table it and bring it back up a month or two later. So since that point on, we've been sort of bracing ourselves for the news that will come down either today or tomorrow that this will probably be banned. So we've sort of been trying to talk our way through it. There's different stages of trying to get through this. Some of it is anger, resentment, bitterness that we feel like, everybody is trying to attack the Eagles and weaken what we do well because of whatever reason, because we just won the Super Bowl. And so they feel like it's an unfair advantage. All these sorts of things. You got to sort of work your way through that. Me personally, and I said this long before we ever won a Super Bowl. I said this years ago when we were discussing this. It may have been the first year I may have really talked about it was the year they went to the Super Bowl in 2022 when it didn't win it against Kansas City. But that may be in the year that it was first really talked about from our standpoint. As a defensive player, I've never been in favor of the play. I'm just being honest with you. I've never been in favor of the play as a defensive player. I think it's an unfair advantage for defensive players. I've been on record of saying that. It's not very popular here with our people here in Philadelphia because
it's not.
It's not very popular. It's not the popular opinion, but it's my honest opinion. So that's just how I feel about it. But I also understand from an Eagles fan perspective, which I am also, that it's a play that was being run within the rules of the game. It's not an illegal play. We did it better than most teams. Some teams have tried to do it. Buffalo has been a team that has been successful with doing it. I've seen Baltimore do it a different way by using Mark Andrews at times as the quarterback and pushing him. So I've seen other teams do it. They're just not as good as the Eagles are. And so I get it from our fans' perspective that we feel like you're taking something away from us that's an advantage for us, that's well within the rules. This is the NFL. This is the NFL. And if you kick up enough dust about something, they'll change the rules on the fly, whether it makes sense to us as fans and people who follow the game, or even us as players. They'll change rules, whether it makes sense to us. So for whatever reason, there's something behind the scenes brewing that people may not be in favor of this play, and it looks like they're going to get rid of it. Here's my thing as an Eagles fan, and here's why I don't get as emotionally charged about this, because I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it to be successful. So it's a great play to have, and we use it to our advantage, and we take advantage of it. I get that, but taking it away, in my opinion, is not going to change who we are as a football team. Mm-hmm. We draft big offensive linemen. We got big interior linemen. Our quarterback is very strong from the bottom up, right? So like those things aren't going to change. And as far as I'm concerned, we'll still be able to get a yard if we need to get a yard. Like, that's the way I look at it. So I'm not as emotionally outraged by it as some of our fans may be, just because, quite frankly, I don't think we needed to be successful. I think we took advantage of it because it was there. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sitting here feeling like this is what the success of the Eagles hinge on, is the tush push. Guess what? Y'all still going to have to line up against this midnight green and beat us. Like, that's what's still going to have to happen with or without the tush push. That's why I'm at. See, that's why I'm at as a Super Bowl champion right now. That's what I feel like.
I liken it
right now.
I liken it to the people that are asking to reseed the playoffs. If you are the better team, then the rule could change. You still should be the better team. You know, whether you're in somebody's stadium or in your stadium, if you're the better team, win. Don't be the best record, lose, and then complain about, oh, we should have had a home game. No, you played that way, you would have lost any damn way.
Well, listen, Washington proved that by going to Detroit and winning.
Said that earlier.
Like, yeah. So I agree with you on that, B. Like, in football, it's the one sport that's not a series, so it's not the best of 7. You got to be the best on that day, and if you don't bring your best that day, then you're going home.
Yep.
You're going home, whether you're already at home or you're on the road. Your season is going to be over with. Your season is going to be over with. So I get that as well, B. I think the NFL sometimes could be its own worst enemy by trying to make everybody happy, right? It's like when they hear something being complained about or what have you, then they and if it's enough people complaining, they're going to say, okay, you know what? Let's go in here and change the rule. They've even changed rules one year and then changed it back the next year. They've done that before with the NFL.
They're already looking to change the onside kick rule again. Which I still think
it's an advantage for some people. When we had David Akers, David hit that thing into the ground. It goes up 25 yards. You think you can fair catch it, but you can't.
But the rule change they're considering now, so you're only allowed to call for an on because you have to declare you're doing it, right? You're only allowed to do it in the fourth quarter. Now they're preparing, or at least discussing allowing that you could go for an onside kick at any point in the game as long as you're trailing. The giant problem, my biggest quarrel with the change to the kickoff rules is the surprise onside kick is one of the most exciting plays. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, I mean, everybody remembers the Saints in the Super Bowl, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you look. Hey, JP, you talking to two guys right here. We got some memorable plays with that surprise onside kick.
Right.
Yeah. We know how much of an advantage that was for us when actually it was a surprise. It's not even a surprise anymore. You got to tell everybody you're running an onside kick now, so it's not even a surprise. But yeah, John Harbaugh was he was a mastermind at that, man, and we seemingly knew when to run that at the right time, except for the 1 year in 2003 when against Parcells, he was ready. We tried that the opening game. He took it back for a touchdown. Somebody on the Cowboys, somebody on the Cowboys took that back for a touchdown in 2003 against us. It worked out for us.
Hey, Ike, last thing for me. What do you think about the proposed rule change to have NFL players in the Olympics doing flag football?
Love it. Love it. Now, listen, I don't know who's all going to participate in this thing, but I love it. I'm a big fan of flag football. My kids played flag football growing up. It's. I understand people who may be concerned about certain risk or what have you that could come, pulled hamstrings, stuff like that. You know, these guys are training in the off season anyway. I know it's not as intense as it would be in the Olympics if you're trying to get a medal, but man, if to see football on that stage, the Olympics, flag football, and depending on which quarterbacks would be willing to come out and participate, and next thing you know, if you get a quarterback out there, then his receiver is going to want to be out there. So I think it's something good. And once people get past the fear factor of it, I think it's a great sport. I love to see it on the Olympic stage, especially when you're talking about Summer Olympics. We need other things to sort of intrigue us to watch the Summer Olympics. Once you get past the gymnastics and track and field, I mean, what are we watching the Summer Olympics for? Michael Phelps isn't in there.
You're not into the breakdancing?
Not yet. Oh my goodness. We ought to replace that immediately. That might be the worst. Well, that's the worst thing.
I said she didn't break dance. She broke the dance.
Man, I don't know if they could have did anything worse to the culture than adding break dance into the Olympics, man. That was bad. That was bad. But yeah. Flag football, I'm all in, man. I'm all in for it.
Ike, thank you so much for making time, man. Always appreciate talking with you.
I appreciate you guys, man. Take care, big bro.
Take care, man. All right, bro.
Yeah.
That is Ike Reese. Give him a follow at Ike58 Reese, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. And if you ever want to check in on Eagles Nation, throw on afternoons with Ike on WIP. WIP is a wild place, man. That is a wild place. Now, if for some reason you're moving to Philadelphia, there's only one company you should call: Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 1067 The Fan. They've moved a bunch of the folks here at the station. I think JP Flames had to move them a couple different times. It's not just homes, though. They can also move your office. Say you got to go across town. You know what I bet a lot of offices are going to move to be in about 6 years? Ward 7, to be closer to the new RFK Stadium. Whatever it is you're looking for, the folks at Metropolitan Moving and Storage can take care of you. Say you want to list your house, but you don't have a place for all your stuff to go. They can store it so you can stay at your house, make more money. Whatever it is you're looking for, they can pack your boxes for you. They build custom crates for any sort of artwork or sculptures or anything like that. And this is a huge one. They never share truck space. So your stuff's never going to end up in Yuma, Arizona instead of Rockville, Maryland. There's no shared truck space. I've known these dudes since high school. I've known Justin and John. They've done a great job building the DMV's leader in moving and storage. Check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com, dcmetropolitanmoving.com, or you can hit up my boy Justin, 301-279-0090. He loves steak. Who doesn't? Call Metropolitan Moving and Storage.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. NFL spring meetings taking place today and tomorrow in Minneapolis. At some point, we expect a vote on banning the tush push, more specifically prohibiting pushing or pulling of ball carriers back to the old rule, the way it used to be until 2005. Earlier today, Adam Schefter reporting that the league is expected to allow NFL players to participate in flag football at the 28 Summer Olympics in L.A. Baseball Nats are back home. First of a series against the Braves tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Hockey, Florida, Carolina. Game 1 in the Eastern Conference Final tonight. And NBA playoffs, Oklahoma City, Minnesota tip off the Western Conference Finals tonight. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten Basketball Camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Landfill, the year is 2001. The Eagles are 11-5, first place in the NFC East. What do you think it's like? Player off day is Tuesday. Maybe guys go out Monday night. What do you think it's like when B. Mitch and Ike Reese walk into the club in 2001 in Philadelphia?
We actually threw the party.
Yeah, I believe that.
So we didn't have to worry about getting in.
I don't.
Just so many drinks.
What were you drinking then? Gin? Wasn't there a gin phase?
Nah, not at that time. That was Bone Crushers.
Oh, let me get a Bone Crusher.
And Grey Goose.
Oh, Grey Goose.
Yeah.
Grey Goose was real big when it like burst on the scene right there.
That's when we were drinking that Ray Roos.
Think about the coaches on this staff. Jim Johnson passed away, but had an opportunity to be a head coach 100 times. Obviously, Andy Reid. Brad Childress was a head coach. Juan Castillo has been a coordinator on both sides of the ball. David Culley, who means a lot to you personally. Yep. Leslie Frazier's been a head coach. John Harbaugh has been a head coach, is a head coach. Sean McDermott is a head coach. Ron Rivera was on that staff.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Pat Shurmur is Deion's.
Pat was on there.
Isn't Shurmur Deion's OC
he's
in
OC
Colorado?
now, yes.
Spagnuolo's been a head coach and is widely considered one of, if not the best D coordinator in the NFL out in Kansas City. I mean,
he was like a assistant, a quality control dude back then.
He was DB's coach. It's listed here. But yeah, I mean, you wonder why teams like that are really good when you put a staff together like that. All right. Left hand up confession here. I somehow lost today's show sheet and only have yesterday's. So I'm going to audible.
Look.
I did.
How you lost a sheet? You haven't gone anywhere.
I don't know, B. I got Monday. I did want to briefly address something, though. Apparently, Jeff went to CVS and was unable to purchase chips and salsa at Landfill's request. He said there were too many boxes and he couldn't get around them.
I thought he said he was big and strong. Bro.
Just if I may, are those the facts, Jeff? Landfill asked you to go get him some chips and salsa at CVS, and you were unable to because there were too many boxes.
Bro, they were stocking their shelves, and everything was in one aisle. And it ain't like it was 5 boxes or 2 boxes. It was literally boxes up to the height of me, packaged and wrapped and everything. They're literally busting these boxes down and open. Dude is scanning with the CVS employees to make sure the inventory is right. Dude, I wasn't about to go like step over juice boxes and all this just to get some chips and some dip, bro. And I asked him, could he move it over so I can get through the, like, you couldn't even step between the boxes and the chips to pick anything. I just knew the chips was right there.
Landfill, if you had to guess one person of the 5 of us that would go to CVS and be incapable of getting the chips and salsa, who would be your pick for that?
You, JP.
Jeff would be my one, but You would also be high on that list.
Like, what? J-Dogs forever.
Like if B-Mitch goes to CVS to get chips and salsa, he's getting the chips and salsa.
You imagine B-Mitch encountering the box barricade that stunted Jeff's chip acquisition?
Yeah, he would run through it and yell, "I'm Brian Mitchell." I can see it right now.
If B-Mitch went to CVS and they were out of chips and salsa, he'd wait while the cashier went to another store and got some.
Listen, bleep, bleep. You better walk to Harris Teeter and get me some damn chips and salsa.
Hey, I'm not that mean. I'm nice.
Well, Landfill, I'm sorry about the chips and salsa thing. If it was me, I would have gotten it.
I mean, it's a tragedy.
Here's what I think. I think had I gotten to
y'all are terrible, man.
If I had gotten to CVS, I would have gotten the chips and salsa. But there's a very good chance that something would have happened to me between here and CVS that I get distracted or just do something else.
You would have forgot why you went there.
Totally. Completely.
Yeah, JP would have came back with like some plastic forks or something, talking about something. Hey, I got some more forks for the station.
We always need
I
forks.
guarantee he would not have known why he went to CVS.
I'd have to call. B, you played in the NFL. This is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Ryan is a guard for the Packers.
All right.
Dude, he missed more than $2 million bonus.
Oh, I saw that.
By 2 snaps.
See, that's straight BS right there. They could have still say, man, we really appreciate it. We're gonna give you that bonus anyway. 2 snaps. The man, and they probably took him out of the game so he wouldn't get the 2 snaps.
Here's the craziest part. It was 2 snaps over 3 seasons. If he had played 2 more snaps
over 3 seasons,
yeah.
See, that's just, and that's what I want any fan listening to understand this. When you talk trash about a player holding out and stuff like that, that's the damn reason they hold out. That's the reason they always want to get their money. Because 2 snaps over 3 seasons, you decide you're not going to pay this man. They bench you at moments to make sure you don't get money. So that's why players go for what they got to do. They go for the juggler.
His agent went through and calculated the snap counts from Pro Football Reference. Now, Pro Football Reference is not owned by the NFL, but it is widely considered. Media, players, scouts, coaches.
So they say he deserves it.
His agent said, we had him at 35% of snaps exactly. However, the NFL and NFLPA both had him just under. So per the Packers, they're not giving him the escalator. We are pretty disappointed about it for sure.
Yeah, that's that BS.
You want to know why players hold out? A source with knowledge of NFL contracts said some contracts contain specific language about not rounding up when it comes to statistical marks for incentives or escalators.
That's that BS.
The NFL's numbers had this young man, so he had to get to 35% of snaps. He got to 34.952% of snaps, according to them. Now, his agent's got him at 35.
So 0.048.
I mean, did you ever have an incentive like that, like a trigger that you just missed?
I didn't have a trigger with the percentage like that, but I had somewhere I had to have a certain amount of yardage by the end of the season, and I get paid $750,000. And after 2 games, they decided don't let him run the ball again with 10 balls left, with 10 games left. And I knew if they gave me the ball, I would get to that 500-yard deal. One game I had 2 carries for 105. They made sure I wasn't getting there. They basically said, you are a return man. You are not running the ball anymore.
That's such.
So,
you know what's one of the things I think players probably love Tom Brady so much is he knew
what his other
who
players
needed
needed.
what and when.
Yeah.
B-Mitch kind of does have something similar, though.
What?
You have 4,999 punt return yards.
But it wasn't going to give me no extra money for that.
Yeah, but 5,000 would be a lot easier to rattle off. You put $5K on the side of that beer can instead of 4,999.
Hey, man. Things happen.
Was there one punt you think you remember that you could have gotten 1 more yard on?
I could probably tell you about 15 of them that I actually had it.
What do you remember more, the plays you made or the plays you could have made?
The one that I could have and the ones that I made that were called back because somebody did something stupid. Like there was one guy behind me, 15 yards. He jumped on the guy's back.
What team? Here?
I was here.
What player?
Not gonna say his name.
Do you remember?
I'm gonna just say PA. I'll leave it at that. You got to figure that out.
Do you remember the touchdowns more or the fumbles? Because both are part of the game.
Touchdowns. You remember touchdowns? You remember no fumbles?
Good.
Especially when your teammate recovered it.
Sure. I don't mean the ones you lose. What is that feeling like? If a ball goes on the ground and you are just your heart's in your throat, but then one of your guys
The
jumps
one
on
I remember the most was we were playing against, I think it was Houston, when we were like 7 or 8-0, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Both teams were 7-0 at RFK.
My knee hit the ground, and then the guy came and knocked the ball out. And I'm like, I was down. And like, oh, we don't know. And they were able to go in and challenge it, and I was down. Because I was like, oh, I don't want to be the reason that we lose. We lose the game. And so I remember that one distinctly.
I remember that Chip Lowmiller hit a field goal in overtime to win that game.
Chip called me this weekend.
What's he up to? Was he in Minnesota?
He was in Annapolis playing in Rip's tournament.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so both teams were 8-0 going into that game. Y'all had just beaten the Giants on Sunday Night Football when Gary Clark caught that play action from Mark Rippon. And that game went to OT. And I don't know that I have this. I want to say Al Del Greco missed the kick, and then Chip made one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's somebody named
Whoever the kicker
Ian
was,
Outfield.
whoever the kicker missed it. But Chip made a lot of kicks, man.
He's a baller.
Yes, indeed. He was the biggest kicker, tallest kicker I've seen.
I don't know this, and if I had to guess, back then, all sports betting, I think, was illegal unless you're in Vegas. The total in that game was 43. These were two high-flying, undefeated teams. That game went way under, 16-13 final.
Yeah.
I bet Vegas and the bookies made an absolute killing in that game.
Probably so.
The whole world was probably on the over.
That's probably where they built the new the Aria and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's when they built the pyramid at MGM Grand. Going to be very interesting. At 1:30, our friend AJ Perez is going to join the program. He, I believe, executive producer or one of the producers on a new Brett Favre documentary set to drop on Netflix that I think is going to bring out a lot of conversation. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Sometimes things happen working at a radio station. You never know what the hell's going to happen, including our friend Chris Russell showed up. He said, boys, I got a bunch of candy for you. Bag full of candy. Thank you, Roos.
You're welcome.
B-Mitch immediately said, yo, how old is this candy?
You guys like to think that I bring you just discarded stuff, 6-day-old
Well, that's what it's been in the
leftovers.
past, Roos.
Okay, I mean, you got where's the track record of
from
appreciation
Valentine's
of
Day.
love?
And JB says if Valentine's Day candy, he said no, it's not.
And it's
straight Valentine's
because I
Day
didn't
candy.
even
I just pulled
look at
this
it.
out of the bag, and it's a puppy on a heart-shaped box of chocolates.
I didn't
And
even.
Rooster, what does that say?
It says Happy Valentine's Day. What it doesn't say is Happy Valentine's Day 2021. Just teasing.
Dude, I'm good with it. I love these. Jeff, I love chocolate balls. And Rooster just gave me a bag of them. And I'm fired up to eat these joints.
You gotta relax.
Yo, if you're watching on the stream.
And then he asked B. Mitch if he liked white chocolate balls.
And B said, yes, give me one. That happened. Facts.
Y'all are insane, man.
You know that y'all don't say anything. I just let them
JP,
speak.
you are insane.
Lindor chocolate balls. I love these things.
I was just trying to share the love a little bit. Just trying to bring some treats in for my guys. I haven't been here since Thursday.
Yeah, where the
I
hell
haven't
you
seen my
been?
guy B. Mitch in a week.
I haven't been in either.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen you in a week, but it's nice to see him. No, I was in Cleveland and Canton for the weekend. So.
Okay, got to see the fam?
Yeah. I got to take Natalie to a daughter to a concert at the House of Blues in Cleveland on Friday night for two guys that she really likes and whatever. So for her 21st birthday,
awesome.
Dad got to buy her a $20 drink, a frozen margarita for $20 at the House of Blues.
Can you do me a favor?
Cleveland. Yeah.
Please tell me you didn't complain about the price of the drink to your daughter.
I did not. I'm going to complain.
He did.
I think
I bet you did.
I did not. I did
Not
did
at
tell
that
her. I
moment.
did tell her at some point this weekend. You go out to eat too much. You're spending too much of the money that you don't make. But I did not complain that night. I just willingly did it. Took care of it. Bought her a little dinner as well, and it was good.
Okay.
And me a Diet Coke.
Great.
Because I had to drive.
How much do you think a frozen drink at a concert should cost, Roos?
Not $20.
I'm not even trying to be a jerk. That sounds kind of cheap.
Really?
Bro, a beer at FedEx at Northwest Stadium's
Well, I
$20.
know it's like what, 17, 18, right? For one of those tall boys.
I feel like
24?
Jeff would be the best. Jeff,
I don't know.
What's a beer? It's like $19 at Northwest.
But you get it like a 24-ounce can, right?
Yeah,
One of
like,
the tall boy cans?
Yeah, it's the big cans. It's like
okay.
two
How
beer
big
in
was
one.
the
I don't
frozen?
know. It was just a regular size drink. I don't know. I don't even know what was in it. She ordered it, and I said, okay.
Long Island.
Whatever it was. It was not the Long Island because I was looking at that, and I had just had the conversation with her. I said, Natalie, I said, you got to be careful. She's like, Dad, I just had one drink. I said, Natalie, you got to be careful that the one drink you don't have is loaded with multiple kinds of liquor, like a Long Island iced tea, because that's got
what
like
you grew
4 or
up drinking.
5. Yeah, exactly.
No mustard, but all the Long Island iced tea
No
you could
French's yellow mustard, but all the LI iced teas.
Landfill, is Rooster the closest thing we have to like the Tasmanian devil? Just pure chaos erupts from your path. Are you going to go share some of your chocolates, some of your Valentine's Day candy with the boys in the aquarium?
I am. That's who I tried to share it with, and then you saw it, and you immediately jumped down my throat and said, I got to bring it over here.
I needed the chocolate balls.
Okay.
Landfill, are you interested in this cuddly cutie teddy bear that says bear hugs on it?
Valentine's Day candy again.
No, I'm good.
You don't want any Valentine's Day
Are
candy
those
in late
rejected
May?
gifts?
If there's anybody that speaks the language of love around here, it's Landfill.
Now that's the funniest thing you said ever.
I mean, occasionally a blind squirrel finds a nut, B.
He is a lover. Rooster, over under 10.5 words you've spoken with White Brian.
I run into White Brian every day on the way to the bathroom or in the bathroom.
Whoa.
He is not very loquacious. But I always say hi.
I
How
wouldn't
you
want to
doing?
talk in the bathroom
Hi.
either.
Whatever. And he usually responds, but sometimes he ignores me.
I think I'm 80% sure White Brian is just a pretty boring, chill dude that likes to just like.
I think he's an old man in a young man's body.
All right,
he act like he's 75.
10% of me thinks he's a drug addict.
Damn.
There's a small part of me that thinks he's on meth, and that's why he's falling asleep. At work, and that's why he's so quiet because he's using all.
He
Did you
falls
ever watch
asleep at
Breaking
work.
Bad?
He falls asleep at work.
Are you aware of what sports are on this week? Everybody's falling asleep at work.
I mean, yeah. I heard you bitching about what am I going to watch? What am I going to watch on a Monday night? I think you got good advice. Watch Monday Night Raw.
I did not, but I'm glad for those that do.
Like me.
When are you going to go watch wrestling with Rooster? He brought you all this Valentine's Day candy.
No, he bought that for you.
Landfill, what's more suspect, when Cakes gave B. Mitch a gift for Valentine's Day, or when Rooster brought in a bunch of Valentine's Day candy in late May?
It was definitely when Cakes gave B. Mitch a Valentine's Day gift.
Cake's wife gave me a thank you for speaking to her class.
On Valentine's Day.
On Valentine's Day.
But his wife gave it to me. Wasn't Cakes.
Roos, did you
if you want to come over and hang out and watch wrestling with me, I will
Bruce,
make
I'm not
sure.
going to watch wrestling with you. I'm letting you know that right now.
Man,
I'm not watching
I
wrestling.
just wanted to bond, a little brotherhood.
Nah, Jeff and JP coming.
Nah, I'm busy.
Oh, yeah.
That's a busy night.
I was going to say, I was going to cook you up something fresh, something good.
Define fresh.
If you specify fresh, that means you don't normally cook fresh
means
stuff.
not expired.
You just rolled in here with Valentine's Day candy, and then I asked, is this for Valentine's Day? And you said no. And it literally says Happy Valentine's Day on it.
Because I didn't know what it was. I just...
How does a bag full of Valentine's Day candy emerge in your life on May 20th?
You know, I have secret powers. Things just emanate from the sky, and they just wind up in my car, and I said, I got to bring something to the boys.
Manna from heaven.
I was not expecting, 20 questions.
Are you
writing
wear a burgundy shirt out?
I think you purchased that for people who were possibly coming over and they never came.
That's true.
Like me. You've been trying to dodge me for months.
If you went over to his house to watch wrestling and he gave you a bunch of Valentine's Day candy,
I might give him a right piece. A 2-piece. Beep, beep.
Bruce, everybody does the exercise, but B wasn't here. Did you go through, now that we know the Commander's schedule, and come up with a record?
No, did you come up with every game that they screwed you?
Oh, definitely.
Well, yeah, we know that. Christmas Day, obviously. I didn't actually do that exercise because so many things change. But if I had to guess, I would say this is a 10-win team.
Okay. We're going to do our
Max.
Max, he adds. They're not screwed by the schedule, Roos. Every time they play on Thursday means they get a longer break the other side.
You don't think of the layers of this problem that I think of.
Coins have two sides, bro. You flip it one way, it lands. You flip it the other way, lands the other way.
You are a glass half full kind of guy. I am a glass half empty. As a matter of fact, I'm a glass 75% empty. Kind of guy.
You're a Valentine's Day on May 20th kind of guy. Nobody go anywhere to
The
be with your
Valentine's
fiddle.
Day deliver.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Nationals are coming back home after a weekend sweep at Camden Yards. Back to baseball tonight in D.C. Homestand starts this evening against Atlanta. Dylan Cruz and the Nats coming off that big weekend in Baltimore. Hope to keep things going.
Yeah, we got a lot of young guys out here that are trying to make a name for themselves, and we're gonna it starts with a lot of energy and high attitude and high character.
After that sweep, the Nats have now won 4 of 5 series opener tonight against the Braves. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Hockey defending Stanley Cup champion Florida at Carolina tonight. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. NBA playoffs start out west. Top seed Oklahoma City hosts Minnesota tonight. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. 8:30 p.m. tip-off there. NFL spring meetings are this week, today and tomorrow in Minneapolis. We should get a vote at some point about the Tush push, possibly banning that play, specifically to prohibit pushing or pulling of ball carriers, reverting the rule back to what it was before 2005. Earlier today, Adam Schefter reported the NFL is expected to approve the players to participate in flag football during the Summer Olympics in 2028 in L.A. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. About 25 minutes, we'll be joined by AJ Perez. But B, you were on your golf trip out west when the NFL schedule dropped last week. It's obviously, one of those really exciting times.
Yeah.
I kind of think we should start way back on this thing. It came out, it kind of came out when we were all down in Florida for NFL League meetings, that the Commanders were going to do joint practices with the Patriots. Mike Vrabel, Patriots head coach, confirmed that today, speaking in Foxborough at New England OTAs. That game is scheduled for Friday, August 8th.
Mm-hmm.
And my guess is those practices will be, so 7th will be an off day, 4, 5, 6, or at least 5 and 6. August 4th, 5th, and 6th, or August 5th and 6th.
Probably 2 days.
Which should be some good work. It'll be really interesting to kind of watch. Washington's a team that overachieved last year, at least compared to expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a lot of conversation that thinks there could be a similar path for New England this year, especially with Vrabel there. A really...
You can see how that team is run now with Vrabel compared to the last time they came in practice against this team.
Yeah, I mean, having Brady on the field was
totally different.
That was wild. That was varsity
Yeah.
versus JV. Week 2 of the preseason is pretty juicy, man. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, the Bengals. Week 2 is generally where you see your starters for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Monday nighter, 8:00, and then the last preseason game of the year is going to be against the Ravens. I think it's still unclear if there will be a joint practice with that, but I think there's some expectation there could be.
Could be.
Does that sound right?
Yeah. I agree.
And then we're off and running, B. We'll start with just the first little stretch here of 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
They open with the Giants at home Sunday, 1:00. You're not going to hear a whole lot of Sunday, 1:00 with the schedule.
They need to make a statement in that first game.
I'd almost expect them to. I think the Giants are going to be a lot better. I think Russ Wilson's going to be their quarterback, at least then. But Washington's coming off a really good season, and they added a lot offensively. I think that's a statement-making game. I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Week 2, short week. if you got to have a short week, don't you think it's advantageous to have it the second week of the year?
Yeah.
Like, you're not beat up.
They come out because you're not beat up. You get that a week in between.
Right.
So you come out fresh, and then guess what? You have another 10 days for the next game.
Right. Between September 1st and September 21st, that's 3 weeks. Washington plays 3 games. Like because the NFL smartly punted on Labor Day weekend, punted on that 4th preseason game. That 4th preseason game, good God, that was tough. Then they're home for the Raiders. Raiders are a totally different team, B.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, Asha Genti. Still, though, if you're Washington, you got to like the way things open up anyway.
Yeah. I think it gives them a chance, to fill things out while still improving.
Now, going to Green Bay is a very difficult game.
It's true, but you don't have to hit the ground completely running.
2 of your first 3 are against teams that were under 500 last year.
Yeah.
And they're at home.
But I think watching this team, watching how Dan does stuff, they don't care that those teams are under 500. This team doesn't prepare according to what you did. It prepares according to what they need to do.
So I saw DQ at rookie mini camp, and I guess it was right before the schedule release.
Mm-hmm.
And I joked with him. I was like, man, you better get ready for a lot of night games. He's like, yeah, dude. I think when he was coaching in Dallas is always in prime time.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, he's like, it's a mindset for us. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. And I think that rings really true.
Yeah.
For how they approach things.
That's how you got to approach it.
Week 4, I think this one could be an excellent football game. They played week 16 or 17 last year, and it was an excellent football game. Commanders going to Atlanta. Jaden versus Michael Penix. Penix, firmly installed now as the Falcons' starting quarterback. Is that a sneaky game to you, going down to the ATL?
Listen, I view this team differently now. I don't see them really getting overly hyped or underhyped by any team coming in. They just know that they got to improve themselves. And if you think back to last year when they started the first game, they lost to Tampa, but ultimately you saw there was things that you can take from that game and say, okay, they still did this okay. Jaden didn't get rattled. He did some things he didn't do as the year went on. But I think when they go down there, they're going to be ready to play.
I think the second half of week 2 is when Jaden was like, all right, I'm good. But if you go watch the second half of week 2 against the Giants last year is when he really settled in. And to think that it required him 90 minutes of professional football to figure that out. I also think that Atlanta game, I want to credit the right people. I think where I'm seeing this from anyway is the Commanders squad based in Charlotte, that they are putting together a Commanders takeover in Atlanta. And I've worked enough Commanders games in Atlanta. Anytime Washington's playing in the Southeast, Charlotte, Atlanta, Tampa,
people find a way down there.
There's going to be, there's a lot of people that are there. And I think a lot of people have been re-engaged since last year.
I think it's a ton of those.
And, that stadium is 65,000 people or something. I bet at least a third of it is going to be burgundy and gold. I think that one's going to be fun. I also looked this up. The day before in Athens, Georgia's hosting Bama.
Oh, you're going early.
Which, if you're looking for a college game to try to go to,
that's a good one.
Drew might be able to get tickets for that. So, now that is the first of back-to-back roadies. Though,
I can let you know if I were to go down there early, I'm not going to try to go sit no game all day. I will be going to swing them.
I figured you would.
Yeah.
So it's at Atlanta, then at LA. One thing I wanted to ask you about. That's a tough stretch. I think the Chargers are going to be a tough matchup there. It's back-to-back road trips. You're going out west. And I just think the way they run the ball and have really good edge rushers, I think that's a game I'm really excited to see.
I'm excited because it'll tell us a lot about where they are.
Sure.
When it comes down to the run defense, like they said they want to improve it, and we're going to see where they are.
So here's my question for you then. we've arrived. Well, one thing we know last year from folks talking, honestly, while we were there and then later, is the trip from Cincinnati to Arizona meant a lot to this team.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan Quinn has made it clear he'd like to do training camp on the road, but it's not going to happen this year. They're going to have these joint practices against New England and then maybe joint practices against the Ravens, but it's not going to be 3 weeks away as a team.
Yeah.
Based on all that, I think it's possible, if not likely, if not highly likely, honestly, that they do a practice week on the road. And if you just look at the time of the year, last year, the Cincy to Arizona trip was week 3 to week 4.
Mm-hmm.
This year, if you're looking week 4 to week 5 at Atlanta and then the following week at LA. There's one big difference that the current week 4 Atlanta game is scheduled for Sunday at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Whereas that was a Monday nighter, and then you're flying.
That's why I had this had this conversation yesterday. The fact that it's a Sunday, that gives them time to come back here, do stuff, then possibly still go earlier. But I don't know about going straight there.
Yeah, I mean, you can fly out like Tuesday.
Yeah.
There are a few of those scenarios. There's also, they have week 7 and 8. They're at Dallas and then at Kansas City. But similarly, Dallas is a Sunday 4 o'clock, and then the Kansas City game's a Monday nighter. Like, granted, Dallas and Kansas City are closer, but you'd be out there a full week.
Yeah.
I don't. The other one I wonder is, everybody's aware of the Madrid game.
Yep.
So they play the Lions Sunday, November 9th. That's a 4:30. That's a national Fox game, right? Then they play Miami in Madrid the following Sunday.
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday's your travel day to Europe, and then you're there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I will say yes. Let's do that.
I'm sure you would. There is a longer trip coming for this team somewhere, is what I believe.
Well, I think
I don't know exactly where you're located.
I think going to Madrid, you're going to be there some days. You're not going over there the day before, 2 days before. That's going to be at least a 3-4 day trip. I would just think, just going from West Coast to East Coast, one thing. That's 4 or 5 hours difference.
6.
And 6 hours. You go into a different area as well. So I think, yes, they will be over there, I would think, at least 4 or 5 days.
I think because they play Detroit at home, and you're probably 4:30 game. By the time guys are leaving the stadium, it's 9 o'clock, 8:30. Let them sleep at home, watch tape in Ashburn the following day. And, they don't have to travel like we have to travel. Maybe they fly over. Typically going to Europe, you fly overnight. But the way they're going, maybe you just fly Monday, and then the guys get a full day off Tuesday to get acclimated and everything, and then practice your normal 3 days leading up into the Dolphins game.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know what the practice facility situation is in Miami. I don't know in Madrid.
Mm.
I bet the NFL's got to figure it out.
Oh, they got, but before they announced it, they already know all that. They know the logistics.
Right.
Yeah.
And whatever the practice facility is, it'll be available if you want to come Friday, which has kind of become the norm, at least with the London games. You can come over Thursday night. If you want to be there Thursday or Wednesday, they'll be there too. Did you go to the London game? Do you remember where they practiced? And it was a walkthrough. It was hardly a practice.
Oh, this year?
No. When the Redskins played in London.
The time I went, I remember.
That's what I'm asking. Did you go to that practice?
When they played?
Yes.
I'm talking when I played.
You played a preseason game.
Yeah,
though, right?
preseason games. I didn't go to the regular season game.
Did you guys practice or anything there?
Yeah, we practiced. We were there for some days, man.
This practice field, when the Skins went there, was a rugby club, but it was kind of like a social club. I don't think it was a professional rugby team.
Well,
dog, there were just kegs all over the practice, off to the side of the practice field, just empty kegs.
Better make sure they're empty before some of these players step up. But the thing of it, all the fields are soccer fields. They're completely flat.
Yeah, they're big.
No, they're flat. They don't have the crown like a football field does. And it affects that. It affects people. I think when you run around on the football field so often, you forget that it's crowned. And when you get on the flat field, you'll see the ball is it's not the same height as when you're getting it on the football field. Takes some getting used to.
Sure. I kind of skipped around there trying to investigate where the road trip will come. Do you think it's possible they only do the one long one for the Madrid game?
No, that's going to be so late in the season. I think they're going to get
That's
one
what I
prior.
wonder too.
They'll get one prior. The Madrid game is its own entity. It's completely different than the rest of the game.
Agreed. I'm keeping an eye on the Atlanta into LA stretch. I don't know what'll happen. After that, you get the Bears Monday night. Zero surprise to me that after the Hail Mary last year and the attempts at manufacturing a Caleb Jaden rivalry, that's a Monday night.
Yeah.
That is now 3 years in a row.
And have they come here every time?
Yes.
Yeah.
3 years in a row coming here. Remember, 3 years ago, 27-3 at halftime after the Bears hadn't won a game in a calendar year. That was the day Dick Butkus died. Last year was a Hail Mary. I mean, who the hell knows what we'll get week 6 Monday night?
We don't know.
I also think there's a little bit, and it might not even be a topic by week 6 of this year. But like the way Ben Johnson handled his interview process, we'll say, with Washington, and now he's going to be bringing that team in as the head coach of the Bears. Nice little subplot. Interesting little subplot.
That little subplot, but that'd be cool.
Then at Dallas, at Kansas City. That Kansas City game is going to be nuts.
Yes,
Monday
that
night,
will be.
Mahomes, Kelsey, Taylor Swift.
Barbecue.
I mean, all of it. We should get a table at Q39 right now.
We'll call Andy and get that done.
Seattle dude, they have.
You think he'll talk to us that week?
I'll let you handle that.
I'm gonna try.
Well, they don't play till Monday night, so maybe we get them the week before.
Get them on that Friday.
They have a Monday night game at home and 2 Sunday night games at home, and a Christmas Day against the Cowboys. Like, everything has changed so dramatically for the Burgundy and Gold that, like, they've put a lot of money, time, and effort into Northwest. It's still a 30-year-old stadium that's not in, like, a downtown desired location, and they're getting all the primetime games now.
Yeah.
It just shows
but
what
see, it's not about the stadium. It's about the product on the field. And I think they've made it to where when you got certain angles, camera angles hitting, they've spruced it up a bit. But that thing was not very sprucey.
Not a lot
All
of spruce.
spicy.
No spruce goose. When we return, AJ Perez, Front Office Sports, has been a key figure in this Brett Favre documentary. I can't wait to hear what this thing's going to look like. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on moonshots. You can take your winnings to a new height. So whether it's the Big Blast or Apple Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesdays profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Spring meetings in the NFL taking place today and tomorrow in Minneapolis. We expect a vote at some point today or tomorrow to possibly ban the tush push. Change to playoff seedings could be decided on as well, with records the determining factor. So wildcard teams could get home field over division champs if that's approved. Already, ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting that the league is expected to allow players to participate in flag football during the upcoming 2028 Summer Olympics in L.A. Baseball, the Nationals come back home after a weekend sweep in Baltimore tonight, the opener of a homestand against Atlanta. Nats have won 4 of 5 coming in at 6:45 for the first pitch. Nats baseball here on the Fan. Hockey, defending Stanley Cup champion Florida on the road at Carolina tonight. That's game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. NBA playoffs, top seed Oklahoma hosting Minnesota in the Western Conference Finals. They tip off at 8:30. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right, I don't know for sure. I don't think I've ever heard this song played on B. Mitchell Finley. I don't know if AJ Perez requested this or what. But we're excited to get AJ Perez on the show. AJ's worked all over, covered the Commander sale, every tooth and nail. AJ's now got a new Netflix movie about to drop, a new Untold, The Fall of Brett Favre. AJ, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing well, JP. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. Get us up to speed with everything you got going, man. This is obviously a big deal to drop a movie on Netflix.
Yeah, I'm on the just got to Baltimore. I'm on the train back. We had the premiere last night in New York.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been this has been started this whole process in late 2023, and as a journalist for 20 something years, you don't really have an appreciation of how much work it goes into a documentary like this until you do one.
How far does it go back, AJ? I knew you say the fall, but I played against Brett in college, and there was some things happening in college too. I don't know if you went that far back.
Oh yeah. I was at USM days, and even before that, we have footage of him as as a toddler, with his father Herb. We go all the way back because this is Favre has had some issues, and Jen Sturger obviously was there's so much there as far as those inappropriate pictures go back that he sent back in 2008, and then we bring it forward to now with the Mississippi welfare scandal, which is how I got into it. Was I covered that extensively. So it's pretty much his entire life, and as much as we can fit into an hour and 2 or 3 minutes. Not everything is gonna, every little thing he's done in his whole life is going to be in there, but we cover a lot.
Could you look at some of the things you saw and just see where things that came back later are things that just wasn't corrected when he was a little younger?
Yeah, well, it was kind of like we don't know. His dad died. He kind of about 10 years into his NFL career, and when it was such a major part of his life, and without him, and then you see the issues since what had happened because he's a superstar athlete, and it's not those kind of things happen to a few superstars with or without their parents. They go and make decisions that impact their legacy, but I think that was a kind of an intriguing part because Herb didn't let him throw balls in high school. I mean, he was like a run only kind of guy.
It's really interesting because I think, like a lot of guys, Brett Favre came to extreme fame and I assume fortune prior to social media, and it seemed like he was probably one of the biggest football players, most loved football players. Hell, he was in Something About Mary. Like he was making movies. And I just wonder was he always kind of, I don't know. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but all the allegations and all the stuff that has come out really kind of since his Packers days, he seems like somewhere between a scumbag and a moron. Is that a fair read?
I'll let you say that because if you see the end of the documentary, you'll see. Well, I'm a little careful about this stuff. It's he was when you're in a small market like Green Bay, it's not DC, it's not New York, it's not Chicago, it's not LA. You could get away with some things there that he probably wouldn't get away with it earlier in his career elsewhere. So I think that's a big part of it.
So I'll be honest, I remember the Jen Sturger stuff. That was like he was sending illicit pictures, I guess. The welfare stuff down in Mississippi, I don't really know what exactly has happened. Can you just get us up to speed with at least what the allegations are?
There's $8 million of federal welfare funds. These are federal TANF funds that each state every year gets a block grant of money. And there are guidelines, but the states can do what they kind of see fit with the money. Favre got access to that. $1.1 million went to him, which he's repaid. Another $5 million to the USM, the Southern Miss Volleyball Arena, where his daughter was just started playing volleyball there. And then $2 million went to a drug company, Prevacus. So he's repaid the $1.1 million. He's he's still a defendant in the lawsuit that seeks to recoup the other $7 million, basically. So that's where that stands, and it's been going on for 5+ years. He hasn't been charged criminally. He has denied all wrongdoing. But there's still a slight chance there could be criminal charges, but there's been no movement in that over the last year or so.
Interesting, man. So what has the reaction been to the movie so far?
It's pretty good. I think some people I see on Twitter trying to think it's that this was that we just threw this together because he campaigned with Trump, which I think is hilarious since we started this in 2023, well before a year before he did that. But it's but so far it's been positive. I know we had to cram it a lot in an hour and 2 or 3 minutes, but we did, and I think I'm happy with the end product. I think that's so far it's been 80% positive. If I can see the social, if I can just estimate from the social on Twitter, Blue Sky and elsewhere.
Dude, how did you get involved in this? I mean, your background's as a reporter. How did you get? Are you a producer on this thing? What you got? All sorts.
I'm an executive producer. Yeah, there.
Wow.
And that can mean that can mean a lot of different things when you're an EP. But I was hands on. I pitched this thing. Everwonder's a new company that got a big investment to launch. That company in 2020, late 2023, when my editor boss was kind of me, hey, what do you have? I'm like, well, I got Dan Snyder and I got Brett Favre. Snyder's still going. We don't know what the team's going to happen with the team yet. But Favre is kind of not say done. That's still a little bit ongoing too in Mississippi as far as the lawsuit. But it was a little more baked in, so I kind of created a creative copy for a pitch deck. Everwonder, which is basically got the same investors. Redbird Capital as front office sports. So we're kind of and since then they share the same floor in New York. So it was like Everwonder started. FOS had my reporting on Brett Favre, and it kind of just went off from there.
Like this thing, I mean, we've seen Brett on Capitol Hill doing different things. Does any of that stuff get into it? I know you said when you see the end, you may see something differently. Does all that stuff come into it?
Yeah, B-Mitch, that's in there. I sat for this documentary. I booked a lot of the stuff. I also shot video. The only one, congressional press passes. I got tipped off in September, the day before his hearing, where he arrested. One of my sources told me he's going to announce he has Parkinson's. And I'm like, what? And I was covering that hearing anyway, because I've covered so many things over the years, going back to the Brutal days and straight era of baseball. So my editor decided not to run the story immediately. So we waited for him to say he had Parkinson's, and then we had a 1,000-word story up on the immediately. And so I shot video, just like the reaction, like that was a hearing on welfare fraud, and you call someone like Brett Favre, where you think that's like, that's not like calling Smokey the Bear to a wildfire, hearing. This is kind of way 180 from that. So I thought that was kind of strange, and I covered a lot of strange hearings over the years.
I'm gonna throw him on hold. You guys see if you can lock that in. We're talking with AJ Perez, front office sports, executive producer of this new Untold Story, The Fall of Brett Favre. It's on Netflix. I think it came out today. AJ's a buddy. He's been on the program a ton. Was knee deep in all the Snyder reporting as that situation was unfolding. Now he's making movies for Netflix. Pretty big deal. AJ, man, congratulations on the success of this thing. I imagine it's going to go crazy now that it's on Netflix.
Yeah, I hope so. I got people texting me, friends, family. It's some who didn't even, which is strange if you know me. And I've been working on this for a year and a half. That they didn't know they didn't know I was a documentary or did one until they saw my face on there. So it's been a good experience. I'm working on others too.
Yeah. Well, dude, it was funny to me. So Mullins texted that we were going to have you on the show. I was like, cool. What's AJ working on? Thinking you kind of are at the intersection of sports and business and politics and all these things. And Mullins is like, yeah, he's an executive producer of a movie on Netflix. I was like, damn, dude.
Big jump right there.
Yeah. Got to feel good, man.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, you guys always been great to be, and I'm sure I'll be on soon, talk about something else, DC, a little more DC related.
Well, dude, we'll watch it too. This is something I will watch. Real quick though, I did notice something on your Twitter handle, which is by AJ Perez. You tweeted something out from Front Office Sports about Inside the NBA, if they're all going to go to ESPN next year. And I love that show. Turner's studio shows, Inside the NBA and whatever they call the hockey one. I love both of them.
Yeah.
I think Barkley and Biz are like the two best analysts just from an entertainment standpoint alone. Is Inside the NBA sticking around even when they go to ESPN? Do you know that answer?
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely are. They're going to be basically the NBA show. It'll run out of Atlanta by Turner Sports, but ESPN will basically simulcasting. Not much different from what they do with Pat McAfee's show now.
And will Chuck get to be Chuck, just like I guess McAfee is?
He wouldn't sign any other way.
ESPN's going to be hands off. So
yeah, Charles wouldn't sign no deal if it was any other way.
Good.
Exactly. It's ESPN is going to be the fire hose that broadcasts that kind of pushes out the content. They're not going to really be producing in a traditional sense.
Gotcha. AJ, congrats again on the movie.
Brother.
Everybody check it out on Netflix. Untold: The Fall of Favre. Thanks, dude.
Thanks. I appreciate it, guys.
Hi, man.
Give him a follow by AJ Perez. AJ joined us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we come back, got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Bike to the Beach is happening June 20th. And whether you're riding 25, 50, or 100 miles, this ride is fun, impactful, and for an incredible cause, supporting autism awareness and inclusion. It's fully supported, built for all skill levels, and it all ends at the beach with a Hotel Finish Line festival, food trucks, and a beer tent from Dewey Beer Company. Don't miss your chance to be a part of something powerful. Sign up now at biketothebeach.org and ride with us to make a huge difference.
On down the line. Tuesday's about gone, folks.
It's gone.
Been a fun day. We got any Nats day games this week? Nats playing tonight.
I won't be that lucky.
Nats have a big series coming against the Braves.
I actually think the Nats do have a day game. It's just at 4:00.
As far as I'm concerned, that's not a day game.
Yeah.
That's an afternoon.
That's
game.
an afternoon game.
That's after B. Mitchell Finney game.
Also appears they don't. They have a Saturday at 4:00. Nats have a good homestand though. If you're looking to go to a ball game, they got 3 against the Braves starting tonight, and then the San Francisco Giants coming to town Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The Giants, like if you think about like the iconic baseball organizations, Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, Red Sox, probably. I would put the Giants on that next tier, like Mets, Giants.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you disagree? The Giants are a big deal, but
The
they're
Giants
not
are
in
a
the
big
big
deal.
deal.
I don't really consider the Mets a big deal. They've been horrible for years. They just spend a lot of money.
Yeah, what's up with the Mets? Why, Brian? Why are they
I
all
mean,
mad
they
at
spend a
Juan
lot of
Soto?
money, but they haven't won much. What have they won, Brian?
I think the last time they won was 86.
It was 86.
Okay, how old is Brian? He wasn't even born then.
They've lost in the World Series twice since I've been born.
One to the Yankees.
Royals 2015.
Okay, what have they done?
Y'all
in the
lost
last
to the
5, 6
Royals,
years?
dude?
The Mets shouldn't have been in that World Series. I don't know how the Royals were in it. That was a weird year.
Yeah, but how?
I think the Royals beat the Orioles.
How
in
are we going to
ALCS.
consider them like the Giants? The Giants won something.
The Giants have won a lot.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't consider them that.
All right, let's bump the Mets
like
down
the
another
little
tier.
brothers in
The
New
Giants
York.
won 3 times.
They're
10,
the little
12, and
brothers in
14.
New York, man.
That
Come on.
Lincecum?
I mean, he was there
That's a
sometime.
little skinny dude with all the hair.
Yo, he was.
He can let that
nasty.
thing fly, dog.
So what tier are the Mets on? Like the same tier as the Orioles, Mariners?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Phillies, and they're above the Nats, but below the.
The
They might
Nats
be
have
below
won a
the
World
Braves.
Nats won a
Series
World
way
Series,
more
son.
recently.
What you talking
The
about?
Mets are not above the Nats.
The Nats have won a World
The
Series.
Nats won a
You
World
haven't?
Series in 2019, White Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
That's their only World Series.
Okay.
The,
And you
the
have-
Mets have like
y'all haven't won one since
1969 and
86.
86, something like that.
Yes, but they've been to more, and they've had sustained success at least a little
You
bit.
can't even Google that far back.
Maybe 1 year.
The
his
Orioles
mic-
have more World
turn his
Series
mic
than the
off.
Mets. I believe the O's have 3 World Series trophies, White Brian. Trace. Mets stink. Let's make some bets.
We heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
Can we schedule a segment with all the stuff White Brian has written down about Jeff?
Oh, you write down notes about him all the time?
A couple weeks back, I asked White Brian to start chronicling the wildest stuff that Jeff says. And White Brian started doing it. He read some of it to us yesterday. It's provocative, Brian. It's certainly provocative.
That in the group text, that is landfill's work. That is not my work.
I gotta believe it, honestly.
That is not my work, man.
All right, Brian, who won last night?
Jeff and B. Mitch lost. Everyone else won.
B. Mitch
I
definitely
knew-
lost.
I didn't even have a bet.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You
Yeah,
weren't
so you
here.
lost.
I was off of work
That's the rule. Yo,
on vacation.
Yo, we
So
need to
my
make-
week don't start till this week.
We need to make some rules about this.
Because Jeff don't be on vacation. He just don't be here.
Same with JP.
Hold on. We're not giving me grief when I've hosted solo
hey.
shows 2 of the last 4 days. I think everyone should take vacation. You earn it. Enjoy that bleep.
I know he's not talking like he
I know.
has taken
Yeah,
more.
yeah,
I'm
he-
thinking more than him.
Hey,
Come on, dog.
I'm not. I'm happy you took it. You are reluctant to take days off. I wish you would take more. You should.
But then
Work your ass
you
off.
can't complain about it.
I'm not.
Talking
I'm
about
just
something-
saying you're not giving me an L either.
I'm not getting an L neither.
See, what I was saying was, even if
I
someone's
know what
not
you were
here,
saying. It's in
if
the
they-
text thread.
If they,
and it's
if they-
disgusting.
if they not here and they put a bet in, we should honor it.
But I didn't put a bet in.
I'm just saying, like that.
You are
there
the
should be-
king of, if you're not here, that's an L. That is your rule.
I was working. I was raising money for a great charity.
This is remarkable reversal here.
Hey, I really don't care.
That I believe.
But I was on vacation, so it don't count. It's just
Also-
when you just take off.
Your 2 of the last 3 days included 90 minutes on Thursday.
Yeah, JP.
I just told B just asked.
Give me the Hurricanes tonight.
There you go, Landfill. Cut him off.
I'm taking Villius Galbus.
Ooh.
Is that a medical condition?
I think it might be.
I think it's when your toes are stuck together coming out of the womb.
It's when you have tennis elbow.
Vilius Galgus.
Mets money line.
Just to show us. Ooh, Mitch Parker on the bump tonight? Money Mitch. This might be stupid, but I kind of like the Nats staying hot. I'm taking the Nats run line plus 1.5 tonight.
All right, give me the under OKC and the Timberwolves.
Money Mitch Parker on the bump. We got hockey and basketball. We back, baby. We survived last night. It was god-awful. The puck drops at 8 o'clock on Turner. The Hoops gets tipped at 8:30 on ESPN. That's a 2TV night, folks. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Let me make sure I get the right show sheet. Thank you to Barstool Nate for calling in. Thank you to Ike Reese for joining us. Thank you to AJ Perez for joining us. Had some good calls in there. Eventually, we're going to get these rule changes from the NFL. We'll let everybody react. It's going to be fun. Thank you to Marjorie Harris for making time for me as well. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I know those boys are fired up for this Nats Braves series. If you made it this far, be Mitch. Owes you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Expecting a vote at the spring NFL meetings this week, today and tomorrow in Minneapolis at some point that could possibly ban the Eagles' tush push. More specifically, they will likely prohibit the pushing or pulling of ball carriers back to the way the rule used to be up until 2005. Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu was asked about it Monday in an appearance on NFL Network.
My personal opinion, I think they should ban it. I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, you guys have to stop it, but I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. It's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it.
ESPN's Adam Schefter also reporting today that the NFL is expected to allow players to participate in flag football during the 2028 Summer Olympics in L.A. Nationals coming off a weekend sweep in Baltimore. Hope to keep it rolling. They've won 4 or 5 and get back home starting tonight. The first in their series against Atlanta, 6:45 here on The Fan. Hockey defending Stanley Cup champion Florida on the road at Carolina tonight. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. NBA playoffs with top seed Oklahoma City hosting Minnesota tonight. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals at 8:30. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's May 20th, 2025 from our Half Street Studios just outside of the center field gate in the Navy Yard by Nats Park. You are listening live and we'll take you up to 6:15 pregame of Nats baseball right here on The Fan. Danny, a very rare show today.
Yeah.
We will have 2 in-studio guests.
Big deal for us.
It does not happen very often. D.C. Council member Robert Wood joins us at Robert White, rather.
James Wood plays later. Robert White joins us.
Robert White on the show to discuss whether or not he's a yes or a no on the Commanders trying to get into the city. We've got 4 yeses. We need 7 yeses. He's been in the maybe pile. We're looking to make him a yes and get to 5 to try to get a stadium built at the RFK site in D.C. So Councilmember Robert White on this show in 1 hour at 3 o'clock in studio with us. We're excited about that.
That'll be good. All we want is the information. I mean, this is, the public debate. This is a good forum to do it. We reach a pretty decent number of people right here. So if you'd like to get your viewpoint out, be able to ask questions and understand where somebody's coming from, you're trying to act in the best interest of the people you represent, the city at large. Let's make a good deal. What's on his mind? I can't wait to hear about it.
We've had a third of the council members on this show already. We had 4 of them in the first couple of days after the big press conference. We've also had the mayor call in while she was making the rounds in her car and listening to the program. So we've, I think, done some heavy lifting trying to get some intel for our listening audience. This deadline is July 15th. It is less than 2 months away. Is the stadium going to get built? Is the $1.1 billion in public funding going to be provided by DC to the ownership group to get this thing across the finish line? So Robert White will give us some answers. We will talk to him coming up in about an hour. And then also the DC Defenders are playoff bound again. They clinched a spot in the XFL Conference Championship with a win this weekend. Their quarterback, who's formerly of the Kansas City Chiefs, was in Washington with the Commanders practice squad, Jordan Tamu. He'll be in studio with us. We'll have some fun talking ball with him at 5 o'clock today as well. So should be a very, very good show. It is beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Outside. This is one of those days where if you're in college, you ask your professor if we could go sit outside for the little mini class that we're going to have here for the next hour. I don't think we could take our show outside with Comrexes, but we should think about it.
We should try. Is there a good place that we can kind of set up where there's not a lot of ambient noise? Not really, right?
Does your wife love eating outside when it's hot out?
Yes.
My wife's favorite thing to do when it's super hot out and we're going to a restaurant, she'll say, do you want to eat outside?
No, I don't.
My answer is always that. It's always, of course I don't. I don't want to sweat. I don't want to be uncomfortable. There's about a 7-degree sweet spot where eating outside makes perfect sense. And it's right around 3 below or 4 below and then 3 above room temperature. like we're talking 66 to 73, something like that. That, to me, is when you can eat outside. Today is one of those days.
If I can get shade, I'll give you 74. Like, if I'm guaranteed a shade situation where no part of my body is touching sunlight, where it's going to be the sweat point that starts me cascading and perspiring like a miserable person, then I can do 74. Otherwise, if there's sunlight on me, we can't do it. We got to go inside. I've tried to explain my position. I said, you asking to eat outside when it's north of 80 will be like me asking you to eat outside when it's 40, where the restaurant wouldn't provide it. They wouldn't do it. But that's the analogy to me. Like, if it's 86 and you're like, it's so nice out, do you want to eat outside? It would be like me going, hey, listen, it's 44 and it's overcast. Do you want to eat outside? That's, to me, is the same.
There are just people that don't mind the heat. This is one of my arguments with beach people, of which you are one.
I am one, yeah.
But the people that don't mind just sitting out there, sweaty, smelling like sunscreen, with sand sticking to them, the sun beating down on them, 90+ degrees. You could be indoors in air conditioning, very comfortably in a chair with a cushion on it. But instead, you're in an uncomfortable, generally some type of like crappy chair that you carry over your shoulder to get out to the beach.
You sling it right over that shoulder.
To sit in the sun, to have the heat all around you, constant and in your face every second of every minute.
It's the context that matters. Am I in beach attire? Then let's do beach things. When I'm in regular people clothes, like, I'm not going to a restaurant in beach attire. You aren't going to, like,
you can dress shorts and a t-shirt. Right now, you're dressed to sit outside.
Yeah, but if it's 86 degrees, it's too hot. If I'm dressed for beach things where I'm just going to jump in that ocean, jump right back out, or go in the pool or something like that, it's perfect. But your point stands. To me, it's all about context. If I'm dressed for society, we need to not be hot. If I'm dressed to be hot, let's be hot. You know what I mean? Like, if we're going to the amusement park, we're going to the water park, we're going to the beach, we're going outside, let's do that. It's the asking me to do that when that's not the mode. That's the part I object to.
So it's less complicated for me.
You just don't want to be hot.
Don't be in the sun ever,
Yeah,
at any time, at any moment.
There it is. There's your summary.
We've beaten it.
We have triumphed,
Take
by the way.
advantage.
We smack Mother Nature right in the eye.
Air conditioning exists.
Yeah.
We built places you can go into. Homes, buildings. Used to be that you just had to wander around and hopefully you found a tree you could stand under.
There's that natural cooling thing. Well, it's made from stone and there's a breeze. You hoped.
We've won.
Yeah.
Why act like a loser and be out where you had to be back in the day? Even when I do things outside, which I try not to because it's the worst. But like, if I go to a baseball game in the summer, we're sitting in a shady area. And if I'm in the sun, not for the whole time, we're going and getting in the concourse. We're getting refreshments. We're coming back. I'm not a sun guy. It's just not for me.
I mean, it's for human beings. We do need it. But I see your point.
I'm on vitamin D medication. I don't need the sun.
Oh, there you go. I suppose you're right.
I just pop a couple of, you can get those over the counter. You can just go into CVS, buy yourself some vitamin D.
You can just grab some.
Eat it like candy. And
I mean, we do need
sun?
it. It keeps us temperature and keeps us from having like a Hoth ice planet. Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
If the sun wasn't there, we'd all die.
There's no more of us.
But I don't need to be in it.
Yeah.
Sun can stay there.
That I get.
Good job, son.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be inside.
I get that.
Everybody wins.
Yeah, I get that. You don't have to go outside. We'll go outside for you. Somebody else will.
I just don't understand those people. The NFL stars that want to be in the Olympics are going to get what they want. You see this? It sounds like we are trending toward seeing some of the best players in the National Football League taking part in flag football. A vote, according to ESPN, on whether to allow NFL players to participate in flag football at the 2028 LA Olympics coming up in 3 years is going to pass at today's league meetings in Minneapolis via what Adam Schefter has heard. The resolution needs to be approved by 3/4 of the owners. They need 24 of 32 to sign off on this. The league then needs to negotiate with the Players Association. According to Olympic officials, national governing body, the specifics letting NFL players participate. So here's how this is going to work. There are going to be a bunch of rules that come with the teams allowing players to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think by and large, this is awesome for the NFL.
It's so good.
I didn't think this was actually going to happen because my opinion is that owners aren't going to risk one of their stars, see Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes, whoever.
Doing something slightly different, that non-contact or whatever kind of injury. Yeah, it can be scary.
It doesn't even have to be slightly different. It's just a false step in a game that doesn't matter, and now I'm out for the season. I ruptured this. I tore that. Owners are not in the business when they're not making any money off of the player that they're paying tens of millions of dollars to allowing them to risk injury. These guys that are superstars have built into their contracts that they're not supposed to go play basketball or, play pickup, any kind of football, whatever the activity is. Oh, you're a big surfer? Not anymore. You can't go out there because you can't risk injury. You like to ride your motorcycle? No, you don't. Not until you retire, not until I'm done paying you. But the way this is going to work is, according to some of the details from Schefter here, the teams will give the players permission for a player to participate in tryouts to make Team USA or whatever team they're going to end up playing for. There would be a limit of one player per NFL team on every national team participating. So let's just say Jaden Daniels was the quarterback for Team USA. Terry McLaurin wouldn't also be in the Olympics. Only one commander can be on any given country's team. Now, if there's a commander who does the thing, and we see this sometimes in the Olympics, where like my dad is from this country, and so I happen to also have citizenship, so I can play for Team Israel or whatever.
Team Canada, Team Barbados, whatever, yeah.
Then the commanders could have 4, 5, 6 guys participating for different countries, but only one player per national team participating, which actually I think is good. Because if I'm the Chiefs, I don't want Mahomes, Kelsey, and Isaiah Pacheco making up a third of Team USA.
Right.
Because you want to talk about injury risk. Now you're potentially running into a situation where you could lose 2 guys. And they don't want anything to do with that.
No, it makes sense. But I love the idea that they're willing to sacrifice. I put that in quotation marks. They don't have to do anything. But sacrifice to help continue to grow stuff. I mean, they saw it's in a different place in time. But what that dream team in 92 did for basketball, people should be chasing that. Where it made basketball global. There's no Antetokounmpo, there's no Jokic, there's no Nowitzki, there's no Doncic, there's no, just a constant influx of international superstars without that genesis moment of the dream team going over there and marketing basketball in a way that it hadn't before, right? Kids are going, oh, that's what the best looks like. Not just the overweight guy that couldn't quite make the NBA that's hitting step backs and probably traveling in my Italian league or the Greek league or whatever. This is different now. So football is already so massive here. And basketball is big too. But that's the best way to have a world showcase where you have the pads off, you could see everybody's face, and you could see the stars doing incredible things up close and personal as the world watches. That's the way to grow your international market right there.
It certainly is. I think that, we always talk about the 92 team, which you just brought up, and what they did for basketball internationally, and they changed forever the way we view growing sports globally. No doubt about that. But that was also a very different time when you had to do that. Basically, you had to barnstorm, for lack of a better phrase. Like, you're taking on those other countries. The internet didn't exist. Social media didn't exist. There were not highlights of LeBron in every country constantly that you're scrolling on TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat. And so these sports are now way more global than they ever were. Actually, that's what's interesting. They need international competition less. I still think it's a dramatic plus. I reference, more timely, the Olympics this past summer, or was that last summer? Whenever, Team USA with LeBron and Steph Curry telling people to go to bed after he hit the big shot, with Dwayne Wade on the call, courtside, dapping everybody up, with Noah Eagle on NBC. That was an amazing, amazing thing for basketball. And Bilal Coulibaly took part, you remember, and it was as good a showcase globally as I can remember in recent years for any sport, because not only did all the best American players take part, and basketball's cornered the markets on this, I think, but they all cared so damn much.
Yep.
Like, they really wanted to win gold. Hopefully the NFL can create that, or the Olympics for football can manufacture that. I think it's going to be hard to do. I think because of what you're talking about, 92, the dream team, and really, all of the tourneys internationally since, that's not a forced thing. That's not manufactured. That's just real and authentic and normal and legitimate. That Team USA, if you're on that team, you really, really care. I don't think you can fake that. So I hope that the players from the NFL teams that are taking part are as thirsty for a gold medal, because that's what makes that work to me. But I don't think you necessarily even need that anymore, because you don't think the NFL's monstrous in these other countries.
They're doing just fine, yeah.
Now everything's digital. You can stream everything online. You can any link you want to a game's available in whatever country you're in, as long as you got the computer and the internet. But it's still going to be really good for football.
No, for sure. And it's, this is one of those, it's bigger than the regular season. And what other opportunity would you have for these world-class elite 1/1,000,000% athletes to win a gold medal. I mean, you get the stories like Herschel Walker leaving football and then being really good at the bobsled, like pushing the bobsled at the beginning, or the occasional
did he compete in the Olympics?
He did, yeah. In the Winter
Herschel
Olympics.
Walker was a bobsled pusher?
Yeah, or maybe with the slalom. I can't remember which the thing was, but they discovered this guy that's super big, super strong, super fast is really good at starting and stopping and pushing the sled at the beginning.
Well, bad comp, but do you realize that almost all of the guys that work on pit crews in NASCAR are former college football players now? And a lot of them played in the NFL, practice squads and stuff. The guys that are jumping over the wall with the tires and carrying the big fuel.
See, I didn't know that, but yeah, it makes sense.
It's they now like highlight these guys in some of the telecasts, and you would be stunned. I mean, some of them are names you'd even remember from a couple of years in the NFL.
Like he was a wideout at Pitt.
Exactly.
He was a running back at
Same
UAB.
kind of deal that you're saying with Herschel Walker, where weird that the guy that runs the crazy 40 time is one of the best athletes ever would be really good at another thing.
Yeah, the super in shape guy that's unbelievably fast and strong would be good at something else. I mean, there are occasional examples of someone that's been able to cross over, but for the most part, football's been left out. It's an American sport. It's ours. We love it so much, but internationally, it's like in order to have a talent pool, there's just no way to compete at that same level. Whereas there were basketball leagues, there were basketball teams, there's tennis, there's the sports that the world plays. The world doesn't play football yet. And this is the way eventually maybe to get there to that point where you could have A, the international talent pool, but B, have that kind of showcase to kind of inspire some of the folks around. So it's bigger than that, but it's also a chance for like the Jamar Chases of the world who we're talking about. You were never getting a gold medal otherwise. Now you can. That's really cool. Like what a bucket list thing to be able to check off.
Stand on a podium, national anthem playing.
Pretty badass.
Put that gold medal, bite on it like they do. A purchase of league-wide insurance policies is going to be available to the teams to provide injury protection for any player injured while participating in the authorized flag football activity that gets related to the Olympics. They'll get a salary cap credit as well for any player that's injured. I found that interesting. So the teams basically are saying, look, if I allow Jamar Chase to go over there and he gets hurt, he can't count against my salary cap.
Right.
Because there is no policy in the NFL like there is in hockey. Remember, we just got through a season where TJ Oshie and Nicholas Backstrom were hurt and they haven't retired, but they're on something called LTIR, long-term injured reserve, where their money does not penny for penny count against the salary cap. You get massive relief when you put those guys on LTIR. The NFL does not have that. Those injured reserve players' salaries are still working against your cap. But as part of allowing players to do this, as part of this collective bargaining that they're doing, you're going to get cap relief if one of your guys gets hurt. I think that's really smart and really good to do. The expectation that Olympic flag football teams will establish medical staffs, field surfaces are going to have to comply with NFL minimum standards. I think that's a no-brainer and obvious. A schedule that does not unreasonably conflict with NFL players' league and club commitments during the offseason. These are basic things, but the NFL is making sure we're going to do this. They know it's good for them, but we're going to help you with your thing too. You're going to benefit more than we're going to benefit. We can both be happy and we both stand to do better because of this. But here's our demands. And it sounds like they're all being met. So it sounds like everyone's going to win, including Team USA, by the way. I have to imagine we would just run shop. I mean, is there any way that in a Olympic flag football tournament where I'll just pick Patrick Mahomes is at quarterback, throwing to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua or whoever, in a 5-on-5, I don't know what that looks like, 7-on-7, however you do it, that we wouldn't beat Germany or Japan or Canada? I mean, can you imagine?
Unless there's
all-time upset stuff.
Seriously. I mean, unless there's some, because the flag football guys, I don't know if you remember I don't know if you remember this like weird internet conflict for like an hour and a half.
Yes.
A few weeks ago.
This dude said he was better than Mahomes.
And you're like, no.
A random quarterback.
And you're like, respectfully, you're not. Like in any way at all. But maybe there's something to the flag football is so different that the guys that play it professionally, I put that in quotes, whatever that is, it might be a different animal. I don't know. Maybe. Unless there's somebody's already like doing it a certain way. But to me, give me Mahomes dropping back and Jefferson just pointing up at the sky and just throwing up to him. And then we have a touchdown and then we could go for two and do it again. And maybe Nacua gets a turn and can't stop Jamar Chase on the quick stuff. Or give me 7 defensive backs, all world, just pulling flags quick and proper.
I would think Team USA is favored by dozens of points in every game.
Right?
They have to be. Because the game is different. Flag versus pro, tackle versus not, whatever. But I also don't know, roster-wise, like how many you're allowed to have. I would imagine most teams, like just watching the youth level that occasionally is on ESPN2 or ESPN11 or whatever I've bumped into on a Saturday while sitting at a sports bar or something. A lot of times the kids go both ways, right? Like you're the receiver and then you're the DB. So I don't think you would have corners, or maybe you'd have an ultra athletic, like
Travis Hunter would be on my team, probably.
Exactly. Yeah, I would think he'd make Team USA. But like maybe Jalen Ramsey actually is just a receiver running routes and then is also a corner. I'd be curious how you put the team together. You're not going to have a linebacker, I wouldn't think. I mean, unless you're able to have specific defensive players. But does that help? He's not tackling. I think you just want the fastest, shiftiest guys. And that's probably going to be skill offensive players or DBs, corners, something like that.
I mean, again, it's slightly different skill set. So like Jahmyr Gibbs should play, for example. Like he'd be good at everything.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the burst, the ability to kind of wiggle through because he's not that big.
Would Jahmyr Gibbs be good at pulling the flag? That's what I don't know.
You would think because he's coordinated and fast and quick. But I don't know.
Hopping and sprinting and starting and stopping.
Just beating a guy to a spot, making his feet stop, and then grabbing that flag, right? Like that's kind of the key to it. But still, the point is, I'm like drooling at the possibilities of these unbelievable, ridiculous athletes, no pads on, and you actually get to see it. Because sometimes football it's like, oh, that's fast and strong. You don't really get the appreciation for it. Now that you give them some space to operate, good heavens, it's going to be ridiculous.
But when you say that, but you haven't watched the Pro Bowl where they're doing the exact same thing. And, they're playing flag football now in the Pro Bowl, and it's all the guys we're talking about. And you haven't watched 1 minute of it, and you make fun of not watching it.
That's true.
Now, it's the Olympics, and it's for a gold medal, and Team USA's on the shirt, so I'm not saying it's not important. But if your point is just to see these guys play flag football is amazing, well, nobody's watching the Pro Bowl.
So you're right about that. I would say my counter is where there's stakes. In other words, it's not I missed you, and we're like laughing and smoking and joking about it. This is our nation versus your nation. So I think there'd be some incentive, but I think your point stands. And I also love the idea of the disparity. In other words, like if Patrick Surtain's going up against Justin Jefferson, that's a good matchup. I'd like to see Justin Jefferson against like Klaus von Hammerschmidt of the German Professional Flag Football League, where I run a 4.5. I'm very excited about my athleticism. Wrong. This one. Look at this special person.
DC Council member Robert White joins us in about 40 minutes. We'll talk to him. He's undecided publicly so far on what's going to happen over at the RFK site. We're going to get to the bottom of how he would vote. July 15th is the deadline to try to get a deal done as of right now in DC for the $1.1 billion publicly funded to help get this stadium going and built. So we'll talk to him about that coming up at 3:00. Next, though, the huge issue at the owners' meetings is not flag football in the Olympics. It's the tush push. And item B is seeding in the NFL playoffs and whether or not winning a division should automatically get you a home game in the postseason. We'll get into that next. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. In hockey tonight, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Panthers and Hurricanes will begin at 8 o'clock. And in basketball, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, Timberwolves and Thunder will tip off at 8:30 tonight. In the NBA, 2 of the Wizards rookies were named to the all-rookie team. Alex Sarr on the first team, Bob Carrington on the second team. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at home against the Atlanta Braves tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker makes the start for the Nationals. He's 3-3 with a 4.32 ERA on the season. Spencer Strider starts for the Atlanta Braves. He's 0-1 with a 3.60 ERA. Baseball is back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
DC Council member Robert White joins us at 3, and at 4 o'clock today, we're giving away tickets to see The Offspring, Supercharged Worldwide in 25 this July at Jiffy Lube Live with Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory. Going to be a great show. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening in 90 minutes on Grant and Danny. Our G&D poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience, is actually available right now on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. We're asking you about one of the issues at hand today with the owners meeting in Minneapolis, or excuse me, in West Palm Beach, ahead of votes being doled out the next 2 days on these big NFL issues. So, Danny, should the NFL redo how it seeds its postseason? That is one of the votes being conducted. Playoff reseeding proposal was put forth by the Detroit Lions. It seeks to seed teams based on record at the start of the playoffs. That's not currently how the league operates. In current playoff seeding system has been set up for years so that division winners receive the top 4 seeds. There's 4 divisions. If you win a division, no matter what your record is, you're seeded 1 through 4 among the other division winners, and you automatically, in addition to being a top 4 team in your conference, get to host an opening round playoff game, or you get a bye. The wild card teams, which are seeds 5 through 7, even if they have a better record, have to travel to your building. Leads to scenarios where a 9-8 team that wins a division, or in Washington's case with Ron Rivera back in 2020, a 7-9 team, now it could be a 7-10 division winning team, would host an 11-6 wild card team, and it happens semi-routinely. As a result, the 11-6 team, despite winning more games in the regular season, goes on the road, plays in your building, has a worse chance of moving forward. So it does what a lot of people like you like, which is prioritize the regular season. It also is something coaches love because they can really harp on the importance of division games and winning your division and that being a major goal so you can host a playoff game. But the Lions and a lot of other teams have long said this doesn't make any sense. If you have 12 wins and another team has 8 wins, you shouldn't be traveling to their stadium. We should rank 1 through 7 based solely on record. The gift of winning your division is making the playoffs. You still get an automatic bid. If your record at 7-10 is 9th best in the conference, you're not going to miss the playoffs. You still get in. You're just going to be the 7 seed. I actually love this proposal.
I love it.
And I can explain why, but I want to give you the first ups.
Yeah, I mean, last year, Washington went on the road for their postseason game, despite being 12-5, being 2 full games better than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who were 10-7. You mentioned the time of Washington benefited from this, being by far and away the worst team. Ironically, it was Tampa Bay that came to their building. It was the Heineke game. We all know the story. So if this was such a dramatically different thing where you didn't have so many common opponents, and what I mean is if this was, say, college football where there were 100 teams, then I might go, okay, well, maybe you give some deference to the conference, knowing that the conferences are all pretty similar and pretty elite. The fact is, there's so much crossover. There's so much commonality. We've got a pretty good data set, right, for these different divisions that are playing each other. The competition's all relatively close together. You're playing pretty good football teams each and every week. There's very few little sisters of the poor, directional A&Is and small fries. Everybody's got a pretty good strength of schedule. There's a bunch of NFL teams on it. So your record being better should count substantially. The idea that a 12-5 team could go on the road to a 7-10 team in the first round of the postseason is absurd, just by virtue of luck. Nothing that the division winner did well. It was, you happen to be in a terrible division. Congratulations. I would end that. I'd keep them in the playoffs, though. Winning the division should count for something. I've always believed that, just coming from the NFC East. A playoff admission is plenty reward.
Exactly, it does. I mean, the two arguments against this, someone could say would be, to your point, number one, well, winning the division has to matter. It matters, man.
Yep.
You make the playoffs automatically. The second you win your division, you make the playoffs. Now, you don't get the home game that you've always gotten, and so it matters less. Nothing I can say about that. But you're still getting the gift of the postseason regardless. That's number one. And number two, the other thing you could say is, and I hear this argument all over the place today, the regular season matters less if you are going to have the seeding be done based on record, regular season division champion sliding around the standings. I actually think it's the opposite.
Well, that's why it's going to pass, is because it's the opposite.
What is actually happening is you're saying the Minnesota Vikings last year, who went 14-3, are not going to travel to LA to take on the Rams, who were 10-7. Make the case for me that the regular season matters more when the 10-7 Rams are hosting the Vikings than when the 14-3 Minnesota Vikings, who just spent months only losing 3 games, kicking everybody's butt except their division games against Detroit, narrowly missed out on winning the best division in the conference, now have to travel. I think it's a flawed argument. And people just say it with conviction. You're watering down the regular season. It's going to mean less. No, maybe division play means less. And if that's your argument, I understand that. People are infatuated with division structure. By the way, we've tweaked the divisions before. We've gone from 5 in divisions to 4. We used to be that the Arizona Cardinals were in the NFC East. No one thinks about that anymore. Now they're the NFC West. Like, people will get used to any kind of a shift in overall significance of the division. Again, maybe it means a little less. It's still important. You still get into the playoffs. But this idea to me is the regular season should matter. I agree with you. The regular season's really important. I agree with you. And that's why Minnesota potentially at 15-2 losing a tiebreaker and not winning its division. They ended up 14-3. Having to travel potentially to a 8 or 9 win team is an outrage. That is taking away from the import of the regular season.
Yeah. Why am I rewarding an okay Houston team because the rest of their division was terrible, and punishing a Chargers team who's got to deal with the buzzsaw that is Kansas City? They won 11-6, talking about the Chargers. The reason this is going to pass is because now with 7 playoff teams in each conference, they need those end of season, regular season games to matter more. They stopped mattering as much. They didn't realize what was going to happen, but there's more locked up. There's more tiebreakers are done as of week 16. So, it could have happened. Now it didn't this way, but if Detroit, who was say 13-2 at the time, had already beaten Minnesota twice, and Minnesota was a game and a half behind them, there's no catching them. So Detroit's on cruise control for a couple of weeks. We want our end of the season to be still everything up for grabs, everything on the line. That's why this is going to pass this time. So any argument about the regular season not mattering anymore is, quite frankly, wrong. Now, the argument that does stand is you're diminishing the import of divisional games. You're watering that down slightly, and winning your division is slightly less important. That I cannot argue with because it's true. But there's still a huge, outsized, important role to win your division, no matter how good or bad it is. You are granted automatic entry. And there's a great chance if you're a great team, aka Detroit last year winning that buzzsaw of a division where 3 teams won at least 11 games, you'll probably end up getting rewarded with a bunch of home games in the postseason.
So there's a little bit of a trade-off to this too, right? In the same way that I am admitting defeat on the argument of, well, the division and games get less important. Okay, you're right. Tip my cap to you.
Mm-hmm.
The example I'll give you, you just referenced the end of the year. So Minnesota, who we've talked about, played Detroit. It was a nationally televised. It might have been the Sunday Night Football to end the season. I remember being in a hotel. I don't know where I would have been, but I was watching that game somewhere in a hotel, traveling, and it was the final game of the year where the winner won the division and the loser was going to be wild card, and Sam Darnold turned into a pumpkin. You remember that game?
I do, yeah.
And the Vikings just got blown out, got the doors blown off by Detroit, I believe, in Detroit in that game. Well, that game wouldn't really matter, in all honesty. If you change it to this policy. I mean, seeding would change a little bit, right? Because one of them would be, say, the 2 versus the 3 or the 1 against the 2. And maybe there's still a bye on the line in a rare case like that one where they were the 2 best teams in the conference. But in other words, the Washington-Dallas, like Week 17 game, if you're both in the playoffs and 11 wins versus 12 wins, you are taking away the division championship, the home playoff date, like the significance of that game if you're both actually just going to be going on the road as the 5 and the 6 seed in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So I acknowledge that. But you're also adding so much to conference games outside of the division. This year with Washington playing the NFC North as an example. Now, they play Green Bay in week 2, but if that was a week 16 game, you're talking about those 2 teams vying for something they wouldn't have been before. And just by way of the math, 3 division opponents, way more conference opponents that are in the postseason mix. There's more of those situations. So if I'm acknowledging to you, yes, the division game gets less important, you have to acknowledge to me then the non-division conference game gets more important, and there's more of those. So I think the net is still a positive in terms of what is being gained and lost as a consumer. And speaking of the Packers, they won 11 games last season. Here's a good example of something, too. They would have been the number 5 seed in the NFC instead of the number 7 seed. So as an 11-win team, they had to go play Philadelphia, the 2 seed. And they narrowly lost that football game. Remember, there was like a turnover on the first play.
Yeah.
That tush push set central. And tush push a clock turned into Matt LaFleur and all them wanting to get rid of the tush push. They're the team that brought this up that may get it off the table here. But you're saying, well, why does that matter? Well, if you win 11 or 12 games and you're the 5 seed, not the 7 seed, you get to avoid the 2 seed. The better team that had the better regular season should get to avoid the better team in the first round of the playoffs. The worst team that barely snuck in, that isn't very good, should have to play the better team. And to the Eagles' point, the number 2 seed, again, we want to make the regular season matter more, right? Should the Eagles have to play a good Packers team or the 7 seed that just snuck in that was 7-10? So it might have won a division, but sucks.
Yeah, and to your point, the Eagles were all but locked into that 2 seed for the last month of the season. I mean, there was possible variance, if Minnesota had just fallen apart or something else, but they were going to be the 2 seed pretty much no matter what. I want to avoid that. I want that last game to matter because if they win, and again, just replaying last year, if they win and Minnesota had won, then what's the tiebreaker? Or Philadelphia was on cruise control down the stretch. As soon as they beat Washington, or I can't remember actually which one it was. But anyway, down the stretch, they had the division all but wrapped up. There's nothing else really for them to play for or do. And the NFL's basically going, with our new format, we want to avoid those things. We want to avoid. They're pretty much, Tampa's locked into to whatever it is, the 4, and the Rams are locked into the 3. We don't want people locked in. We want every game down the stretch to matter more.
What's the better postseason system? The current structure where you win a division, you get a home game, you're seeded 1 through 4 as division winners, and then there are 3 wild cards that have to be sorted out by record 5 through 7, or the way that the NFL is voting on possibly changing to, which would be the 7 best teams make the playoffs, and you're seeded 1 through 7 based on record and tiebreakers. Nothing to do with whether or not you won a division. Take your calls on this next. 800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We'll get to those responses as well on the Fan. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. League owners set to vote on a potential reseeding of the NFL playoffs. Should the league change the way seeding works in the playoffs? Yes, reward the best records. No, keep it as it is. That's a poll, Darius. That is a cleaned up version of whatever nonsense I was trying to suggest.
It's like if a team wins, but it is in the central time zone and they have the same number of wins as a Canadian team, should we? And Darius cleaned it right up.
This is one of those that's kind of like overtime where there's always more people than I expect that want to do it the bad way. And I just don't understand it. 55% of the early votes are saying keep it as it is.
Amazing to me.
It's like overtime, man.
Yeah.
You and I are like, we shouldn't have ties. We should do everything we can to avoid ties.
And then 80% of respondents are like, there should be more ties.
Ties are good. I think they should do a hockey shootout. They should bring out ice and do a hockey shootout with football players on skates before they should have a tie. It makes more sense to have Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels put ice skates on and do a shootout against Jalen Hurts, who's in net, trying to defend them in a Flyers jersey, than it does to have a tie. I hate ties so much, but people are like, no, let's keep doing it the overtime way in the NFL. The college overtime's so much better. Let's do it that way. No, the NFL's got it.
I think whoever wins the coin toss should get to win the game. If you don't like it, stop them, said the person who votes for this way on the poll.
All right, let's see what the people think. Jeffson Ashburn, are you leaving it the terrible way that it is, or are you doing it a better way?
No, I'm leaving it the way it is. I mean, if you're good enough to win and win your division, you should be rewarded for that.
But aren't you being rewarded with an automatic postseason bid?
Even if you're crappy?
Hey, you won your division.
Yeah, so you get to go to the postseason.
If the better team with a better record doesn't win their division, why should they get rewarded?
Because they're better.
In your division.
But they're better than you.
Well, you won't know that until you play them on the road.
Right, but if they go 11-6 in a good division and you went 7-10 in a bad division, they're better than you.
Win your division.
Uh-huh.
See?
Yes.
This is what happens.
It's when
it's a
just
great
when you're
phone call. I mean, we don't agree with it, but it's exactly what he's representing. A lot of people. That's why the league has gotten away with this tomfoolery for so long, because there's so many people that want to leave it the terrible way that it is. Let's go to Otis, who is in Mitchellville. Otis, do you want to keep it the bad way or do a good way?
Oh, I want to keep it. I want to keep it because, like Minnesota, they played 8 games against a weaker division in the NFC West and also in the AFC South. And that was 8 free games that they got, and that's why their record was so good. So they weren't really a strong 14-win team. That's why they lost first round against the LA Rams, who they lost to earlier that season.
It's a good argument.
Okay, what does that mean? Was Tampa then a strong 10-win team? Or did they get a benefit of playing the Panthers a couple times?
He does make a really good argument, though, before I tag him back in, Danny, which is the divisions play different divisions. Now, and every year is different, but his point is you could go 14-3 beating up on terrible divisions if you get to play the worst divisions in the league.
So did they play AFC West or AFC South? Because someone won the AFC South that was probably pretty bad. You see what I'm saying? Like it all equalizes.
But the Commanders or none of the other teams faced the AFC South either. And that was 4 wins outside of the Texans,
right?
And then the NFC West was trash because San Francisco was down. Nobody knew about the Cardinals. Seattle was confused. So
it certainly wasn't trash. You're starting to struggle a little bit making the point when you start talking about the NFC West being bad, but I certainly get where you're coming from, which is I think a good argument that if you just base it on the record to say that a team's better than another team. It's no different than saying, well, that division's bad and that division's good, because you're saying they're playing different opponents.
But it willfully turns on blinders to the fact that Minnesota won 14 games in the best division in football with 3 teams that won at least 11 games, including them.
I'm not saying his specific example is gospel. I'm just saying the idea that a team could have a better record that plays, just making it up. But last year, the AFC South, and let's say I'll just make up that the NFC West was bad or whatever. If they played those 2 divisions and they were both the 2 worst divisions in football and they went 12-5, and then someone in the NFC East went 10-7, but played the best divisions in the league, then you could make the case that they benefited from a softer schedule. Now, in this case, he's claiming that the Vikings, who had to play the Packers twice, who had to play the Lions twice, even the Bears, who were not particularly good, are not a fun team to have to play, good defensively, playmakers on offense. They had a way worse situation because that's the best division in the sport.
Right. And so my point is those things, if you go, well, they got to play this 4 games in this one division. Well, again, these things tend to come out in the wash. And there may be the year where it's so spectacularly unfair and that one time a team got one extra win because their schedule was softer. I mean, are we starting to do that now if a quarterback was hurt or they're missing a certain player? They go, hey, it was easier. Just stack up the wins, man. It's so simple.
7 teams make the playoffs. They are considering ranking 1 through 7 based just on record. If any news breaks on how the vote comes down today, we will let you know as it develops. We're covering that for you on The Fan. Council member Robert White, who is one of the council members in Washington, D.C., will be voting on the upcoming stadium legislation. He's going to join us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at Nats Park against the Atlanta Braves. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-3 with a 4.32 ERA. He'll take on Spencer Strider, who is 0-1 with a 3.60 ERA. In hockey tonight, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock tonight. Western Conference Finals. Oilers and Stars, that'll get underway tomorrow. In the NBA, the Eastern Conference Finals will get underway tomorrow with the Pacers and the Knicks. Western Conference Finals gets underway tonight. Timberwolves and Thunder at 8:30. Also, the NBA All-Rookie team was announced today. Alex Sarr, a part of the first All-NBA rookie team, and Bub Carrington on the second team. In the NFL, the league has given the okay for players to participate in the 2028 Olympics in flag football in Los Angeles. And the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with their offensive guard, Joe Thuney, who they traded for earlier this offseason. That'll make his new contract 3 years, $51 million, $33.5 million guaranteed. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live in studio, it's Grant and Danny on the Fan. 20 days into May, it is Tuesday, May 20th. Nats are back home just down the street taking on the Braves tonight. A beautiful night for baseball at Nationals Park. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori & Murad.
We are exclusively sponsored by that law firm, Condori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Got a great show planned for you today. In 1 hour, your Beltway Blitz. We're also giving away tickets to see The Offspring. They're going to be out at Jiffy Lube Live with Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory. So make sure you're listening at 4 for that. Defenders quarterback Jordan Tamu. They just got a big win out at Audi Field this weekend. They're going to the playoffs. He'll be in studio with us in 2 hours at 5 o'clock. And the general manager of the Washington Capitals, Chris Patrick, looking ahead to their offseason plans with us. He'll be on the phone at 5:30. So we got a lot going on. But right now we're very, very happy to tell you that in studio with us is an at-large council member here in the nation's capital. Mr. Robert White is with us. Thank you for joining us here in our studio.
I appreciate you all having me. Excited to be here.
Of course.
It's our pleasure. So the news broke that a deal had been struck, that there is the framework for a stadium in Washington, D.C. As a station, as you can imagine, tons of reaction from fans. We've been trying to get to the bottom of this with a deadline set up for July now to see how this is going to go. And we've talked so far to 4 different members of the council. You'll make the 5th that has joined us on the show. So I guess let's just start with floors open for you. Your thoughts at this point. Would you vote yes for this stadium plan?
So I'm a fan. I'm a lifelong Washington football fan. Born in '82, so I came of age in our glory years. Loved the ascent. Did not love the long descent.
You didn't. It wasn't as much fun for you.
It was not as much fun as you would think.
Do you have memories then at RFK Stadium?
So I couldn't afford to go. The tickets were expensive. Something still true football today. I didn't go to my first game until I was probably in college.
Wow.
When someone had pity on me, and like at the end of a losing season, they were like, "Do you want these tickets?" So, but now I'm a dad. I'm hoping I can bring my girls. But watched on TV religiously every Sunday. Was lucky enough to marry a woman who loves football. Unfortunately, she's from New York. So when we're playing the Giants, she's not on my side. Other than that, she's rooting for the home team. But I'm excited. My first reaction on the stadium was excitement. It's the Washington Commanders. Would love for them to be back home in DC. But I can't, as a council member, just be a fan. And so I had to dig into the deal. And unfortunately, right now, it's a bad deal for DC residents. We will lose a ton of money. But my goal is to improve it so that we can get this done. And I think it's doable. It's just going to take some work.
What has to happen, in your view, to make it to a place where it's acceptable to you?
Yeah, so there are a few things. The Commanders are making a large investment, $2.7 billion. What I remind folks is they're not making a gift, they're making an investment. And I see very clearly how they make their money back. Ticket sales are going to go to them. Revenue from concessions are going to go to the team. Revenue from the parking lot that taxpayers build is going to go to the team. We're going to lease the land for $1 a year. And then the rent from the hotels and restaurants, that's going to the team as well. Nothing really is going to the city. So we're going to spend about $1 billion. We're going to have to take on debt. So you'd start to double that. If we leased out the land, we're talking about $6 to $25 billion over the first 30 years. And so DC taxpayers are putting a lot in, but we don't get any revenue. So in order for this to be a good deal for DC, there has to be revenue sharing so that we can actually make that money back. We are making an investment as well, not a gift. And we are upside down financially, the city right now. So we got to make that money back. I want to see apprenticeship opportunities during the construction so we can get DC residents working on that. And then one big thing that sends a message, and I've shared this with the team, you got to bring your headquarters to DC as well. I couldn't see any team saying we're going to move our team from one state to another, but we're going to leave our headquarters in another place. So certainly want to see the headquarters in DC as well.
So the Capitals and currently train in Arlington, but called DC homes, never really been an issue. What do you say to that?
The practice field for the Commanders is in Virginia.
Right.
That will probably remain in Virginia because DC just doesn't have a lot of land. So I understand as a practical
So what did you mean by headquarters?
I mean, their offices, front office, back office, those folks should be in DC, and that's not been a commitment the team has made yet.
Councilmember at Large Robert White, kind enough to join us here in studio on Grant and Danny. So I believe, sir, you're a Ward 4 resident?
I am.
So I spent a lot of time in DC, went to kindergarten through college in the city, and I spent a lot of years living in DC. And I don't know that a ward has changed more than Ward 4, but some of the different neighborhoods and the development, everything from Petworth to Brightwood and everything in between. I'm curious, as that has kind of the changes have happened over the years, how do your residents feel in general? I mean, it's hard to speak for everybody. Obviously, nobody's got one voice, but how do your residents feel in general about just the team coming back, stadium, and what that might do for them?
Residents are excited, and as an at-large member, I represent the entire city. Right. I have the privilege of living in Ward 4 as a child, and now again as an adult. I moved around the city in the middle. But residents, I think most residents want the stadium back. Most residents are counting on us, the elected officials, to make sure it's a good deal for DC. And I think people are concerned about the idea of DC being left holding the bag. So as we are in a revenue deficit, if we put multi-billions of dollars into this, in 5 years from now, we're still paying for it, not seeing revenue come into the city. That's a concern for most people. So they're depending on us to make a good deal. And, if we invest in this, that means we're investing less in schools and police stations and building a new jail. And so that's a trade-off that residents are going to need to feel comfortable about. But you got to spend money to make money, but we don't want to spend money to lose money.
Councilmember Robert White, at large DC City Council, in studio with us on Grant and Danny, discussing the possibility of RFK 2.0 and the Commanders coming back home to DC. So the latest polling we've seen is from the Washington Post, 55%, so majority of DC residents in favor of about $850 million being spent on this project. The number, obviously, $1.1 billion asked to folks as well. It's actually much higher in the ward where they'd be building the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And the folks that would actually be most inconvenienced by the building of the operation, but also benefit the most immensely from all the things that'll be there, wanted it even a higher rate than that. So when I hear you say it's bad for the city, and then it sounds like you'd be a no right now, I guess my question as someone who doesn't really get politics all that much would be, would you vote against the majority of the people then? I mean, if the majority of DC, your constituents as an at-large, are saying, hey, at a 60% clip, let's say, yeah, let's do this. And then the people that are right there are going, I don't have a place I like shopping. I'd have one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a place that I could go to this store. We'd have one now. Does that matter?
It does matter. It matters a lot. But residents are counting on me to have a full picture. And so when residents say, yeah, we're comfortable investing $850 million, they're counting on me to know whether or not the actual cost is a lot more. They're counting on me to know whether or not we're going to make more. They're assuming we're not making an $850 million gift. but rather an investment. Right now, as the deal is structured, it is not an investment for DC. It's a gift. So they are counting on us to not get swept away in the excitement, which I'd love to do as a fan, but to rather dig into the details. If you polled the residents around the stadium, probably not a majority of people who want it. The amenities, grocery stores, or what have you in Ward 7, but not east of the river, which is where we need those grocery stores. And so that's where the responsibility of elected officials comes in. I say put aside politics, right? Like, we don't really need the politics here. A good investment is a good investment. A bad investment is a bad investment. I think what residents are saying pretty clearly, which is the same thing I'm saying, I'm a yes if the deal is good for DC. And so let's get there.
Totally agree with that. I guess the big question is this a negotiation or is this the deal? And it sounds like you don't like this particular deal, but my question would be, I drive by that area all the time, right? Going to Maryland to go pay my tax dollars as a Virginian in Maryland to go to games, which would now be in DC. But if it's not the stadium, what is it, and how long does that take? I heard the chair of the council suggest it could be several years before anything gets done there if it's not this stadium. So we're just sitting there in perpetuity with this land where maybe it's not as good a deal as you want, but it could do a lot better for DC than Weeds.
But think about, what was it, maybe 30 years ago? Do we think that the Washington football team was saying to Landover, hey, we're going to build this stadium and it's going to be desolate around there? No, they were saying it's going to bring in a lot of revenue. It's going to spark all this type of investment, but it's not. In Maryland is not, Prince George's County is not heartbroken about losing the team. So, that's why I have to make sure we're making a sober decision. And because this isn't my background, I've reached out to economists around the nation. And what they have told me is that they've seen no deal as bad as this. And I keep asking economists, can you point me to somebody who can tell me how this is a good deal? I've yet to find that economist. And if that economist is listening now, reach out to me, rwhite@dccouncil.gov. Like, I'm trying to get smart, but I've yet to find an economist locally or nationally who says anything other than this is a really bad deal for DC taxpayers.
Despite the fact that they're paying for 3/4 of it, which is pretty unheard of in a split with the city.
That's right. But this is also the second highest public investment in a stadium. And not long ago, SoFi Stadium was built without public investment. But economists have not really been split on whether or not stadiums are a good deal for taxpayers. And so I do see real benefits of having the team come back. I think it's not a slam dunk for DC. We can make it a win for DC, but right now it's pretty bad.
Well, sitting in the Navy Yard here, Nats Park's a few blocks away. Gigantic win for this ward, no doubt about it. Now it's different, right? Maybe that's your point. Baseball, 81 dates. Football, not as many, although the roof gives you an opportunity for more dates.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody could argue. My dad used to work here and be escorted to his car when he was working for the defense with an armed guard 25 years ago or whatever. Now I'm going out to eat at all these restaurants and we're working here because of Nats Park. It's been a gigantic win for this city, that ballpark, as an anchor.
It has. Nats Park is a really great example. It's one that is paid off pretty well. Nowhere near the timeline that they said, nowhere near. To look at something more recent, we look at Care First Arena in Southeast. If you look at the number of events that were promised before a shovel went in the ground, we're at about half of that right now. If you look at the revenue projections, we're nowhere near those revenue projections. And if you look at other stadiums across the country, very similar thing. And so I do think Nats Ballpark, which has a lot more events, a lot more games, is a little bit different. The other thing that's different that I would use as an example is Monumental's stadium downtown. That investment made a lot of sense to me because if you look at the revenue they bring in, it's somewhere around like $40 million a year in direct revenue, not even counting the spillover revenue. 1,000 to 2,000 permanent jobs and about 2,000 part-time jobs. That's a clear investment. So when we invested $500 million in that stadium rehab, I can look at the numbers and see how it makes sense. But I have not seen any numbers that show me how this one makes sense. And we want it to make sense.
Councilmember, I hope you have a lot of spare time. I imagine your inbox will be flooded with all the economists that generally listen to Grant and I. We're huge.
You would not believe how many every day
community.
we're like, can we get a sports fan? Enough economists calling in.
Like, you're exhausting. So, but process-wise, then, okay. So this is part of I'm not exactly clear on. So again, forgive our ignorance here. What it sounded like to us was this is all folded into part of the mayor's budget that is going to be submitted to you all, and then there'll be a discussion. This isn't the only discussion with the mayor's budget. The mayor's budget's got a lot of other line items.
There's a couple other pages.
Yeah, nothing to do with us and football, the thing that we like. So, what's the process like then for amendments, changes, those sorts of things? Walk us through that, please.
Yeah, so the council has not gotten the mayor's budget yet. Usually we would get that at the beginning of April. It's late at this point, but we should get it next week. I imagine, because we're in a deficit, that there will be a lot of cuts. And so when schools are looking at losing funding, when we see less investment in all the things we normally see investment in, and we're saying we've got over $1 billion for a stadium, folks are going to have a little heartburn about that. But, I'm prepared to talk to people. Again, you got to make investments so that we can get out of this deficit. But the mayor and the commanders have said they want us to finalize this by July 15th. That's not realistic at this point because it is part of the budget and we haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. I saw again today on, I think it was Channel 9 in DC, this mention of a July 15th deadline. What does that actually mean? Why is that a deadline? How set in stone is that? How flexible are we to push this thing potentially? Because on the team side, they got to make moves here. I mean, they're trying to open this thing in 2030. So I understand you guys want the perfect deal, but a not a perfect deal stadium or no stadium at all could ultimately be the decision you've got to make.
Right. I don't think we're going to get to a perfect deal. That can't be the measurement. But again, there has to be some conceivable way that the district doesn't lose a lot of money on this. We've got to be careful as we, are knocking on the door of a recession, as we're in a deficit. We've got to be really careful about spending a lot of money and not getting a return on it. But the commanders and the city can agree to an extension of that July 15th. That was a date that that the mayor and the commanders negotiated without input from the council.
How has the team been in terms of these conversations? Have they been amenable to suggestions? Have they just said, "Hey, take it or leave it"? What have they been like to deal with?
So I've met with the team before we got the deal, and setting up a meeting with them. I think I'm meeting with them tomorrow or Thursday of this week. So they've been open to meeting, but I've been asking for revenue projections. The mayor said it's going to be $14 to $15 billion revenue for the city. I asked the mayor for the revenue projections 2 weeks ago. I've asked 5-6 more times since then. I haven't gotten them.
Maybe the 7th time.
Maybe.
We're joined in studio right now by at-large council member, DC City Council, Robert White, kind enough to give us a few minutes on Grant and Danny. So I want to go back to kind of the crux of what it sounds like is your issue, which is you think you guys are going to lose money on this deal.
That's right.
I don't see how that's possible if you have a Super Bowl and if you have a Final Four. The NFL draft's coming here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the answer. You may. Do you have any idea how much money you guys would stand to make as a city by having the draft and people from 50 states coming in here?
So the draft is coming next year. There won't be a stadium.
Understood. But part of why it's coming, I think, is because of the progress of the stadium. But regardless,
it's part of the push for the stadium. And again, I have to remain sober as I look at this. But Super Bowl, how many Super Bowls are we going to host a year?
If you host
a decade?
one, economists suggest that's worth over $1 billion by itself potentially.
I've not seen that. So we I don't know how much we would bring in, how much net revenue we bring in from hosting a Super Bowl. I don't believe it.
So you don't, and I'm not questioning you, I'm just asking, you don't believe then when people say to me, and I've had many people say, if they get a Super Bowl and a Final Four, that in and of itself could return the city close to the $1.1 billion investment with 2 events. You don't buy that?
Show me. That'd be wonderful. Right. Okay. So again, I'm not looking for, I don't think anybody on the council is looking for a perfect investment. We're just looking for an investment that doesn't almost guarantee that we lose a lot of money.
So in other words, I'm not asking you to speak for other members of the council, but I'm sure you've had conversations, whether introductory or even in depth. How many would you say, or others that have said, you know what, I actually see the point that you're making, or how many are gung ho? Just kind of where are we at in terms of that? We're just the peons out here. Don't know which way's up.
I think very reasonably, like me, most people don't want to be the face of the voice of somebody raining on the parade, right? I don't either. I'm a big fan. And I want to see the stadium here, but I have a responsibility to look at this deal. And so I think most members are trying to keep their powder dry if they have questions. And so I've heard the chairman of the council with a similar message to mine. You know, he's looking at the numbers and it's not making sense to him yet either.
So we had you undecided before you got here.
Mm-hmm.
So far, based on this conversation, I'm putting you in the yes column. I'm just kidding. I'm putting you in the no column, right? But we have 4 yeses, and they need to get to 7.
Mm-hmm.
As of right now, just to reiterate, I guess, do you think they have 7 votes that are yeses?
No, but I wouldn't put me. So got some people have me in there yes column. Some people have me in there no column.
Everywhere I look, it's different,
right?
But having talked to you, you're squarely in the no column on this deal. I would say.
Yes, and
which is the only deal we have.
Vast majority of the council is likely a no on this deal. But I also think that almost all of the council wants to get to a yes. And this isn't like, you know, politicking or like, hey, fund my pet project. This is just make this a good deal for DC. The district, and this upsets me about the team, as somebody who has been such a big fan, watching what happened to our franchise over the past couple of decades was painful. And I think a lot of decisions that leadership and the team made were bad decisions. I really like what the new owners and management are doing with the team. This is a time to repair those relationships, to get the fan base excited again, not to have a city sort of reluctantly saying, we got a stadium, but we feel like we got taken advantage of. And we got to get past that. So what you see right now is a push for the excitement, not discussions of the deal. And that should make you a little bit nervous.
Our guest in studio with us is at-large council member Robert White on Grant and Danny. July 15th is this tentative deadline for now to try to figure out what's going to happen at the RFK 2.0 site. I want to ask you a question I've asked each council member we've had on, because even though I'm obviously adamantly about this stadium being in DC, I think it's the best thing for the city, for the team, for all of us as fans. It'd be amazing. I get we're coming at this from different angles. You got a different job. What is a better option for that land in terms of growth, tax revenue, and jobs? Like your point may very well be true. This isn't perfect.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything you guys could put there that's going to do a better job than this stadium at providing those things. Where am I wrong?
We don't know if you're wrong because no one's pursued it. And so some folks would argue, well, it's been 30 years and there are no other options on the table. Well, I used to work on Capitol Hill. So one of the things I know is that the district was coming at the tail end of a previous lease with the federal government. So we couldn't be planning for land that we weren't going to control. This debate, this land only became viable within the past few months when we got a 99-year extension on the lease. So right now is when we would be saying to the best minds in the country, give us your best ideas. For FedEx land, they're planning things right now that, as I hear, they're more excited about than the idea of keeping the stadium. So we don't know.
I mean, Wes Moore is following the team around like I follow around my puppy. So I'm not sure if I completely agree with that.
Prince George's County does not seem
They've offered him
heartbroken.
$500 million to keep the team.
Right.
It's not because they don't want him.
I haven't heard Prince George's County saying that.
Okay, that's fair. You know more about that than
but all that to say, I don't know what else we would do for this land because what else we do with the land because we haven't pursued it. But I don't necessarily think we need to right now. We need to figure out how to make this deal work as we walk into the beginning of a deficit. And you were here, I'm guessing, in the 80s and 90s, right? That was a deficit that lasted a long time. As we walk into a deficit, we have to make sure the deals we make are in the best financial interests of the city. And if this is in the best financial interest of the city, let's do it. If it's not in the best financial interest of the city, let's not just say, well, there's nothing better we can do. Let's just eat it. No, let's make it better.
Is there a drop dead point in terms of I can't with this is a bad hypothetical. I can't deal with any deficit. I can't deal with any loss, or I can deal with some knowing that it's an investment, kind of given the climate that we're in. Does that make sense? There's a sliding scale there, right? Where you go, and you've already said it, you got to spend to make.
Yeah.
Is there we can't spend this much right now, even knowing it might be beneficial down in the future? Or is there a sliding scale as long as you can see the viability and the numbers to go? Like, where does that line go for you?
It's just viability. Is there a likely chance? Are we more likely than not to gain revenue and jobs? Right now, almost all of the risk is on the city because all of the revenue is going to the team and to the project. All of the even taxes are staying there, so nothing's going to the general fund, and that puts all of the risk on the district. And I think we need to share profit and share risk.
Our guest is going to be meeting on this a couple times a month, probably between now and July 15th.
Yes,
sounds like you guys have met presumably multiple times since this came down. I mean, what are those conversations like? And then how often have you talked to the mayor? The mayor at one point called in just listening to our show and gave a very different story on how great she thinks this is.
Yeah.
And she's in opposition with you on what this would do for the city. Like, what are your conversations with her been like, if at all?
Well, I met with the mayor, as I said, 2 weeks ago. I told her my concerns. She said we are projecting a $14 billion in revenue. And I said, excellent. Can you send me that projection? And I haven't gotten it. Yeah. We follow up the next day, the day after that, the week after that. It's still coming, apparently. And so we've been talking. And, obviously the mayor's been pursuing this for a long time. I'd like to see her get there. But it can't be at the expense of the city. And I think most residents, as residents understand even the basics of this deal, they get very nervous.
Makes sense. Councilmember, we've already kept you too long. This is so kind of you to stop by and shed some light on things. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
It's awesome that you came in. It's, we've reached out to everybody. And as I say, there's a handful of you guys have been willing to answer questions about it. Haven't heard back from a bunch. So
we got a lot of stiff
I like
arms
the
from a
ones
lot of people
that like to talk and answer questions. Those are my kind of guys and ladies. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Good to be with
really
you.
Appreciate
Absolutely. There you go. So that is the latest on what's going on with the stadium. I want to get back into some of this and talk about this July 15 deadline. We can take the temperature on that as we continue on. Grant and Danny, at-large council member Robert White in studio with us. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves tonight, first of 3 at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. The lefty is 3-3 on the season with a 4.32 ERA. Spencer Strider goes to the hill for the Braves. He's 0-1 on the season with a 3.60 ERA. In hockey tonight, conference final action gets underway with the Eastern Conference Finals. Panthers and Hurricanes game 1 at 8 o'clock tonight. And in the NBA, the Western Conference Finals get underway tonight. Game 1 between the Timberwolves and the Thunder at 8:30. NBA All-Rookie team was announced today. Alex Sarr, first team. Bob Carrington, second team. And in the NFL, the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with offensive guard Joe Thuney, making his contract now 3 years and $51 million, $33.5 million guaranteed. And the NFL has given the okay for NFL players to participate in flag football in the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm excited. My first reaction on the stadium was excitement. It's the Washington Commanders. Would love for them to be back home in D.C., but I can't, as a council member, just be a fan. And so I had to dig into the deal. And unfortunately, right now, it's a bad deal for D.C. residents. We will lose a ton of money. But my goal is to improve it so that we can get this done. And I think it's doable. It's just going to take some work.
Big thanks to Robert White, who just joined us in studio, the at-large council member from the D.C. City Council. So we told you he's undecided, at least publicly. Nobody really knew which way he was leaning. So we were able to get him on the show. We were going to find out if he's a yes or a no on this stadium deal. It took a few seconds to find out he is a no on this current stadium deal. So I cannot add him to our count here. We are keeping a running tabulation. We have 4 yeses. We were looking for a 5th yes. This is not yes number 5. This is a no. We're trying to get to 7 yeses. Right now, it's a bad deal for the city. My job is to make it a good deal, and I'm excited we can do that. He's coming from the perspective of this is the start of a negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
The team and the mayor
This is what I don't know.
Announcement saying, here's your stadium deal. I think ultimately it's going to be a take it or a leave it. He obviously says he's going to leave it. I think that's a mistake for Washington, D.C. We could disagree on that. I will say, and this sounds, probably cheesy or whatever, I get sized when political people who are elected answer questions and do interviews.
Yep.
And he was one of, so far, I think 5 people that has been willing to do that with us. And it's not like we're putting you on the hot seat or grilling you, but we'll ask some tough questions, whatever. But elected officials should do that. They should sit in that chair
Absolutely.
and answer those questions, and he did. And for that reason, he's my guy, even if I disagree with him.
I love what you said. Yeah, the thing that we don't know, because we're frankly not on the council, we're not like procedural experts for local council affairs or otherwise. We got into this talk about linebackers, but is how much wiggle room is there? Like when to me, when you hear the announcement that a deal has been struck and a accord has been struck between a duly designated representative of the city, aka the mayor, and the football team, it's done, right? Nope. Then you hear all these procedural questions where it's part of the budget. But what does that mean? You can, like for example, just Councilmember White get to go, here's my red pen. I'm going to strike out that line and put in a different footnote, and then I'll send it back. And then is it a revision? Or is it, this is the budget, yes or no? Do you say yes or do you say no? Is there wiggle room within that? I have no idea. So in other words, his point, just given his views of it are, hey, Washington, the city, should be paid back as quickly as the team. So in other words, some of the things that stand out to people that are no's on this, where the team's paying $1 in rent for however many years instead of the millions that it would be worth if you just leased it to a developer or somebody else. The team is getting this and that and this and that. What about some of that goes to the city so we can get paid back quickly too? If that happens, then it's done. If the team's going, no, we can't because we're putting up $2.7 billion and we got to make some of that back pretty quick. Otherwise, we'll be bankrupt. Then that's a no. I just don't know what I don't know here. It's complicated.
He was also pretty adamant that he not only does he think it's a bad deal, but he said he has not heard from anyone who thinks it's a good deal. We've had some guests on. Maybe we could give him their information who think it's a pretty good deal for the city. But I wonder if anyone's going to fill up that inbox with, the
all the economists, right?
Take, I suppose. My frustration, and it came out, I'm sure, in the interview. I try not to give my opinion as much as ask questions, but I'm also trying to learn from his perspective. My frustration is with the notion that the deal isn't good enough, needs to be better, what have you, which is fine. No problem with that. But the idea of not ideal, like perfection is the enemy in all of this, in that this is not a utopia. To me, I view it as stadium or what's your other thing that's going there. That should be the debate. Not stadium good or bad. Stadium or what are you putting there? No one has a plan. Nobody knows. They don't know what would end up there. And as he said, we've never been able to even consider that over decades until the team got you the land, by the way. That's why they have the land, is because the team via Hail Mary got them the land. Now, that doesn't mean that you absolutely have to build the stadium, but they wouldn't have the land without the football team. Something that never ever gets brought up in any of these conversations. But good, you have the land now. That's great. Let's do something good for the city. I promise you, I will change my mind when someone makes me. When someone gives me information that I'm wrong. But to this point, there's not a single idea I've heard of that generates more tax revenue, more growth, more jobs on that lot than this stadium and all the things that are going to be around it. The $89 million youth facility so the cheerleaders don't have to go to Northern Virginia and the kids that are training have to leave, Ward 7. That's part of this. It's all part of this. And by the way, that's what DC is paying for. I actually wish I would have brought that up because that keeps coming up. The mayor keeps saying it. The $1.1 billion is not building the stadium. It's building all the stuff for the use in DC from DC people, basically. That costs money. That $89 million facility that they're going to be building and all the other stuff around it. That's what the $1.1 billion is. It's like Maryland. They're saying here's $450 million for everything around the new stadium. They're investing in Maryland. The owners are building the stadium. Eric in Falls Church, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I love your guys' show.
Thank you, buddy.
So I respect the councilman. I've worked in public service most of my life. I would have two nits to pick. One is like the cost, the benefit it gives the city to have that stadium there benefits the people who live in the area. A buddy of mine lives on 18th and Constitution, and his home value is going to go up by $200K, and so is everyone around there. And then the second is, like Grant, I couldn't have said it any better. Like, what else are you going to do with that area?
Just give me the plan, man.
So his point.
Wharf 2.0. By the way, I heard Chair of the Council, Mendelson, say, I don't remember if it was us or with Sheehan or what interview it was, but he basically said there's a chance it could sit there vacant for years before they're able to actually do anything with it, if not this stadium deal. That should be unacceptable and the worst of all the options. You're going to be making a lot of money a lot faster with this stadium deal.
So the point that he made to counter that, I'm not saying I agree or not, just going through it, is they just got the land. That was a crazy Hail Mary that happened in the middle of the night that nobody anticipated.
Because of the football team. They just got the land.
The football team had a lot to do with it, with the lobbying efforts, I would say. And that's a major thing. The criticism he had of then was to say, well, there aren't any other plans because nobody thought about them. That's a mistake. Just because nobody did their homework, did what they were supposed to do to have their ducks in a row for if and when we got control of the land, talking about DC, doesn't mean we should just jump into a deal that isn't good for us. That was his point.
They're going to spend over $1 billion on that site without an NFL stadium. His problem is the spending and getting the money back. You're going to spend that much money without a stadium to do whatever you'd be doing, to build Wharf 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Without all the people coming from Virginia and Maryland to pay their tax dollars, without a Super Bowl, without a Final Four, without a Taylor Swift concert. Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott? How are you?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing
good,
well.
Buddy. I just want to make a few points. So, first of all, you guys already touched on it. They wouldn't even have the land if it wasn't for Josh, Mitchell Rails, and the efforts of the team getting the land. Second of all, I understand he gets elected by keeping the constituents' best interests at heart and making decisions. But y'all asked him if all the people wanted it, a majority of the people, would he still vote against it? And he said, yeah, I kind of have a problem with that. However, again, he's supposed to be smarter than them when obviously he thinks he is and whatever. But one thing I want to ask is, have they considered, like, I get the gambling thing in DC. I mean, there's sports betting now, but have they considered bidding out a portion of that land to like a resort casino? We see what MGM Grand does. We see all that brings to that section of PG County. Like, have they considered doing that with like the gate, whatever they have to do?
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Appreciate you. Not that I know of. I don't know if that's part and parcel with what's going to happen with that land. I don't think so. I can't imagine, frankly, that local residents would want that as part of it.
Would all the people that call up that are giddy about this in Ward 7 want that over the restaurants and the stores and the shopping and the retail and the $100 million facility for youth sports? I don't think they would rather a casino.
No, I don't think so.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I could be too, but I don't think that's part of it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next.
Hello, friends. Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. Listen to this story. Their client, Beth, was able to sell her home for well over asking price and in just 6 days. How is this possible, you might ask? Well, there's a difference between selling a home and selling it right. Beth hired Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team, because they know how to sell homes right. Their buyers and waiting program led to Beth getting multiple offers. More offers equals, wait for it, more money for you. Let them use their database of well-qualified buyers to get your home sold. Reynolds and Power Home team is so confident they will get your home sold for the most money. But listen to this. If your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That is their guarantee. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team. Call them right now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. You should trust them to sell your home. They sold mine. They did an unbelievable job. DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. Give them a call.
If you missed DC Council member Robert White on the show earlier in the hour, you can podcast that when we're done at thefandc.com. You cannot add him to the list of council members who will be voting yes on this stadium deal as it's currently constructed. We've got 4 yeses, need 7. Did not add him to our growing tabulation today. He is a no as the deal is currently put together. We're going to go blitzing at 4 o'clock. That's when we're giving away those tickets to see the Offspring out at Jiffy Lube Live. That's a little over 10 minutes from right now. And then we've got a huge 5 o'clock hour coming up. Jordan Tamu, quarterback, DC Defenders, will be in studio with us hour and 10 minutes from now. And Chris Patrick, the GM of the Capitals, calls in at 5:30 today, all coming up on The Fan. Let's get you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Double play is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Just saw the news, GP. A little bit sad to pass on that George Wendt passed away. Best known as Norm Peterson from Cheers, an iconic role on one of the great shows of all time. Cheers was one of the perfect 80s comedies. Just basically a single set, all took place in and around the bar with the regulars. And of course, Norm was the regular at the regular everyday bar there in Boston. And sometimes they would go to different places and times and things. And it's not like I just said, one set or whatever, but that was the spot for 90-some% of the footage there, whether it was the back room with Sam's office or the dartboard or whatever, but out there, Norm sitting in his customary spot. So he passed away. What an unbelievable working actor career. So never did anything where he got anywhere near as well known as Norm Peterson, right? But a steady working actor basically for 40 years.
Super recognizable.
Yeah.
I would not have known his name. When you said George Wendt, I didn't know who that was. When I Googled him and looked up a picture of him, that's a guy that if he walked by me in the Springfield Mall, I would go
immediately.
Cheers.
Yep.
I would look at him and I would go, oh, I've seen him in a bunch of stuff. That's a famous actor. Just wouldn't have known his name.
So funny. And of course, had frequent guest roles on one of the heydays of SNL, doing the Bears sketch where he was Babs Swirsky super fans. He was perfect as that with the mustache and Ditka and having heart attacks. Ian Farley going back and forth with the physical comedy.
I got a Polish sausage lodged in this region here.
He was great in various supporting roles over the years. Was in Fletch, and he played up actually a drug addict in Fletch that wasn't really the comic relief. Was able to pull that off. A really, 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 really funny guy from Second City. Great career, man. Rest in peace.
Who is his nephew?
George Wendt's nephew?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Jason Sudeikis.
That's his nephew?
That is his nephew.
I didn't know that.
Uncle George.
How about that?
Let's go to Owen in Alexandria. Wants to hop in on our interview with Robert White. What's up, Owen? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Good, brother.
Very well, thanks.
I just wanted to say about the big events that Grant in particular, you've referenced a lot, Super Bowl, Final Four, etc. Most of that money is yo-yo money. It rolls in and rolls right back out again because a lot of the $1 billion in revenue that brings in or whatever actually goes to like the leagues or the NCAA's corporate partners. And you get ancillary money from, people spend money at restaurants or whatever, or they stay in hotels. Of course, a lot of those are big national chains. And so it's just kind of the tax money, but like the vast majority of that revenue would not really stay local. It would just go to the big national partners that the NFL and the NCAA have. So it looks like a big cool number that could bring the deficit back, but
so I'll take your word for it. I just know what the projections are for some of these things. Like Green Bay, Wisconsin just held the NFL draft. There were 250,000 people there. You think Green Bay benefited from it? You think Wisconsin did pretty well? I think having tentpole events like that is better than not.
It can be, but it's also, again, like that's just sort of ancillary money, and you got to cut off like 80 to 90% of it. That's not staying local to the city.
So I don't know if 80 to 90% is a real number. Again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I would just have to look into that. I just know what I've been told from people that I've talked to about this, that if you have the caliber of events in the city that a stadium with a roof would allow you to, it would be a financial boon and a masterclass in business for the city to have those events that they cannot possibly have now. We just missed out on a World Cup game. That should not happen in Washington, D.C., because we don't have a stadium, the caliber of which to host that event. That shouldn't happen. So in Philadelphia, they're going to have the event. Can't come to D.C., where the biggest TV numbers for the World Cup are every single year, because Audi's not big enough, and we don't have a stadium where they feel good about putting 60 to 80,000 people, whatever the number would have been over in Landover. They looked at it and they go, that's where you want to hold this thing? Not happening. Not good enough. It's Washington, D.C. You should be able to hold whatever event you want to. And right now you can't.
I think actually both of you are right. So the numbers that people love to quote about projections and this and that's in one column, the revenue does come in, but does it stay? I think that's always inflated and always moved around. But here's where you're right. I think 100% is, of course, it's better to have it than not. It is the Green Bay, Wisconsin just got the greatest showcase in the world. They had to tidy things up. They had to spend some money to fix the lawn and straighten the sign out a couple times. But people came to the city. The city looked great. That is the win, right? So you'll make a little bit of money. How much, I think, is always exaggerated, but that's not the point. The point is, what better showcase for you, for the world, for the city, for everything else in between, than to be able to have those kinds of major events, which then draws the future tourism, which then draws the people coming to town. People coming to your town is what you want.
And they're not coming to your town for the other things you're building there, period. It's not happening. New Orleans saw a substantial economic boost of at least $500 million from Super Bowl, this past Super Bowl. According to initial estimates, some sources suggest it could be upwards of $600 million. Now, I'll take his word for it that's funny math, and it's not the case. But I guarantee it's a couple $100 million. Even if you want to tell me that number's way inflated, it's a hell of a lot better than had they not have had the Super Bowl for New Orleans. It's a lot better. I can promise you that. But appreciate the call, and it's good information. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go blitzing. Next, let's give away those tickets to Offspring as well.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at home against the Atlanta Braves. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-3 on the season with a 4.32 ERA. He'll take on Spencer Strider, who is 0-1 with a 3.60 ERA. Nats and Braves, 6:45. Charlie and Dave on the call right here on The Fan. In hockey, conference finals action gets underway tonight. Eastern Conference Finals Game 1, Panthers and Hurricanes will get underway at 8 o'clock. Western Conference Finals Game 1, Oilers and Stars will be tomorrow. NBA, Western Conference Finals get their action underway tonight. Timberwolves and Thunder Game 1 at 8:30. Eastern Conference Finals get underway tomorrow. Pacers and Knicks. NBA announced they're all rookie teams. On the first team, Alex Sarr. On the second team, Bub Carrington for the Wizards. In the NFL, the NFL has given the okay for NFL players to participate in flag football in the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, and the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with the guard Joe Thuney, who they traded for earlier this offseason. With the extension, his contract is now 3 years, $51 million, $33.5 million guaranteed. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see The Offspring Supercharged Worldwide this summer, Saturday, July 19th, Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Jordan Tamu, who was on the Chiefs, was on the Commanders, a couple of other NFL teams, is the starting quarterback of the DC Defenders, who are playoff bound, going to be in studio with us coming up at 5 o'clock. And the GM of the Capitals, Chris Patrick, is on the show today at 5:30. But it is time right now for our Beltway Blitz. And to get things started on the Nats, we talked to our buddy Craig Heist, who was on the beat during the Nats O's weekend series, and the Nats put the beat down on the Birds. Heisty, Brandon Hyde got fired. The Nats scored 24 runs. Man, are the Orioles struggling right now?
Yeah, they really are, Grant, and they didn't get any better last night because they got a Cedric Mullins home run, 3-run homer to get the game tied up at 4, and then Yennier Cano gave it up in the bottom of the 8th inning, and it was a 5-4 loss, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Cano now, especially with Alvarado being out in Philadelphia. Who knows? They could work a trade somehow or another to get Cano up there.
Hi, so let's go to the Nats at this stage. It's basically Abrams and Wood and pray for rain when it comes to the offense over here of late. But that's been kind of good enough. What are you seeing from those guys?
Well, Abrams obviously is attack first pitch, Danny, and the fastball preferably, and he's done a lot of damage with that in terms of the home runs here recently. He had 2 in the Orioles series, and he's just making things happen. He's getting his base hits, too. That's the other thing, and making the impact on the bases and playing that defense that he's become known for. And you won't see a prettier double play that ended that game yesterday with Abrams and Saturday, I guess it was, with Abrams and Louis Garcia. I really think that the day he hit the 2 home runs, he was more excited about the double play than he was the home runs. But, James Wood just continues to impress, hits the ball the opposite way, hit the ball to right center field for one of the home runs over the weekend. He's just been very good and keeps getting better.
Wood on pace for 40 home runs and 100 runs batted in at 22. By the way, looking back at that Soto deal right now, C.J. Abrams on his way to a second straight All-Star team at 24 years old. Mackenzie Gore's leading all of Major League pitchers in strikeouts on the mound. Wood on pace for a 4,100 season at 22, and 2 of their best prospects who are closing in on being big league ready. In Robert Hassel's case, not too shabby, huh?
Not too shabby, and I'll tell you what, you won't see a weirder game than you saw in the first game of this series back on Friday night. because Mackenzie Gore didn't get very deep in the game, only 3 2/3. But the lines for him in that game, it was nuts. You looked at it, and it was 3 2/3, 10 hits. He struck out 9 and only allowed 2 runs. I mean, who does that? It was crazy.
Yeah, that was the first line like that in history. I mean, it never happened before.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It really was. But you know what? The bottom line was he did what Davey Martinez always preaches. You know, obviously he had the high pitch count. That was one thing. We don't like to see that. But he gave up only the 2. He kept them in the ball game, gave the offense a chance to do things. And in that series, guys, the offense had 2 6-run innings. First inning one night and the second inning the next night.
Heisty, the numbers haven't been great, but I feel like Mike Soroka's throwing the ball okay. I didn't know how this experiment was going to go. Again, the numbers don't look very good. People are going to hear this and go, "You talking about a guy with a 6 ERA, throwing the ball well? What's the matter with you?" But kind of going within the starts, I actually think he's been okay, and I think you'll see some stuff start to equalize here. Do you think they might have found something here with one of their bargain bin shopping sprees?
I think they may have, and he's got a track record, Danny, and who knows? He was talking to us over the weekend after the start, which was 6 innings. They didn't score against him until late when he had to come out of the ball game. I guess it was the 6th inning, but he kept them in the game, gave him a chance to win, and I think he's throwing the ball pretty well. I think you're right.
Hi, Steve. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right. Take care, Grant.
Nats hosting the Braves tonight. Spencer Strider on the hill against Mitchell Parker. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame. Let's talk football. Nate Davis, USA Today Sports. Nate, do you think the league will restructure how it seeds playoff teams 1 through 7? And do you think that they should?
I do think that they should, Grant. I'm totally fine with the division winner getting the automatic bid, but I think that the seeding should, or that your record should help determine your seeding. I mean, I look at the Buccaneers, who have averaged a 9-8 record the last 3 years, but they always and never in that time would they have been a top 4 seed because they play in a weak division. I mean, I think to me that's a perfect example of why. But I don't think it's going to happen now. I think it might happen closer to when we get the 18-game schedule and maybe the division component of your schedule becomes even smaller than it is now.
What about the tweaked rule here from Green Bay? It was basically, hey, let's not have the assisted quarterbacks, Nick, Tush, Push, brother of the shelf, whatever you want to call it. Now they're reworking it basically to go back to the rule that I grew up with in football, Nate, which is you don't aid runners, period, full stop. That's the end. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, I think kind of maybe broadening it and making it theoretically easier to understand, kind of like you said, as it was 20 years ago. I can't really think of an NFL example. I kind of think back to that Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart thing in Notre Dame, but I think that may work in favor of getting more votes. I mean, I'm not really going to be surprised how this goes either way, but it seems like momentum is moving towards eliminating the tush push, regardless of what the language is here.
Yeah, it seems like a semantic argument a little bit. We're not getting rid of the tush push, but you can't push anybody in the tush. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, you're kind of getting rid of the tush push. How much disdain is there for the play around the league from what you can gather?
I don't feel like it's I think it's kind of a player opinion to some degree. I think a lot of people feel like, hey, this play that the Eagles run, we got to figure out how to stop it. I mean, and you guys know it's always called a copycat league. And they do a great job at it, and nobody else has really managed to copy it. So it feels to me like a bit of a vendetta against the Eagles. I remember talking to Jordan Mailata about it last year after the championship game, and he was kind of laughing about how the Eagles had beaten the Commanders from a mental warfare standpoint, running that play. Talked to Landon Dickerson, their Pro Bowl guard, about it. It's if you get away from the pushing part, which to me is kind of that Dallas Goedert and maybe a 6th offensive lineman pushing Jalen Hurts over. Obviously, that's the push component, but otherwise, they'll tell you really this is us effectively running a quarterback sneak, and I think that they'll probably figure out a way to use that component of it and still use that great offensive line to get a lot of good results for short yardage plays. But it may have to be look a little bit different.
Yeah, and that's a smart point, Nate, that I want to piggyback on. League-wide, it depends on the year, but you can have anywhere between an 80 or 90% success rate for a regular old quarterback sneak. That doesn't include a guy that can squat 1,000,000 pounds, whatever it is for Jalen Hurts with the best offensive line in the sport. If they were taking away the only means to pick up a yard or a half a yard, I'd go, I get it. It's vindictive, but the quarterback sneak for everybody works great. I bet you it works even better for that specific group right there, kind of to your point.
I think so. You kind of see the way that they pack in. They kind of have that arrowhead formation, and you know they've got those two great tackles there, and great guys on the interior that know how to just you know. I mean, people say if you can't make a yard in the NFL, then you don't deserve to be, you know, on the field or convert that fourth down, and they do it better than anybody. You know, and maybe it won't be 92%. You know, maybe it goes down to 80, but you know, I bet that will still be in their playbook in some way, shape, or form.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to play for the Steelers? And how sure are we that he's good anymore and that it matters?
I mean, I still say, Grant, he's probably a top half of the quarterback league, even if closer to 16 than like 10.
Wow.
I mean, I think he's a better player right now than Russell Wilson is right now. That being said, I mean, my biggest contention with this thing is I don't really understand how it helps the Steelers that much. You know, obviously they need a quarterback. He needs a place to play. We think that this marriage will eventually happen. But, you know, the Steelers for years have kind of been that 9 or 10 win team we were talking about a minute ago. They get into the playoffs. They get embarrassed in the playoffs. And then they're picking 20th in the Kenny Pickett, Paxton Lynch, you know, Brandon Whedon zone. And like they're just kind of stuck there. So I really think that they ought to either just turn the keys over to Mason Rudolph and Will Howard or whatever. And if that works, great, go with that. But if you end up 4-13 or 5-12, you know, great. You know, you're going to be able to be in position to get a quarterback for your future. You know, I've talked to a lot of people about it, and they just haven't managed the position well since, you know, obviously since drafting Roethlisberger. Have never really laid the groundwork for a replacement. But I think the biggest thing there is I just don't know that they have the stomach between the Rooney's and Mike Tomlin to, you don't want to say mail it in, but to not put the best effort forward, and, you know, getting that on 9 or 10 wins is important to them. But, you know, again, I think Aaron Rodgers comes, they're pretty much going to be back in the same circumstance a year from now.
Nate, super quick. I'm just seeing this come across the old news desk via Twitter. 32-0. It passed the NFL's proposal to allow players to play Olympic flag football in 2028. Your thoughts?
Not surprised. I think the NFL wants to push flag football forward. They want to push our international presence forward. This is a great way to kill two birds with one stone.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Let's keep the blitz moving. And to talk local football with us, we got our buddy Scott Abraham of Channel 7 Sports in Town. Scott, Commanders moving forward. Biggest storyline for you for the rest of the offseason is what?
How are they going to upgrade their edge position? Because I'm not really confident of the guys that they have right now on the roster that they're going to be able to get the job done. Obviously, there's plenty of veterans out there that are looking for a job. Do they somehow maybe swing a trade for Trey Hendrickson? I think that's a glaring weakness on the roster right now. Certainly, there's some guys on there that are capable, but I don't know if they're dudes. I don't know if they're studs that can routinely get to the quarterback on Sundays in the fall. So I think that's the big storyline to monitor. Can they somehow upgrade that edge position before week 1?
Are we underestimating the impact of maybe how fortuitous they were last year with a more difficult schedule, plus the normal potential sophomore regression of you know, I think Jaden Daniels and otherwise? Are we kind of glossing past that? Everybody seems to be talking about 12, 13 wins, etc.
I am cautiously optimistic, guys, that this team is not going to be a one-hit wonder, a flash in the pan. I think they have truly built an incredible culture. I just love just the feeling you get walking into that locker room, walking into that building of everybody is truly on the same page. So kudos to Adam Peters and Dan Quinn just to instill that mentality, that family, that brother that brotherhood they always talk about. Yeah, the schedule is going to be much more challenging. A lot of primetime games, a lot of marquee games. You're moving up a weight class. But I think they're going to be better on offense. I think they're going to be dynamic. Yeah. Are there concerns they may have to win 42-35 a lot of games? Yes, but I don't think the defense is going to be that poor or concerning. Right now, I think that is truly the weakness as I look on paper. But again, you just got to see how it all plays out, especially in training camp, injury-free, early part of the season. But I'm optimistic they can get double-digit wins again, and they're just going to keep building. They may be, in a sense, a better team, guys, but have a worse record compared to last season. But that's because, obviously, the strength of schedule compared to last year.
Rest of the division in the NFC East, what's it look like for you?
Well, that is a great question, because you know that there's been a different division winner. I don't know how many years in a row now. So I'm taking the field over the Philadelphia Eagles. There's going to be a new division champion, in my opinion, because that's just how it always happens in the NFC East. I think it's going to be the Commanders, and I think it's going to be the Eagles and the Cowboys. Giants, I think, are a couple of years away, but I like what they got in Dart. I like what they're building over there, but I think they're going to be a year or two away. So I think the Cowboys might have a strong bounce back with Dak back under center. They obviously picked up George Pickens to complement CeeDee Lamb. And, of course, you're going to have the bullies up there on Route 95 in the trenches, the Philadelphia Eagles, controlling the line of scrimmage. You know what they do. So Eagles, Cowboys, and the Commanders are going to be dueling all year long, and the Giants are a few steps back, in my opinion.
Scott, I've been asking a lot of folks this question. Want to get your take on it, too. Who has more offensive touches? So non-special teams version. Who has more offensive touches this year? Luke McCaffrey or rookie Jalen Lane?
Jalen Lane. I think they're really excited about this dude. Just watching the videos, hearing them talk about Jalen, they feel like they got a steal. He is versatile. He's that Swiss Army knife type player where he can make an impact in the return game. And also, don't be surprised if he finds his way into some certain packages, offensively, and, just get the ball in his hands. Good things seem to happen, especially what happened in Virginia Tech. How will that correlate to the NFL? That's obviously the biggest challenge for rookies, but I know they are excited and they're going to be thinking about ways to utilize Jalen Lane in 2025, guys.
Scotty, we appreciate you, buddy. Be good.
See you, fellas. Take care.
Check him out on ABC 7 in town. Scott Abraham is part of our Beltway Blitz. Jordan Tamu, quarterback defenders at 5. Chris Patrick, GM Capitals, 525 today. Next, Juan Soto having a little regret, perhaps. We'll talk about that on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel's giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. And it's Tuesday, and it's the MLB season, so that's today. Dinger Tuesdays. All FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. Whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. You're up to go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration max wager amount. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series with the Atlanta Braves at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Spencer Strider goes to the hill for the Braves. In hockey, Eastern Conference Finals get underway tonight. Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The Western Conference Finals, Oilers and Stars will get underway tomorrow. In the NBA, Western Conference Finals get underway tonight. Timberwolves and Thunder, game 1 at 8:30. Game 1 between the Pacers and the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals will be tomorrow. NBA All-Rookie team was announced today. Alex Sarr was named to the first team. Bub Carrington was named to the second team. In the NFL's given the okay for players to participate in the 2028 Olympics and flag football in LA. The owners passed it 32-0, and the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with their offensive guard Joe Thuney, keeping him in Chicago for 3 years after they traded for him earlier this offseason. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Juan Soto, New York Met. So far, the marriage not going as seamlessly as both sides probably would have hoped. So first things first, got to acknowledge that the Mets are a good baseball team. Soto's a big part of that, by the way. The Mets had been in first place in the NL East for the majority of the season to this point. They are currently in second place. They are just a half game behind the Phillies, but they're 10 over 500. They're 29-19. They got a much better run differential than Philadelphia. They have been the best team in the National League. If not for 2 straight losses here, they would probably still be in first place.
Yeah, they're really good.
They're good. And Juan Soto has played fine. If you look at his numbers compared to average, he is a above average baseball player this season. But in a game of failure, he's failing a lot, as you'd anticipate. And when you sign a contract like the one he did this offseason, heavy lies the crown. But I've been amazed, Danny, by the coverage of Juan Soto over the last couple of weeks. And Ryan was bringing some of this up and showing it to me over the last couple of days, the ways he's being talked about, written about, what fans are saying. I think this all comes back to the fact that Soto signed a 15-year deal for $765 million, a deal the likes of which we'd never seen before in Major League Baseball. $51 million per over 15 years for $765 million.
My goodness.
Shattering what Shohei Ohtani got. Now, people talk about the Ohtani contract as if it's similar, and it really isn't. Ohtani got $700 million over 10 years, $70 million per to be a pitcher and a hitter. But so much of his money is deferred that when you look at the actual, what Scott Boras, the agent for Soto, not for Ohtani, calls like the present net value, I think he calls it, like the PNV, it's $400-some million in present day money compared to what Soto got, which is $765 million. But if you look at some of the complaints about Soto, some of them might be fine. Some of them might be reasonable. Like he's hitting 246. You'd like him to hit 300. He only has 8 home runs. Maybe you'd like him to have 12 like James Wood. He has an 815 OPS. His career OPS is 950. I would explain a lot of this away by saying it's May 20th. This is not how baseball works. You know this, Danny. You played collegiately at GW. Mm-hmm. You're going to go through ebbs and flows, and you can't look at snapshots a couple months into a season for the 26-year-old. But he's never been a particularly great defensive player. He struggled a little bit in the outfield. But every little thing he does is under a microscope right now. When he runs to first, he's not running hard enough. When he doesn't lay out for a ball in the outfield that falls in because it's a hit, should he have dove for it? I mean, it's literally to that extent. We had a guy, we played the audio. This has been a couple months ago now.
Yeah.
Like in the first week of the season, some goofball New York radio guy was screaming about Juan Soto taking walks and not hitting enough home runs, like a handful of games into the season or something. That's what you get when you go to New York. So he went to New York, was already there with the Yankees, but via free agency, he had never chosen to go to New York, signed with New York. And he went to the Mets, and he took the $765 million. So you've kind of made your bet here. But the coverage of him is insane. I mean, everything he does because of this deal is not good enough. And it just seems to me like the expectations are insane.
So, yeah, several data points that I think are instructive. Number one, his slowest or worst months historically throughout his career have been March and April. that's holding true. And it's May now, and his business is picked up slightly, but even still, it's not quite to his career norms. I think when you sign that deal, this is what comes of it. Whether that'd be anywhere. Now, I don't know, maybe not in every baseball city. Obviously, New York is kind of its own extreme thing where they live and die with everything, and they're screaming at you and the sky is falling, if you roll over one ground ball. But when you're banging a ball off the wall in Boston and you pimp it and you watch it and you're jogging to first base and it hits the wall and you don't even come close to getting to second base, it's just fuel to the fire.
Absolutely.
Right? It just is.
And stuff like that is reasonable to me. Like his manager talked to him afterwards about hustling or whatever. By the way, that happens in baseball.
It does all the time.
When you get fooled, it was 105 mile an hour off the bat. He thought it was a home run. Wind's blowing in. It hits the fence. And you only get a single when you should have got a double. I get being annoyed or frustrated by that, especially when you make $51 million. That's a tale as old as time. There are balls you're not going to catch that you should get to or whatever. There are reasonable complaints. But the vast majority of the complaints that I've seen about Juan Soto this year aren't that reasonable. It's things like I was talking with Clary the other day. And Ryan's like, I don't know, man. If I give you $700 million, I can't have you hitting 245. Like, that's not reality. That's not how baseball works. I'm sorry. You're going to hit 245 every now and then over a 7-8 week span. That's literally the game. By the way, it's league average, batting average. That just means you're league average at this point. Everyone's hitting 245. That's what people hit now against the really good pitching in Major League Baseball. But I just wonder, and this is kind of the conversation I want to have here. Could we get to a point with Soto? It's so early here that it's clearly wearing on him a little bit. There's a couple anecdotes in a piece I was reading that Ryan sent me where he was supposed to be mic'd up for ESPN. He chose not to be. He was supposed to be doing like the in-game interview in the outfield. He chose not to because he doesn't want to talk about Aaron Judge. He made the comment very early in the year when he got off to the slow start, like, it's hard not having Aaron Judge behind me or something like that. And people took that as a slight to Pete Alonso, who got off to a great start. And so he got asked a million times about that. Now he's playing the Yankees for the first time, and he didn't want that to come back up. There's also a lot of Yankees fans have made this a big deal during this series. I know Michael Kay during their telecast on the Yes Network said, I don't know if he cited sources or suggested that this was a thing, but he basically said something along the lines of, he wishes he was still with the Yankees. He's having buyer's remorse. He's clearly just the body language isn't good. He's not as happy with the Mets. He was having more fun with the Yankees. And so that's become this big story. He didn't want to deal with that on Sunday Night Baseball and talking about his time with the Yankees versus the Mets. So he just, despite agreeing to do it, said, no, I'm not going to do it. Got heat for that. Then, and this is not good, I will be the first one to tell you this is ridiculous. He left the media high and dry after the game, which is an obligation, especially when you make that kind of money.
Absolutely. You
sure as hell be an ambassador to the team. So he told them, hey, I'm going to go visit my family. I'll come back. And maybe he truly forgot, but he didn't come back, supposedly. Didn't talk to the media. But you could just tell that dealing with the New York media, which is more of a pain in the butt than just about any other market, that are harping on every little thing more than any other market would, is already starting to get to him a little bit in his first season.
Yeah, it looks like he's not having much fun. Now, granted, that's not like I'm watching every pitch or every at bat or otherwise, but it doesn't seem like the same rip-roaring, fun-loving guy that played with such joy like he used to, even in other spots. Now, he's gotten off to rough starts in multiple stops. Remember, in 2019, he couldn't hit water if he thought of a boat to start the season with an injury mixed in there. He got off to a bad start in San Diego, got off to a tough start, I think, with the Yankees, if memory serves, but then settles in. He'll be fine. He's too good, and the process is too good. I mean, even still, while he's not hitting great, still a 377 on base percentage and, an OPS over 800. Like, it's not as if it's been a disaster. This is not an Anthony Rendon, plays once and then sits down for 6 months. Buyer's remorse kind of a deal from the team's perspective. He's been fine, but it's when you sign again that deal, nobody's signing up for fine. Nobody's signing up for you with similar numbers to Tyrone Taylor. Nobody's signing up for you to be out hit in situationally by Mark Vientos. Driving the big run here and there. They don't pay you $51 million in New York to grind into the leading amount of double plays. None of those things are fair necessarily, but again, you took the deal, man. You signed up for it. So I don't know. It's an interesting phenomenon, certainly, where I don't really have. I don't condone people going crazy like they've never seen a baseball season before in New York. I don't condone that fandom or that kind of extremist shouting media type stuff. I also have no sympathy for Juan Soto. For you could have signed anywhere, and you signed in New York with the New York media and the microscope, even after you got to experience it when you were traded. You were traded there, and you saw what it was like being in New York, and you were like, I'll sign a 15-year deal for $1 trillion to stay there, you are opening yourself up to these kinds of things. So if you've got buyer's remorse, tough. Also, I guess, you know what I mean? I don't really have any sympathy for anybody when it comes to this.
Yeah, I guess I'm not looking for sympathy, or I don't think there should be any empathy for Juan Soto, because I think what you're saying is just correct and obvious, right? When you make the choice to take all of the money and chase the bag, this is what you're bringing on. I actually tweeted about this, and I'll read you the tweet. I just want to get your thoughts on this. I said, the discourse around Juan Soto right now in New York is absolutely insane to me. Everything he does gets scrutinized, which is the point I'm making. In a game where you fail 7 out of 10 times, every failure is being held against him. I guess that's kind of my frustration. Baseball is a game where the really good ones, 3 times out of 10, do a good job. So if you just want to jump on someone constantly, you're going to get a chance to do it 70% of the time. And boy, are they enjoying doing that. Everything he's doing is under a microscope. Is he hustling? What does his body language mean? Should he have laid out for this ball? Like, that is exhausting. And it's just no good way to go about operating if you're Juan Soto. My point is, some of it's the New York media, and I cite that loud radio guy screaming about him walking too much, which is a good thing, by the way. Big part of it is the contract he signed. I think, coming back to your point, that's the name of the game here. Places a target on your back. Expectations are impossible to meet. I don't think he did anything wrong. He's hopping around, following the bag. It's America. It's capitalism. The market dictates what you're worth. I'm in on all of that stuff. But what I'm wondering is, and the reason I bring it up, could this in any way change how players view hopping around in the future?
Interesting.
To me, if I'm Juan Soto, I'm wondering right now, like, staying in New York for $750 or whatever the number was instead of $765 with the Yankees, would I be better off right now? Probably. Would I have rather stayed in Washington for $440 million than gone and done this? Absolutely not. $300 million is a pretty big difference. But the money is bigger. The money is greener, but the grass is not always going to be. And I just wonder if this is a little bit of maybe an important, like
a crossroads almost. Yeah,
an experiment for other players that say, am I sure I need to get $1 billion in 4 years? Am I sure I need to get $800 million when Soto got $755, $765? Because what you're doing is you're putting the target on your back. When you break the record, now everything that you do, and this is not quarterbacking, where you can avoid throwing interceptions. Aaron Rodgers has seasons where he throws in his prime 47 touchdowns and 4 picks for 5,000 yards and wins an MVP award. That's not a game of failure. You're going to have incompletions, but it's not the same. Juan Soto is a 285 hitter. That's what he's going to hit. That's his career. That's what he should be. That's what he does. He's probably not a 40 home run guy, which he did with the Yankees last year, but let's say he's more of a 30 home run guy. He's an unbelievable offensive talent who's going to draw walks and get on base. That's his game. He's not a particularly good fielder. Like, they knew all this when they signed him.
Yeah.
And I guess my point is, when you sign a deal like this in that sport, I don't think you can live up to it. There's always going to be nits to pick. There's always going to be things that are frustrating. So if you are the next guy in line, do you think about that? Does it change your conversation with your agent, Scott Boras? If you're James Wood, let's say, and when it's your turn to go get paid and you can get $800 million, you go, am I sure I want to be a hired gun for the Mets and Steve Cohen? And the first time that I jog down the first baseline after a single into the gap or whatever, and I don't turn it into 2, Tom Easterbrook is writing the column in the New York Newsday about me. Am I sure I want to be the butt of everybody's conversation every single day?
Because some guys won't care. Some guys will say, yeah, I don't mind any of that stuff. You think of yourself as invincible, right? I mean, you got to the highest level because you are, like, everybody that I played with over the years that made the major leagues, every one of them, whether everyone from Chad Tracy to Nick Swisher to Mark Teixeira to guys that I was in showcase tournaments with or summer teams with, whatever, every one of those guys knew they were a major leaguer. You know what I mean? Like, even if they weren't, I played with guys that were crazy, that thought they were but weren't. They weren't any better than me, and I'm like, dude, no, you're not. There's a lot of us that are not. Right. But they had this no doubt situation in their brain where they would go, yeah, I'm going to the major leagues. It's not a hope. It's what's going to happen. And you don't get to the big leagues without having some kind of alpha or athletic arrogance where you go, I don't care about that. But some people might go, Yeah, that doesn't sound like that much fun, actually. I'd like to be able to ground out a couple of times and not get booed at home. So maybe I don't want to play in Boston or New York or Philadelphia, or a couple of the harsher places where they scrutinize everything. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could go to Baltimore. Maybe I could go to Minnesota or something, somewhere in between. It is something to think about that I think guys don't when they're chasing that record type stuff.
Like, I don't think Scott Boras cares.
He doesn't care
about the coverage or if there's an animus or the fact that the target's on your back because the check is cleared. I don't mean for Boras Corp. I'm not being cynical. I mean for the player. That's his job. His job is to get that guy the most money possible. And it's not just about the dollars, as he says. It's about your value, which I agree with. And also because he represents a lot of players and he's involved, in helping the union. Every time a guy gets that contract, it raises the bar forever. The market just reset itself. It's like selling a house for $200K over asking or whatever. Everyone around you in that neighborhood's going to benefit. But I just wonder if this doesn't go well. It's very early, but if this goes sideways, if there would be any kind of shift in how the next superstar player looking for the bag would think about their options. That's all. And I want to pose that question to people at 800-636-1067. He made the choice for New York, the scrutiny, the media attention. He made the choice for the unbelievable contract that broke every record, and he did nothing wrong. I think he did everything right, in fact. But there's no way you're having as much fun as you used to when nobody was furious every time you grounded out, which is now the case because how dare you, to quote Ryan, who knows a lot about, he's a baseball guy.
Yeah.
You go, I can't pay him that much and have him hit 246, even though that's how baseball works. But that's how people think. That's literally what people are thinking about Juan Soto. Just because you paid him, now he's got to hit 300. He's got to hit 45 home runs. He can't have a bad month. He can't have a bad week. That's how you want to live for the 15 years? That's how you want to do it?
That's what I would sign up for.
800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Copair. They're going to help you lose weight like they're doing for us. I'm down almost 30 pounds. Danny is on the program as well. There's a right way to lose weight. There's a wrong way to lose weight. There's even a risky ways, at this point to lose weight. But we're doing it the right way. We're getting coaching from our guy Kurt every single week. We're getting consultations. We're stepping on the scale. We're having weekly appointments where we get updates. And some weeks are good. Some weeks are bad. We get right back on the path that they've got us on at Copair. You're learning what you need to sustain.
Yeah, folks, some of our listeners, like Eddie Woodbridge, graduated, lost about 60 pounds. I'm down a handful, and it's, I've been trying to do this on my own for a while, and I have failed. I have tried really, 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 really hard, whether it's eating right, exercising all the time, picking up various healthy habits. Doing it on your own, for a lot of us, is too much. Life gets in the way, and this is what Copair is all about, finding ways for you to navigate your challenges. Getting you on the program will help you stay on the program, help you get healthier, keep off some of the bad weight that you want to extend your life, be there for your kids, be there for loved ones, etc. Give them a call just like we have. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
Jordan Tamu of the DC Defenders will be joining us coming up in just a few. And the general manager of the Washington Capitals, Chris Patrick, will also be on the show next hour at about 5:25. Looking forward to catching up with him, looking ahead to the offseason, the blueprint for the Caps. They try to get even further into the playoffs. Round 1 last year, round 2 this year. What will 2026 hold next spring? We'll talk to Chris Patrick about that. Danny, I will say the tweets are coming in at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. And as you'd imagine in D.C., after Soto was traded, and remember, he didn't walk, but he didn't accept a $440 million offer by the Nationals. There's certainly no empathy for him, which is not what I'm suggesting. But what do you think? Do you think it's possible that a James Wood or that a Paul Skeens, I'm trying to think of the really young superstars,
Right.
Jack Centurio, who I guess has already been paid, but some of these really young, great players in baseball might see what's happening with Soto and go, maybe it is, there is value in being with a fan base that loves you. Maybe there's value in avoiding that massive market and the huge contract where everything you do is under the microscope.
I think there might be some that ultimately feel that way, but I think for the most part, just these guys are wired differently than everybody else. I can't speak to obviously the mentality of every young star under 25, and frankly, I don't understand what anyone's saying that whole generation. But as you sort of go down each person, they might have an individual decision where they want to be close to home or want to be close to this coast or like where they are or have always wanted to go play somewhere else. Who knows? But in terms of the expectation, they all think that they've got to win. They got to win the next deal. They've got to be the one that sets the record. I mean, it was the whole mentality for Harper, right? It was, I got to get the most, even though everyone knew the instant he got the most, 9 people were going to surpass him in like a matter of hours. It didn't matter. He had to have the most when it was his time to sign. Kind of the same way probably with Soto, the same way with the next guy, et cetera. Every once in a while you get Ohtani, who goes, by waving my hand next to a brand, I'll make $500 million, or, back home, countless amounts of endorsements, et cetera. I'll make all the money you'll ever imagine. I also would like to win a ton, so I'll sign this weird, funky, deferred deal. There'll be guys like that every once in a while, but for the most part, these super alphas are wired that way. I don't think they think of it. And I think they should, by the way. I think it should absolutely be a consideration where you'd go, I don't know that I'd like to be miserable. I'd like to be able to have a slump because it's the sport. It's going to happen.
The tone was set when I first saw the screaming about him drawing walks. And I was like, oh, this is going to not go as well as he wants it to this season. Because that's the game. That's what he does. That's his game. And I remember occasionally getting Nats fans would comment because he grounds out a lot. He rolls over a lot of balls to second base. When he gets on a heater, he kills the ball, lifts it, hits home runs. But he's not really a home run bat. And we've seen this with Dylan Cruz to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's an extreme example because he's hitting sub 200. But I think what I've learned maybe is that there's this feeling of what a star looks like in baseball. And a star hits home runs. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
A star is a bunch of bolts and a bunch of runs batted in. Juan Soto is Ted Williams, man. Like, he's one of the greatest offensive players of all time. The numbers say that. And one of the greatest players we'll ever see. But he doesn't do it necessarily. But he's not going out and he's not going to hit 50 home runs. He's not even going to hit 330. I guess it's possible that he could. He's going to hit around 300, a little below that. But he's going to get on base a ton. That is the name of the game. You got to be on base to score runs. But when I see some of the things that they're complaining about, like, how does he not get to that? Because he's not a great defensive player. Like, what do you mean? This is the guy you sign. Or there was one where it was just a ball hit down to the corner, one hop the fence. And, I mean, you would have thought he just threw his glove and said, I'm not going to get it.
I won't
do it. He's not hustling, or you should have dove for that. Let's just wait for the times where you can reasonably crush him. When he hits a ball off the fence at Fenway off the Green Monster, and he only gets to first, be upset he didn't try to get to second because he admired it from the box for 10 seconds. But it's not just that. I mean, they are just pouncing on this guy. I've just been stunned to see it.
Yeah, so it's pretty predictable, though, in retrospect. I probably should have seen this coming, where, when you sign that deal, the expectations are, well, what do you mean you didn't hit a 5-run home run every time you came up to the plate?
I think that's what it is.
You know
and
what I
that's
mean?
what I didn't account for is like this idea that when I pay you that money, ... Well, whether you're paying him $1 million or you're paying him $765 million, it doesn't change the fact that if he's going to the Hall of Fame, he's going to get out 7 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, we dealt with this to a certain degree here, not like with Juan Soto, but remember with Cousins when there were contract demands, just the market value of quarterback, where it's like, we're paying all that money for what? For pretty darn good production. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty simple, and that's what the market says. So if there's people, when huge salaries change hands in this way, people just can't come to grips with it, right? When the market says this is what you're worth because someone's going to pay you that, and when the money's that astounding and staggering, and it's $750 million over 15 years, and the dude in section 207 will never see that money if he had 10,000 lifetimes, right? Like, once that amount of money changes hands, everything just gets so out of whack, and people get in their emotions about it.
Huge 5 o'clock hour. Jordan Tamu, quarterback of the DC Defenders, headed to the playoffs, spent time with the Chiefs, the Commanders, some other NFL stops. We'll talk to him in studio in a bit. And then Chris Patrick, GM of the Washington Capitals, going to be with us at 5:30. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Braves for the first of 3 at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-3 with a 4.32 ERA. He'll take on Spencer Strider, who's 0-1 with a 3.60 ERA. On the ice, Eastern Conference Finals get underway tonight. Panthers and Hurricanes, game 1 of that series will be at 8 o'clock tonight. Western Conference Finals will be tomorrow for the Oilers and the Stars. In the NBA, Western Conference Finals gets underway tonight for game 1, Timberwolves and Thunder at 8:30. Eastern Conference Finals will get underway tomorrow, Pacers and Knicks. The NBA released their all-rookie teams today. Alex Sarr was named first-team all-rookie team. Bob Carrington was on the second team. And in the NFL's given the okay for the NFL players to participate in the 2028 Olympics and flag football in L.A. The owners voted unanimously to pass that, and the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with offensive guard Joe Thuney. He'll make his contract 3 years and $51 million, $33.5 million guaranteed. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your in-store purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Ready, to go. Tamu on third down. Rifles it to the back of the end zone. Touchdown to Powell.
Back live in studio in the Navy Yard near Nats Park. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm, Condori & Murrah.
Oh, let them help you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Coming up in a little over 20 minutes, the general manager of the Washington Capitals, Chris Patrick, will be with us here on Grant and Danny. Looking forward to talking to him about their upcoming offseason. They made a playoff run into round 2. They're going to try to go even further next year. But speaking of playoff runs, we are pleased right now to welcome into the studio the quarterback of the DC Defenders, who are a league best 6-2 and on to the XFL Conference Championship game. Jordan Tamu is with us on Grant and Danny.
The audience loves it.
What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. It is awesome to have you on the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to still be here. I mean, I should be on a plane back to Dallas, but I'm just happy to be here in DC.
So I don't know if everybody quite understands it, doesn't track this, but you guys stay all week long in Texas.
Yes.
You come in basically 4 games. You don't stay in the city. So give us an idea of the schedule. When do you guys normally fly in for the DC games, and how does that work?
We basically fly in the day before the game, all the way in Baltimore, and then we drive an hour or so, depending on traffic, to DC. Then we stay in a hotel, go through meetings, stay the night, wake up, play our game. Right after the game, we leave right back to Texas.
Oh, so you guys don't even crash overnight in DC?
Don't even crash. So this is the first time, and this is my 3rd year with this team, and this is my first time staying overnight.
First time you've ever stayed overnight?
First time, yeah.
So, because you've done it
after a game.
I feel like you've done
post game, right?
I was going to say, okay, because you've come in for like events or appearances. I've seen you at restaurants or something.
And that's all the day before the game. So it's like I got to do all that stuff in a span of 2 hours before we have meetings.
Wow.
So
so all the teams train in the same basic facility area. How does that work?
we're all in like Arlington, Texas, and then we all like use like different high schools around the town, and we all have a HQ center where we have our meetings and our training and stuff, and we all share the same weight room. So yeah, we're all in that Texas Arlington area.
Are there teams that you see more often, and the guys that you kind of get to know, the rivalry type stuff like that?
I don't know. We kind of see everybody. I mean, everyone just kind of has like different meeting times, and so we're all passing each other in the elevator and dabbing people up. But like that's why we want to win. Is like we're going to see them in the hallway every day. So
the Defenders are going to face off against the St. Louis Battlehawks. XFL Conference Championship game is going to be Sunday, June 8th. The best turnouts in the league, Danny, in the UFL are generally here in DC.
And St. Louis, it's huge, right?
And St. Louis has been rocking every single year. I think you started there.
Yeah, I started there in 2020, and as soon as the Rams left, they grabbed right onto the St. Louis Battlehawks.
They play it. I don't know if it's still called Edward Jones Dome, but they play in the dome downtown.
They played in the dome, yep,
where the Rams did.
America's Dome,
and they
That's
would get
crazy.
like 40,000 people.
That's crazy.
It's pretty great atmosphere.
Yes.
So you were on that roster originally with Heineke.
Yeah, Heineke. Yep, me and Heineke. Me and him were on that.
He
roster.
was your backup.
Yeah, he was.
And then he ended up starting here, and you ended up on that in that Commander's quarterback room at one point.
Yeah, I was with them when when someone got COVID and I jumped in, and then got to see Taylor again. It was awesome. Very, very great dude, smart guy.
That's such a cool thing, man.
Yeah.
What are some of the other cities where you go, that's a great environment? Obviously, St. Louis, here's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Other places that you guys go?
I'll probably have to say, I mean, the Dallas team had a good crowd. Arlington, back home. And then
That's probably an easy travel week.
yeah, easy
right?
travel
Yeah.
week. It's the best. I mean, we get to right after the game, we get to stay there and hang out. It's awesome. My families, we can finally hang out with our families if they come and visit. What else? I mean, DC and St. Louis is like the top two out of all the leagues out here that give us.
I feel like the people that go to the Defenders games
Yeah.
absolutely have a blast.
Yes.
They love it. The environment is amazing. I got season tickets this year. The start times haven't worked for me to take my little guy. I got a 4-year-old, but we finally got out to the noon game this year. They got another Friday night one coming up in a couple of weeks. So that'll be Dad and the boys going out. It's not going to be him, right? But I feel like the people that go love it. For me, it's just about getting more people to go out and experience it.
Yeah.
Whether it's spring football or they just have other things going on. I just think if you get them there, they seem to like it. But what's your take on Audi Field and the way that it's kind of materialized?
Yeah, I mean, I loved Audi Field. The first time I played in, I actually played in here 2020 on the St. Louis team, and the atmosphere was amazing. And just seeing the beer snake and seeing the fans smile and seeing the costumes and the posters they make my day every year. And it's something new, something different. And if you haven't experienced a DC game, you have to go because it's a lot of fun. Our marketing team does a great job of pushing it out there and making it super fun for fans to come in here and enjoy and meet the players and for us to, kind of give back to the community. And that's the only way we can is during the games because we don't stay here. So it's just a lot of fun to see the crowd get rowdy, the beer snake and everything. So it's atmosphere 10 out of 10.
What surprised you about that? Like I didn't know. When I'm from the DC area, I've never said, you know what DC is going to do when we get a team? We'll have a beer snake. That never occurred to me, and that's now like our thing that we're known for. Like, what's kind of taking you by surprise in that regard?
Definitely that and the lemons.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those things combined, that combination is such a weird combination that no one expected it, which is, made us that much more popular because of the lemons and the beer snake. So just seeing that and, our players getting rowdy off of that. I mean, we feed off of that and each week and even each play, it just helps us. I don't know. It just gets us more excited.
Jordan Tamu in studio with us is the front runner for the UFL MVP award. He's leading the league in passing yards and touchdowns and in total yards this season, and a big reason why the Defenders are off to a 6-2 start. You guys found out right before the start of the season that your head coach was leaving. He got a college job.
Yeah.
And we've had Reggie in studio many times. Reggie Barlow left, and some of the assistants were leaving as well. Greg Williams was out. How soon before kickoff was that? Take me back. I forget.
It was like a week, honestly, like right before the season was starting. I mean, he kind of told us that, he was going to take some meetings and stuff, and he was honest up front with everything. And, we're very happy for him. We wanted him to, that's kind of what this point of the league is, for opportunities, and he's getting that opportunity. So we wanted him to, kind of get out and make more money. But it was definitely a shock for everybody, but, we pushed through. Shannon Harris stepped up and rallied the team up, and, without him, we would not be the team we are today because he took Barlow's spot and ran with it, and what he believed in, what Barlow believed in, he carried that on and carried that legacy, and he's become a great coach.
I think that's what I've turned, for me, I got into the league originally. We were calling the games on the radio station, but what I like about it now so much as a viewer is you guys are all scratching and clawing for another shot.
Yes.
Like, to me, there's a romanticism to that is awesome. My pops came out to the game for the first time this weekend, and he's like, how many of these guys will be in the NFL? How many guys in the NFL right now are in the league? And I'm kind of giving him the numbers, and it's an uphill battle, obviously.
Yeah,
like, you've gotten a couple chances. There's receivers you threw to the last couple of years. They're on practice squads. But this is the best way. I mean, it's kind of the only way at this point. Can you speak to, for people that maybe don't follow it, like what this league is in terms of a last opportunity?
Yeah, this league is, a league of opportunity. Like I said, I mean, if I could write a book, my title would be Opportunity, because every time I get that chance to showcase myself, showcase my talents, I will do it. And, it's not only for the players, but the coaches as well. And it's just for everybody. I mean, it creates job opportunities for us too, to kind of keep playing the sport we love. And then also to reach our goal. We're playing live games against top level talent in the spring. So guys that played in NFL that could be in the NFL, but the rosters are so slim that they, drop down to the UFL. And I feel like, this is just another chance for us to showcase that, hey, we can still play, that we can still, do what we need to do to be at that top level, that top 1%. And that's our goal, is to showcase that and, be the top in this league so we can, be a part of the NFL.
Have you gotten feedback from folks at that NFL level saying, here's what we'd like to see from you in terms of milestones, growth, et cetera?
Yeah, I've talked to my agent and stuff, and, what he's heard from other coaches and stuff, kind of just throughout not only this year, but throughout the years, is that, hey, Jordan needs to work on this, this, and this. And I've been, during the off season and during the season, that's what I've been strongly focusing on, just to show that, hey, I can still play. I can still, read defenses. You still run. I can, do it all. So the more I have to prove people wrong, the better. And I've always, played well under pressure and always played well when I needed to.
Jordan Tamu this year, ran, caught a touchdown, coming off 240 through the air and a couple of touchdowns and a 33-30 win over Arlington this past weekend. So the playoffs are in the, offing here. They're a couple weeks out. You guys still have the game coming up this weekend on the road. We have a 4:00 game against the Houston Roughnecks.
Yep.
And then you're playing one final game against the Battlehawks here. You're going to end up playing there for the conference championship.
Yeah.
Which is just an unfortunate thing. Audi Field doesn't have the ability to allow you guys to play.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you guys have dealt with adversity all year long. I mean, what's your thought on that as the number one team in the league? If you beat them again,
right,
you'll have the tiebreaker, and you're still going to be playing a conference title game in their building.
Yeah, I've expressed it right after the game. They asked that same question. It's just very, difficult or, kind of hard for us to kind of swallow that, just not being able to play back in DC, because that fan just adds a 12th person on that field for us, for any team, honestly, even in St. Louis. So, I mean, their atmosphere is rowdy and they can get loud, and it's just going to, create chaos, not only for us, but, for them as well. So I've kind of shared my emotion about it already. And I just think we just need to play in a neutral spot, maybe in Arlington, save a lot of money. But I don't know what they're thinking.
So what do you think about this? So essentially, to me, what it seems like is they know that if it's in DC, which you guys have earned,
right,
there'd be 15,000 people. It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
If it's in St. Louis, there's going to be a ton of people.
Yeah.
It's going to look awesome on TV. There's going to be a great atmosphere. The neutral site games they've played in Texas have just not done as well, I don't think, with the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they have a real reason, but that would be, to me, that they want an awesome atmosphere there for the
they want to
conference
present the
championship.
best product. Yeah.
Well, these guys are getting screwed.
Yeah, it screws them over.
Because you're playing on the road at a team you're better than at that point.
And we're supposed to be the home team, so I don't know how they're going to do that.
Exactly.
Well, just don't let St. Louis fans in. I think that'd be easy.
But I totally get that the league still is they have to do some things that work for them too, right? Because there is this element of trying to grow the brand, grow the league.
Yeah.
I get that. But at the same time, you can't do the team wrong, which it feels like
Which seems like they're doing that.
Yeah.
It seems like they can and are. Yeah, that'd be tough to swallow. But I would. Do you guys think you can view that as that's another roadblock? That's a chip on our shoulder. Like, we're getting screwed here.
I mean, we had one word, throughout this whole season is good. Something went wrong. Good. Our coaches leave. Good. And just watching that video over and over. This is another obstacle. Good. No matter what's going to happen in front of us, I think we're going to overcome that obstacle. No matter how big, how small, I think our team already established that and identified who we are. Good. We're gonna play what's in front of us, and I think all of us are excited about it.
Yeah, I love that. That came out, the video of Coach in the locker room after.
Yeah.
And you could tell you guys do it, but it would be like, oh, we're down 7 points. Good. We turned the ball over. Good. It's just great.
Yeah.
That's
You're going to hear
strong.
that again, by the way. It's coming up on our show.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I like it. All right. I want, let's have a little fun here. So we've got some producers behind the scenes here, Darius and Ryan and Toby.
All right.
So what I want to do here is I want you to call the play in the huddle.
Okay.
I need you to give us the wordiest, longest, worst play to memorize in the world that you can. And then Ryan will go one by one, but they have to spit the play back out to you. You're like calling the play into his headset.
I mean, all right, I can do a little something.
All right, so here, let's get in on that mic. All right, so you're giving the play to Ryan into his headset here.
I was not prepared for this. Here we go. Let's go. Empty right. F across. 51. Y under. All go. Alert. Lady.
All right, boys, let's go. Let's get this thing going. 50 across.
No.
Why?
No.
Why right?
No.
Was 50 across was not in that
51
play,
was
I don't think.
F51.
51 was a protection, but
Yeah.
50 across was close.
I had it halfway through there. If you guys gave me a chance there.
Where's the
50.
formation at? Where's the
Yeah.
formation at? I need the
It's-
formation.
Yeah, nobody knows where to line up, brother.
Yeah, brother. Come on.
Just someone get open downfield. I got you.
All right, Toby, you're
Do
up.
that in the huddle. That works great.
Toby, it's your turn. All right. By the way, one of the coolest things, if you guys haven't watched the UFL, is you can actually hear every play
Yeah.
get called,
Yeah.
the interaction between the coach and the quarterback often. All right, so Toby's your new QB here.
All right, you ready? Another play. Let's go pro right Zen. All right, pro right Zen. Philly 46. Y climb.
Pro right Zin, Philly 46, right climb.
Y. But yeah, that's close.
Okay, that was better.
Take that.
Toby
I'll take that.
got a
We'll take
shot. Who's ahead of who on the depth chart here? Toby or Ryan? I think Toby.
Toby's
might.
up. Toby's up.
Yeah, he's got him. All right, Darius. You're the last one. Now he's a Madden guy. Darius runs
Okay.
the Madden league.
Yeah.
I think that could help him with memorization.
Or not.
I'm not, or possibly not. Nobody knows.
You ready?
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Trips right. Zoe. Philly 71. Stick. Alert. All Gators.
Oh boy. Trips right. 7 right. Zoe. All Gators go.
Dude, that was
Everyone's
half
gonna be
right.
There's some
running
stuff.
into each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. There's so many alligators for some reason.
Is the terminology in the UFL? Do you guys like? Are you your wristband or no?
No, we're just headset. Yeah.
Okay, so he's calling it like you are.
Yeah.
Right into you. You're spitting all that out in the
Yeah.
huddle.
Yeah. All in the huddle. And then usually, we have like our receivers. Some of our receivers have that headset in their helmet as well. So they can just stay out there and hear the play call. And,
that's
play
cool,
fast.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Why not just go straight wristband? Where like I'm on the walkie-talkie and I'm going 42, and then you can just look at 42 and call it.
We want to move fast. I mean, that's our game plan is the, tempo, no huddle. Don't even give the defense time to set up or really identify, what we're in. And, that's our offense is just moving fast.
But wouldn't it be quicker to just say the number than all those words? Now, I mean, you
Right,
have to
yeah.
say the words, but like,
But if everyone has a wristband, it's just 42. You go to 42.
Well, but I don't know. I mean, can everyone wear a wristband? Normally, there's rules on who can wear it. I don't know.
I think everyone can, but I think,
Okay.
I think Keiss is very superstitious about his plays being out and about like that. You know what I mean?
And this is your third year with him.
Yes.
So what's that system like? Describe kind of the offense
Yeah.
and your relationship with Keiss.
Yeah, I love Coach Keiss. Me and him, built a relationship over the years where if I see something out on the field and want to change it, I have the 100% a green light. And, he won't argue with me. He just wants to like, hey, why did you do that? And I would tell him, he said, okay, that's all I need to know. So, our offense is, I love it. Every week we go into something different and we watch film and he's in there 24/7, just looking at the board. I mean, there's a whole board filled with, plays and different things he wants to do. And he's just staring at that thing. And I come in there, I'm like, hey, what are you thinking, coach? And he's like, hey, Jordan, like I'm thinking this. And the fact that, his brain is just all over the place and that we're always on the same page. Whenever I know when he's about to call something and he doesn't finish it, I can finish it because that's how much of a connection we have. If he's thinking about something, hey, like I'm thinking about this, I said, I like it. Let's do it. Or if I'm comfortable changing the play, he's like, hey, Jordan, like, what do you think about this? And I'm like, I like it. Or I'm like, hey, like, what if we ran this play? So our relationship is so super healthy with that. And I love the flexibility to be able to change that.
Who wins a race? 2025, 27-year-old Jordan Tamu, or 2019 at the Combine, Jordan Tamu in the 40? Who runs a better 40?
I was a little hurt 2019 running the Combine. Not a lot of people know that, but that would be a tough one. I'll say right now.
Right now?
Yeah. I feel a lot stronger.
Combine, do you have the timer there?
4.77 was our
You're
Combine.
faster.
I think you're faster.
That's
than
what I'm
that.
saying.
faster than
That's what I'm saying. I was a little banged up during that, so I'm a lot faster.
Vertical, same or worse?
Probably better. A
Better
lot
now?
better, yes. Didn't look like it, but it is.
I don't remember, I'm watching the play. If it was a pop pass or if it was a handoff, but you guys went with like the trick play double pass.
Right.
Backside, you
Yeah.
caught the ball this week.
Yeah, it was a little toss up. Maybe in this league where you can,
So
pass
that's what
the
I was
ball
going to ask.
forward.
Was
yeah.
that considered a double pass?
Yes.
So in the UFL, you can do 2 forward passes.
Yes, as long as
it's behind the line.
Yep.
Yep.
As long as
So
it's
basically,
behind.
it's the pop pass
Yep.
instead of having to toss it backwards.
Yes.
And you guys pulled that off.
Yeah, we
I like
practiced
that rule. I don't know if you think that would be good for the league. The other one I want is the 4th and 15 instead of an
Yes.
onside kick.
Yep.
Have
I
you
like
guys
that.
had any of those this year?
Yeah, we not this year, but we had it last year.
Remember that.
Honestly, I mean against Arlington, in Arlington again, another comeback that we had, and we accomplished that 4th and 12 or 4th and 15, whatever it is, and came down and won the game. So I like that rule a lot. I like the double forward pass. It just it gets the offense coordinator kind of creative mindset, and love the play we ran.
Why wouldn't that be better than an onside kick in the NFL?
That's what.
And
Yeah.
the UFL has that right.
Well, one you can get sometimes.
Yes.
And it's a football play. The other's this weird. You have to announce our intention to get something that's less than 5% of the time. Doesn't make sense to me anymore. The way it's
Anything
gone.
else from the UFL? You spent so much time with different NFL teams that you think should be a part of the National Football League?
I like the extra points, the 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of creates
more scoring
a little more
possibilities.
scoring possibilities, more actions, more trick plays you can see.
1 from the 2.
Yep.
2 from the 3.
2 from the 5.
2 from the 5. 3 from the 10.
3 from the 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
like
no
that.
extra points at all. No kicking.
No extra points. Just
Which is
they
awesome.
Yeah. They can just kick field goals. No PATs.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that eventually, but I mean, the league is just so worried about getting rid of like a job, right? The kicking extra point, especially moving it back to the 33. It's actually now kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There's some missed extra points. I will say the kicking in the UFL is awesome. You guys have a great kicker.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Matt McCrane, he's awesome. Hasn't kicked the field goal in 3 games because our offense been scoring, but he's a a guy.
You're probably not complaining about that, I guess, right? Yeah.
Definitely not. But whenever we need him, he comes in clutch all the time. Matty Ice.
Jordan Tamu of the UFL leading DC Defenders. Their next home game is Friday night, a week from this Friday. So a couple of weeks out, they'll round out the regular season schedule, and then they're on to the conference championship game against the Battlehawks. Congrats on a strong season, man.
Yes,
Finish
sir.
up,
Thank
stay
you.
healthy, and go get them in the playoffs.
Yes, sir. That's the goal. Appreciate you, DC. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Audience loves that. It's exciting.
Audience is fired
audience
up.
is into it.
By the way, you smell amazing. What's your cologne?
Thank you. Right now it's the Dior.
Dior.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
the downwind right here is
I
good.
I said Dior like I know what that
You're
means.
like, yeah, Dior.
Dior.
Right.
Sure. I've got that. I chose not to wear it today. but I
We have to have a conversation about our DC handsome athlete rankings too.
Oh,
now that he's sitting right here.
Really?
Good Lord.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tamu.
Top
Making a
of the
play.
list. That's a handsome dude.
Very good.
Thank you,
Jordan,
man.
thank you, brother.
Thank
Be
you
good.
guys.
And
Yes,
you
sir.
go over to Nats Park and give him heck.
Yeah, I will.
He's
Play
going to be
ball,
shouting
baby.
play ball tonight.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'll see you over there.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The GM of the Capitals, Chris Patrick, joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Spencer Strider. In hockey, the Eastern Conference Finals get underway tonight. Panthers and Hurricanes game 1 at 8 o'clock. The Western Conference Finals with the Oilers and the Stars will get underway tomorrow. In the NBA, Eastern Conference Finals will get underway tomorrow with the Pacers and the Knicks. Tonight, game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, Timberwolves and Thunder. NBA announced their all-rookie team today as well. Alex Sarr named to the first team, Bob Carrington to the second team. And in the NFL, the league has given the okay for players to participate in flag football in the 2028 Olympics in LA. Owners passed it unanimously, and the Bears agreed to a 2-year extension with their offensive guard, Joe Thuney. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
This is Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline right now, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And a big thanks in order to Chris Patrick, the GM of the Capitals, kind enough to carve out a few minutes for us today after the Caps season came to an end sooner than we would have wanted last week, to look ahead to the offseason, look back at the year that was. Chris, it's Grant and Danny. We appreciate you. How are you?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Very well,
Doing
man.
very
Thank you.
well.
Chris, this is such a strange year. Maybe it's just hockey happened. You could educate me on that, but the teams with the 4 most points are watching the playoffs just like the rest of us. That seems really unusual. What do you make of that? What do you make of this kind of this topsy-turvy season in hockey?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's kind of hockey playoffs. It's when you get down to the final 16, really any of those teams can go on a run and make and do some damage. And I think it sounds cliche. Everybody goes back to 0 points, but it really does go that way. And there's momentum swings and there's bounces and calls and posts and so really it's the hardest trophy to win for a reason, and part of that reason is because it really is. There's any team can beat any other team in a 7-game series, as we've kind of seen, throughout this playoff. So it's kind of how it goes, and it's just a tough pill to swallow for management and fans of teams that put together really good seasons like we did. It's disappointing. You hate to see it end that way, but it makes it all the sweeter when you do punch through to the end, if you ever get lucky to do it.
Caps GM Chris Patrick. Chris, I saw a quote from you yesterday saying basically that Carolina in round 2 just out-executed you guys in some spots. Where do you think you guys failed to execute, essentially, and where were they just a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in tight series like that, it comes down to scoring on your chances or not. And like I look at games 3 and games 4 down there where I thought, you couldn't have drawn up a better opening 10 minutes on the road in a tough building against a really good team. And, we had some really good looks, had some breakaways that goalie makes a save and hit some posts and some shots that, goalie gets enough of it, gets through, but doesn't go in. And then, as the game plays on, they get a couple good looks at us and the puck is behind our guy. And that's just kind of the way it goes sometimes. I think too, they did a really good job of sticking to their game plan and executing and making it hard on us and making us have to work hard to earn any chance we got. And so, some of those games, it got to the point where it felt like, I think in game 3, it was 0-0 about halfway through the game. It really felt like the first team to score is going to get a huge bump here and just be able to try to hold on to the lead. And unfortunately, they're the ones to score first. And so, they play a different style as has been, well covered by everybody around the league, but they do a great job of sticking to their style and trust themselves. So at the end of the day, they got a few more behind us than we got behind them. And unfortunately, this series ended earlier than we hoped.
Chris, probably an impossible question, but just would love to get your perspective on it. What do you feel like the key is to winning in the postseason consistently and getting through multiple rounds, as Carolina has done here over the last few seasons? And then how far away do you think Washington is right now from being able to execute that kind of vision?
Yeah, I think we've always, for us, the way we've approached it is always trying to have a a team with as few weaknesses as possible. I mean, you want to have ideally a 4-line team with 3 sets or 3 pairs of D that can all play, pretty much all situations, and you don't have to worry about, you always worry about matchups, but you don't have to really try to hide any certain line from a certain matchup. It just makes it easier on the coaches. It makes it easier on the players. And I think that's one of Carolina's strengths is they do have, 4 lines that can all play fairly reliable minutes for them. And, I think for us, that's probably an area where we need to look to improve. I mean, I think we found real consistent lines. I think our top 6, the personnel moved around, but it was kind of the same 6 or 7 people. And then you had Nick Dowd's line that was fairly consistent all year. And then for lack of a better term, the 3rd line, we tried a lot of different looks to try to get a line that we felt like could go out there and play, reliable minutes for you. Because in the playoffs, eventually every line's going to have to take some hard shifts against the other team's best line, and you're going to have to get out of it unscathed. And then on the other hand, you're also going to want to try to get some matchups where you can maybe get your top line against the other team's 4th line. So your 3rd and 4th line are going to have to play minutes against the other team's top line. And I think as the playoffs went on, we had a harder time doing that. And so I think as far as addressing that issue going forward, I think that's definitely a key for us, is trying to just have that the depth in our lineup through our forward lines and our D core. And I think we're, fairly close to it. I think for most of the season, we had a pretty good 4-line team. And I just think when we got towards the end there against Carolina, it started getting exposed a little bit. And obviously too, the injury to Martin Ferravari was a big loss. He's a huge part of our D group and helped give us the 3 D pairs that you can put out in pretty much any situation. And so losing him really hurt our ability to do that.
Caps GM Chris Patrick on Grant and Denny. Speaking of that 3rd line, Lars Eller was a cup hero in 2018, and he will always be in Caps fans' hearts for that reason. But he struggled in this Carolina series and just offensively down the stretch. In the end, you guys made the decision to tweak some things. You moved Mikey over to center off the wing, and that 3rd line was very fast, very small, but Mangiapane, McMichael, and Eller and Leonard. And I thought they had their best line game of the series, and maybe in a couple weeks in that elimination game. I'm just curious, I guess, 2-parter. I know you don't do the lineup, so I understand that. But was there, when you look back, do you think maybe trying that sooner would have made sense, or was the hesitation to move McMichael off the wing playing so well reasonable for you?
Yeah, I think that was all season. I think that was a little bit of the hesitation. When you see how well the Strome line and the Dubois line is playing with Connor on the wing, you really don't want to mess up that that success, and you hope you can find other solutions so we can keep our top 6 lines kind of humming along. And then in the playoffs, I think it's definitely something they thought about at different points. I think waiting until Game 5, in Game 3, I actually thought the Lars's line had a pretty good game, probably their best game of the series. And so you feel more comfortable going back to them with in Game 4 and keeping Connor on the wing. And but then after Game 4, I think it felt like we needed to definitely do something. We're in a situation where it's kind of all hands on deck, and we need to do something a little more drastic. So that's where we made the change on putting Mikey in the middle.
Chris Patrick with us here on G&D. The Ovechkin goal chase is just such. Chris, you're from around here. Obviously, grew up playing hockey. I can't believe I saw that. I cannot believe someone beat Wayne Gretzky's goal record in my lifetime, and it happened in an era that's as tough or more difficult to score in as it's ever been. Do you just looking back on that now? Obviously, it wouldn't change anything. It was incredible. He set the record. How much of a challenge was that, do you think, for the team and some of his teammates, and kind of that constant vigilance about it, the drain maybe, and the focus that it took? Just not making an excuse, but obviously you go for that. But what do you think that took out of the guys, if at all?
Yeah, I guess I don't think it took a lot out of them, and I think that's kind of a testament to Alex and to the group we have. O didn't let that become the storyline around the team until basically he couldn't not let it be the storyline, until we got down to like, okay, we're within like 6 or 5 goals here. Like, and now it felt like that was the pervasive thing. And I remember thinking at the time, I think when we got down to, maybe right before that Chicago game, because he scored in Boston, we go down to Carolina and he scores there, I think. And then so we're going into that Chicago game, and now like this thing's in reach. And that was the first time I felt like it's like there's a lot of kind of external noise around the team. There's a lot of people on our staff that are having to do a lot of extra work, than they would normally do in a regular season. And it's starting to feel like, some more pressure. But the fact that it was 2 games where we had to deal with that versus 15, 20, 25, to me, that's Alex saying, hey, I'm about the team. I'm about winning hockey games. And that's our group also being like, hey, we want Alex to get this thing. We're all in on it. And really, I mean, once it finally happened for all those guys, like, I can't imagine what it must be like for those guys to be able to say, hey, I was on the bench when Alex scored that goal, or I was on the ice when Alex scored that goal, and got to get out there and get in the big pile and celebrate. That's potentially, we'll never see that again, and no other player will be able to say that again. So it's really fun for our group to reach that summit with him at the end of this year.
Chris, let's look ahead to the offseason, if you don't mind, kind of a blueprint of what lies ahead now for you guys as you try. Last year you got to round 1, this year to round 2. You go even further, hopefully, next year. One question I have, just to clear something up. So with Backstrom and Oshie on LTIR this year, you guys obviously got cap relief for that right away this season. But it's my understanding that you didn't have all of their salaries off the books, that some of it was still against the cap. Is there more cap relief coming with those guys both hitting now essentially free agency and their contracts being up, or did you already get all the relief you're going to get?
Yeah, I guess I would look at it as Oshie and Backstrom being on LTI kind of allowed us to make the moves we made last summer. It gave us the ability to bring in Dubois at 8.5 and to sign Matt Roy at 5.75 and to bring in Andrew Mangiapane at 5.8. So we use a lot of that space going into this year, and then now that those contracts are off the books, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh yeah, we've got another $15 million to spend. It's kind of been accounted for. And then, some of the signings we made this in season with Jacob Chikrin, the 2 goalies, Nick Dowd. So that eats into it too. So, we definitely have probably more space than we've ever had going into an off season since COVID, with the cap going up and, depending on what we do with some of our existing UFAs, and we'll look to see if we can put it to good use. I think the D group's obviously pretty set. They're all under contract for next year, but I think up front, as Mac and I kind of said yesterday, I think if we could look for some help on the scoring front or somebody that can come in and help solidify the third line or both, I think those are areas we'd like to put some money to work in. And the trick is, with the guidance the league gave for the salary cap over the next 3 years, which has never happened, agents are good at what they do for a reason. So they're going to use that information to really push teams to have to spend to the max. And I think there's a lot of teams that have also come out and said, we want to be aggressive this summer. We've seen what Dallas and what Florida and what Vegas and what Washington has done by kind of building on the fly, by, signing guys and trading for guys. So there could be, a lot of teams chasing, a few players, and that's when the prices start going up. So we'll just have to see, if we'll be able to participate in that or not.
Yeah, cap goes up each of the next 3 years exponentially. It's exploding. So for people that don't track it very often, Backstrom and Oshie off the books, but the free agents, and you guys don't have many, because to your credit, as you said, you've already been working at this between the 2 goaltenders and Dowd. You got a lot done during the season. So it's just Mangiapane, who made almost $6 million, Lars Eller, and then Beauvillier and Radish. Am I speaking out of school to say Beauvillier would be the priority here after the postseason he had as a trade deadline pickup to bring him back?
Yeah, he did a really good job. I think all the guys, it's a lot easier to make decisions on guys like that when you've seen how they work in your group and the coaches are comfortable with how they use them. I think it's just going to come down to having to make, kind of fiscal decisions on what we're going to spend on the other positions. Are we going to use younger guys in certain positions, and then how our UFA guys fit in there. But yeah, certainly really, really happy with how he played. And I know from talking to him here after the season ended, he'd really like to stay and be part of this. He loved getting integrated with the group, and he loved his time in DC. So yeah, we'll just have to stay in touch with him on that and keep working moving forward.
Chris, really appreciate you joining us, man. Have a great offseason, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, guys. And yeah, hopefully we talk some point before next season starts.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Definitely will.
Always
we look
welcome,
forward
man.
to it. Should be a fun offseason. Chris Patrick, GM of the Capitals, on Grant and Danny. They got some work to do to try to take one more step now closer to getting back to the Stanley Cup. We're taking you up to 6:15, and that's pregame on the Fan. G&D taking you up to 6:15 and pregame of Nats baseball. They got the Braves in town tonight, 6:45 first pitch, a gorgeous evening for sport in the nation's capital. It's been a busy show. A lot on the docket today. If you missed Robert White, the council member from D.C., who is a no-go on the stadium as of right now, go on thefandc.com. We had the Defenders quarterback Jordan Tamu in studio as well. Enjoyed him calling plays for the fellas to try to regurgitate. And then we just had Chris Patrick on the program, GM of the Capitals, all available for you, grantanddanny.com when we are done. They're in a pretty good spot going into the offseason. We didn't have enough time. We were running a little late to get into the system. They just sent Andrew Crystal, one of their top prospects, to Hershey to finish out the postseason run with the Bears so he could be in line for the NHL next year. But between the youth that they can promote and give a couple of guys shots for speed and exuberance coming up from the minor leagues, and then the money that they do have to spend, they should be able, if they want to. He made it sound like they want a goal scorer. Go get yourself one more top 6, maybe top 9 player who can score 25 goals, something like that, and go back to the well next season and see where it gets you. I'd also like to see them tweak the defense. He said they're pretty set. I think he meant contract-wise. There's no free agents there. But we talked about this last week. They could trade one of those defensemen if they wanted to and maybe bring in someone who could skate a little bit and give them a little more speed on the blue line. That would be a priority for me coming out of that Carolina series. It's not just the speed. It's just the ability to move the puck, to skate a little bit. More of a Rasmus Sandin type defenseman might be able to help them.
Yeah, I mean, so you look at the salaries, and you go, well, you're pretty landlocked on defense. And that's kind of your point, right? Is that would be the mechanism you'd have to do to sort of change that makeup there. I mean, they've got the handful of guys under contract, but you could move somebody around. You want to sort of reshape, in real time. To me, that Ferravari injury, I think we probably underrated it as to how big of an impact it was going to have. Not necessarily for the Montreal series, but for that Carolina series, just kind of given the style. They really could have used him playing, heavy minutes in that series.
Speaking for myself, the reason I didn't bring it up much is you just get told you're making excuses, and it's an explanation, but it's a real thing. I mean, he was a massive loss. Now, every team's dealing with injuries. Some are bigger than others. But if you remember at the start of the playoffs, we were so invested in Alexi Protas. When's he going to be back? How deep into the series? How big of a loss is that going to be? Heck, if you go all the way back to game 1, we didn't even know if Logan Thompson was back yet.
That's right.
It turned out he was perfectly fine, and he played really well in the Montreal series, and he was ready to go in game 1. But everyone, I think, was so busy talking about Protas and Thompson that, to your point, Ferravari got hurt, and it was very, very serious. And to the point where it was going to go deep into the offseason. They already knew right away he is out for the rest of the year. And that had not hit the web yet. I mean, nobody in the fan base knew that at that point. But I just think it was kind of almost the distraction of talking about the other two guys, and nobody really knew how serious the Ferravari injury was. So we didn't pay as much attention to that.
Now, if he plays, doesn't mean you all of a sudden are winning in 6 games, or you wouldn't have lost the way that you did. But I would have loved to have seen it, as I guess my only point. That is a weapon to deploy, especially against what Carolina does.
Especially, like you said, that matchup. Alexiev's a bigger, physical guy, doesn't really skate nearly as well as Ferravari. And so against Montreal, you can lean on them, you can hit them. But you saw it. They started playing Alexiev way fewer minutes as that series went on. I think they saw either a couple of the turnovers, a couple of things they didn't like. By the way, we didn't mention this on the show yet. I guess we could have brought it up with Chris Patrick, although we were tight on time. But you saw Alexander Alexiev got arrested in Arlington.
Yes, was pepper sprayed at 3:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning on Clarendon Boulevard.
This weekend.
Yes. According to the report, allegedly, whatever I have to say.
I think you said everything you need to say.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so they were partying, and he was out on the street and pulled off of somebody. They were getting into a fight or something, and pepper sprayed. So not the best start to his offseason.
No, I would say. Yeah, for a guy that may have been on the fringe of coming back, I don't know that helps you.
Also, I mean, when the only charge is, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, but it was a drunken public, and basically spend the night overnight in Arlington in a jail, and then you're free. It's not something that's going to lead our show, probably. It's not I don't know if I should say this, the biggest deal in the world, but hey, let's act like a professional. Let's not get in trouble. Let's not go out in Arlington and get arrested. And there are better ways, I would say, to follow up the week where your minutes were being reduced as the playoffs went along.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good summary. I mean, again, according to witnesses, it was a big fight, and he was pepper sprayed and detained. And so, again, that's probably not the best thing. I think you said it very well.
NFL meetings continuing in West Palm Beach. Got an update for you. There's some news coming out. We will get you that in just a moment. And then we will get you the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at Nationals Park against the Braves tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Lefty Mitchell Parker gets the ball for the Nationals. He's 3-3 with a 4.32 ERA. He'll take on Spencer Strider, who's 0-1 with a 3.60 ERA, making his return from the injured list for the Braves. In hockey tonight, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Panthers and Hurricanes. That'll begin at 8 o'clock. Western Conference Finals, Oilers and Stars will get underway tomorrow. In the NBA, the Western Conference Finals get underway tonight. Timberwolves and Thunder, game 1 at 8:30. Eastern Conference Finals tomorrow, Pacers and Knicks. NBA All-Rookie team announced today. Alex Sarr on the first team, Bub Carrington on the second team. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The NFL officially passed the proposal to allow players to take part in the 2028 Olympics via flag football. So NFL players will be on Team USA participating in the 28 Olympics in LA. Pretty awesome. Permission for one player per NFL team per country. So you could have several players from your team taking part if there are players that represent several countries, but Team USA will only have one player per NFL team. It allows, in addition, a team's designated international player. Every team gets one of those players internationally. So like the F.A. Obata of your club could potentially go play with one of the countries. And league-wide, there's a purchase of insurance policy to provide injury protection, salary cap credit for a player that gets injured. So the league's getting a lot of it what it wants as well.
Yeah, everybody wins on this one. I'm honestly pretty. I don't want to say I'm surprised that it was unanimous. The 32-0 makes you realize everyone gets how good this is, right? Both for the players, because this is one of those, again, when else are you going to win a gold medal? Like, how cool is that? The world's games, and you get to play in them. How cool an opportunity would that be? And the owners, I think, get how much of a cool showcase this is, both for the league, for them, worldwide, the whole 9 yards.
I think they get the value of growing the sport internationally for sure. But they also got everything they wanted. When we went through the specifics of this deal, I asked you earlier in the show, why wouldn't the league sign up for this? If you're getting the money back in cap credit for the injured player, if you have an insurance policy taken out, so you're not risking losing a ton of money. If there's an expectation that the Olympic flag football team has a medical staff and field surface that is on the NFL level, which is what's going to happen. If there's a schedule that will not interfere with the NFL offseason schedule. These are all things that have been agreed upon. Then where's the drawback? I mean, you still worry a little bit about injury,
sure,
and the possibility of your season, getting ruined because you lose one of your best players. But all the stuff that they can control, they got. So it makes a lot of sense as far as I'm concerned. We're still awaiting word on the Tush push and whether or not it is going to be banned. But all signs point to enough support, according to Ian Rappaport and some other folks at the league meetings, that they're going to change that rule, that you're not going to be allowed to shove players from behind like the Eagles have done with this Tush push. But I will say the Eagles at the meetings came out and suggested that way too much is being said about how often they do it and or how successful it is. Players have come out as well. AJ Brown saying, I don't have any thoughts on it. It's only 1 yard. Left tackle Jordan Mailata, similar tone. They're ruling on the push. I guess we'll just do it with no push. In terms of them banning the Tush push, I hate the name, so I hope they ban it. It's a stupid name, Mailata joked.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the point that I keep making. No one else seems to care about it. This is the point I care about the most. Hear me out. Imagine there was one team that threw a forward pass, right? That nobody else throws passes at all. And one team's throwing forward passes and killing other teams with it. And then they go, we're taking that away. And there's no alternative. I'd go, well, that's ridiculous. You just can't figure out a way to stop it. This is different. The quarterback sneak is wildly effective. You've got probably one of the 3 or 4 guys that I would pick as my candidate for best quarterback sneaker as it is. Usually you think of the Josh Allens of the world, someone that's a 6'5" giant who'd be great at it because he can jump over the top. But Jalen Hurts, we all know how strong that dude is. We all know his legs keep churning. He is going to go behind a great offensive line and plunge forward and get that first down at a really similar clip to this dumb assisted quarterback sneak. You don't need the assist. There's a wonderful alternative staring you right in the face that'll go just fine for you.
My only frustration about getting rid of it is them pretending like they're not banning the tush push. Just come out and say you're banning the tush push. They were so careful yesterday. All the reporting was the league is saying they're not going to get rid of the tush push, but they don't want anyone shoving anybody from behind.
They don't want anyone from Philadelphia wearing a green jersey to push someone from behind. Yeah, I get it.
You're getting rid of the tush push, and it's okay. Just wear it. Just spray it like the Dior cologne that our guy Jordan Tamu was wearing. Just own it, please. You are banning the tush push. A lot of people in the league want you to. More fans than not want you to. So just take it and wear it. You're banning the tush push. I don't know what their issue with that being said is, and they've got to do this semantic thing where
you got to pretend you're not targeting Philadelphia or whatever,
and
you are.
Roger Goodell and the league know whether it's the cap penalties on the Commanders or the Deflategate stuff with the Patriots or the Bounty Gate with the Saints. They know what it's like. They've created so many enemies with different teams at different points for a year or two here or there that they probably don't want the animus and an entire fan base and organization feeling like they were singled out. Something was taken from them. But guess what? That's what you're doing. So just acknowledge it.
Yeah.
A team runs a play really well. It doesn't feel like a football play. It feels like a rugby scrum. And so you're saying you can't do the rugby thing anymore.
So what I might get out of it, by the way, is because Green Bay had to totally revamp the language to the thing that I want. I might get one of the rule changes I have longed and hungered for out of this because of the stupid brotherly shove or tush push or whatever. The whole point is stop. I don't know why we started doing it this way. Stop allowing people to assist the runner. Like whoever it is, anywhere on the football field, the runner should be able to run. Forward progress is stopped or it's not stopped as the case is, instead of having linemen or whoever just come running in and bashing people and you're knocking people forward or picking guys up and pushing them, whatever. Get rid of all of that. And I think that's what's going to come out of this, which is great.
Last item here in the NFL notebook for the day. Saw this morning. Ashton Genty, who's going to make his debut for the Raiders this season, drafted in the top 10, running back out of Boise State, unbelievable talent. Have you seen how his stance in the backfield before snaps? Have you seen how he lines up? That's unique?
But remind me, because I watched him play, certainly.
Yeah, so Genty basically stands straight up, posture, like shoulders back, arms at his side. So no running back really stands like he does. He calls it Halloween from horror movies like Michael Myers. But it's like he just stands straight up, kind of like at attention with his arms right at his side. And then at the snap, he gets in, he starts running forward as a running back, essentially. Because they're always in pistol or he's in the gun next to the quarterback or what have you. Just a really subtle, weird thing. You may not have noticed, whatever. Apparently he's not doing it in the league. They're already telling him they don't want him to do it. They're tinkering with his pre-stance stance, I guess, or his pre-snap stance. They're telling him, like, we don't want you standing like that. We want you to be leaned over. We're going to do it a little differently. He says, sometimes you have to, go with the flow. So I don't know why they would tweak that.
Pete Carroll, I think, is the reason.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
But, like, what's the benefit? I mean, are you telling me that if he's bending his knees a little bit and leaning forward with his hands on his knee pads, that he's better off than standing straight up? I guess if you think that split second's going to make a difference, then you might as well make the change. But I thought maybe he would get in line and do a more NFL uniform thing, but I didn't think it would be like addressed by the coaching staff at rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
Here's how you're going to line up.
Yeah, enough of that. It's just not how we do it. It's interesting. I mean, there's, who knows? I mean, I'm sure there's a rhythm and a timing thing. And you think of like a prep step of an infielder, right? If you go to the Nats game tonight or any other time and you watch the pitcher pitch, you could turn and watch the rest of the infielder, see what they're doing in terms of the timing. Maybe he just starts a little bit later, but he feels like that gives him the burst.
Let's get you ready for Nats baseball tonight. They're playing the Braves. CJ Abrams and the boys back home for a beautiful night of baseball at Nats Park. By the way, Abrams ranks 8th in the league in batting average, 5th in slug, and 9th in OPS. He has been awesome. The leadoff is brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mitchell Parker, woman going pitch. Mitch Parker leading off playing shortstop. See. Jake. Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood. He's playing first. He's batting third. Nathaniel Lowe. Doing the catching, batting fourth, K-Bear Ruiz. Luis Garcia Jr. batting fifth, playing second base. Josh Bell is your DH. Alex Call in right field. Jose Tena at third base. And Dylan Cruz bats ninth in center field.
Dylan Cruz trying to string together on this homestand now some good at-bats and get that batting average up. He's done very well in almost every area but hitting for average. And his expected average is about 60 points higher than his actual batting average. But if you look at where he ranks in home runs among rookies, he's got 6. Stolen bases, he's got 11. In pretty much every category, the counting stats, playing every single day, he's been one of the more productive rookies in baseball. But the OPS sub 600, the slug, the average, some bad luck there. You want him to get hot, get going. He homered and had 2 hits in his last game at Camden Yards against the Orioles on Sunday. So hopefully he can make it 2 quality games in a row.
Tough assignment with Spencer Strider on the hill, but yeah, obviously you string together a few good games, a bat here or there, you look up and your numbers are much closer to where they should be and you'd like them to be.
Spencer Strider, by the way, just nasty.
Filth.
And at his peak before injury, he's pumping 100 miles an hour pitch after pitch and was leading the big leagues with 281 strikeouts, 13.5 per 9.
It looks like a Starbucks barista, just like a regular guy who just pumps gas.
Big old quads.
Yep.
The quad father.
Mm-hmm.
All right, enjoy Nats baseball tonight. Charlie and Dave have pregame coming up in just a few minutes. If you missed any part of our show today, go podcast it at thefandc.com. For Darius, Ryan, Toby, Grant, and Danny saying so long. We're back.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save.